You seriously thought I'd help you reach level 10? Zhang Yongxing stood at the edge of the cliff, his face twisted into a malicious grin. I went to all this trouble because I wanted to see the look on your face when you fell just short of level 10. The moment he finished speaking, he kicked me into the horde of monsters below. Countless claws tore into me at once. The agony of my flesh being ripped apart was so intense I couldn't even scream. All I could do was stare at the face above the cliff and burn the sound of his laughter into my memory. I refused to accept this. For 3 whole years, I had endured every insult and humiliation. I had finally clawed my way from level 1 to level 9, with only one last step between me and level 10. Yet in the end, I hadn't died at the hands of a monster. I had died because one of my own classmates set me up. Before my consciousness vanished completely, only one thought remained in my mind. If I ever got another chance, I would make Zhang Yongxing pay. Every student here has turned 18. Today is the day you receive your class. A familiar voice suddenly struck my ears. My eyes flew open. I found myself standing in the plaza of Beijiang Academy, surrounded by hundreds of students waiting for their class awakenings. The man speaking on stage was Principal Gao Baisong. The sunlight, the lines of students, my classmates, even the principal's next words, were all exactly as I remembered them. Whether you awaken a combat class, a support class, or an ordinary class, I hope none of you will ever look down on yourselves. I lowered my gaze to my hands. My fingertips were trembling beyond my control. This was Jiangxing City in the nation of Longxia. And today was Awakening Day, 3 years in the past. I had really been reborn. This world had long since merged with the game. Monsters roamed everywhere beyond the cities, while dungeons and secret realms were humanity's main means of leveling up and acquiring equipment. Over the past century, the monsters had grown increasingly powerful. Not long ago, the nation of Sakura had been completely overrun, without a single survivor. The class of person awakened at 18 determined the course of their entire future. In my previous life, I had possessed an S-rank talent and should have had a limitless future. Instead, I had awakened the Undead Summoner, an exceedingly rare class that might appear only once in a century. Its starting attributes were pitifully low. It came with no innate skill, and even killing a single level 1 monster was nearly impossible. Undead summoners of the past had actually been beaten to death by level 1 monsters. Ever since then, the class had become the butt of everyone's jokes. And I had fallen from the Academy's most celebrated genius to a worthless failure anyone could trample on. To gain levels, I tagged along behind other parties and begged for scraps of experience. After 3 humiliating years, I had barely reached level 9. Then, just as level 10 was within reach, Zhang Yongxing lured me outside the city with the promise of power leveling me in a party, only to shove me into a horde of monsters. At the thought, my hands slowly clenched into fists. Still, those 3 years had not been entirely wasted. In the final moment before my death, I had finally uncovered the Undead Summoner's true secret. If I could reach level 10 again, the class everyone mocked would become something beyond their wildest imagination. Boom. A pillar of golden light shot into the sky from the center of the plaza. The class awakening formation had activated. Just as everyone's eyes turned toward the pillar, my mind suddenly buzzed, and an unfamiliar virtual panel appeared before me. Super system loading. Loading complete. Binding successful. The system is currently in its initial stage. Worry-free experience has been activated. My breath caught. Normally, a person's status panel only became available after they completed their class awakening. Yet before I had even stepped into the formation, a completely separate system had already bound itself to me. Worry-free experience. 0 EXP accumulated. The host automatically gains 1 EXP per second. Accumulated EXP may be claimed at midnight each day. You gained 1 EXP. You gained 1 EXP. The number on the panel increased every second. I stared at the constantly rising EXP, my heart pounding faster with every tick. 1 point per second meant 86,400 points a day. Other people had to risk their lives killing monsters. I could do absolutely nothing, and my experience would keep increasing on its own. Does that mean I can level up just by lying around? Su Chun, there's no need to be nervous. Gao Baisong noticed something was off and tried to reassure me. With your S-rank talent, your future will be bright whether you awaken a combat class or a support class. I suppressed my excitement and nodded to him. Then a voice I hated to the bone came from behind me. That's assuming he manages to awaken a class at all. Zhang Yongxing gave a mocking laugh. What if our great genius, Su, ends up with some ordinary trade class? Wouldn't everyone die laughing? I slowly turned around. The instant I saw his face, It felt as if the agony of monsters ripping my body apart had returned. It was him. The man who killed me in my previous life was standing right behind me. What are you staring at? Zhang Yongxing lifted his chin. Was I wrong? I didn't answer. I simply raised my fist and punched him. Thud. My fist slammed squarely into the bridge of his nose. As he staggered back, clutching his face, I followed with a kick straight between his legs. Guh. Zhang Yongxing's face turned deathly pale. He curled up and collapsed to the ground, his voice warped by the pain. I was about to keep going when a nearby instructor grabbed me. Su Chun, that's enough. Every student nearby stared in shock. None of them understood why I had suddenly attacked him so viciously. I looked coldly at Zhang Yongxing on the ground. That punch was only the interest. I would settle the debt from my previous life with him, one piece at a time. That was merely a minor disturbance. Gao Baisong walked to the class awakening formation and warned us in a solemn voice. Students should not mock one another. And before you act, you must consider the consequences. As he spoke, his gaze deliberately swept over Zhang Yongxing and me. The Zhang family wielded considerable influence in Jiangxing City, and Zhang Yongxing himself possessed an A-rank talent. The principal was clearly warning me not to let the matter escalate lightly, but I didn't care in the slightest. No matter how powerful the Zhang family was, it couldn't stop someone who gained experience every second. The class awakening ceremony will now begin. Gao Baisong picked up the roster and called the first name. Li Qingtian, step forward. Present. Li Qingtian nervously walked into the golden pillar. It trembled faintly, then quickly settled. Ordinary class, chef. He emerged with his head lowered, his face full of disappointment. Combat and support classes combined had only a 10% awakening rate. Among more than 500 students, getting 50 of them would already be extremely lucky. A chef might have been ordinary, but at least he would never have trouble finding work. Gao Baisong didn't pause before calling the next name. Wang Xiaohua, step forward. The second student walked toward the class awakening formation. Meanwhile, I watched my experience continue rising automatically and eagerly awaited the return of my former class. Wang Xiaohua entered the golden pillar and soon completed her awakening. Ordinary class, massage therapist. Suggestive hoots immediately erupted all around her. It was a perfectly respectable profession, but that didn't stop some people from deliberately making it sound dirty. Wang Xiaohua's cheeks flushed red, and she covered her face as she fled the crowd. Quiet. Gao Baisong silenced the commotion and read the third name. Hua Haitao. The plaza instantly fell silent. Like me, Hua Haitao possessed an S-rank talent and was one of the most closely watched students in our class. He strode out of line with his head held high, deliberately stopping beside me as he passed. Watch closely, Su Chun. I didn't even lift my eyelids. Being ignored worked better than any comeback. Hua Haitao's expression darkened, and he entered the pillar in a huff. The next second, the golden light surged as the clouds above churned. Combat class, assassin. Excellent. Gao Baisong was so excited he nearly rushed forward to embrace him. At last, a combat class. Envious gazes surrounded Hua Haitao. When he stepped out of the pillar, he looked even more arrogant than before and made a point of snorting at me. He regarded me as a rival and wanted to prove that he was the top student of our class. But from the moment the system bound itself to me, we had ceased to walk the same path. The awakening ceremony continued. Name after name was called, and most students received ordinary classes. At last, Gao Baisong looked at me, his voice noticeably more solemn than before. Su Chun, step forward. Hundreds of gazes landed on me at once. In my previous life, I had entered the formation beneath those expectant eyes, only to emerge amid an overwhelming storm of ridicule. This time, I wasn't worried about being mocked. I was only afraid that fate might change and prevent me from becoming the undead summoner again. I took a deep breath and stepped into the golden pillar. Rumble. The clear sky abruptly darkened. The golden light rapidly turned black, and the enormous phantom of a skull appeared among the clouds, its empty eye sockets overlooking the entire academy. Everyone held their breath. That phenomenon is enormous. Could it be a rare class? Is Beijing Academy going to produce 2 top-tier combat classes this year? Gao Baisong's eyes shone. He was already imagining the fame this would bring the academy. The higher a person's talent rank, the greater their chance of successfully leveling up. At low levels, someone with S-rank talent would almost never fail, while an A-rank talent's odds were 10% lower. Each drop in talent rank reduced the odds by another step. For professionals below D rank, every level up became an increasingly deadly gamble. That was why the academy placed such high hopes on an S-rank talent like me. In the crowd, Zhang Yongxing clutched his still-aching groin and hissed a curse through gritted teeth. So what if the display is impressive? I bet it's some cursed, useless class. The skull phantom slowly dispersed, and the black pillar returned to gold. My class information finally appeared. Combat class, Undead Summoner. The weight hanging over my heart vanished completely. It worked. Fate hadn't changed. I was still the Undead Summoner. After a brief silence, the entire plaza erupted in laughter. It's actually the Undead Summoner, the famously useless class whose wielder was killed by a level 1 monster. All that terrifying commotion, and this is the result. Zhang Yongxing laughed so hard tears nearly came out. The excitement on Gao Baiseng's face rapidly gave way to disappointment, and all he could do was shake his head and sigh. What a waste of an S-rank talent. Everyone thought I was finished. I alone knew what the class they called worthless was truly hiding. I opened my status panel. Name, Su Chun. Talent, S-rank. Class, Undead Summoner, Unique. Level 1. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 1. Constitution, 1. Summons, none. Skills, none. Unassigned attribute points, 6. After awakening, an ordinary person's 4 basic attributes usually began at 5 points each. Mine were only 1 point apiece, leaving me weaker than an average person. That was the fundamental reason the Undead Summoner couldn't survive its early stages. But the class was not entirely without advantages. It was unique. As long as I remained alive, a second Undead Summoner could never appear in the world. I also received 1 more free attribute point with every level up than an ordinary professional did. As long as my level rose high enough, I could quickly make up for my missing early attributes. I put all 6 free attribute points into agility. Agility, 7. My body immediately felt much lighter. Strength affected physical damage. Constitution determined defense and health. Spirit influenced the power of spells and summons, while agility determined movement and attack speed. The hard lessons of my previous life had taught me that until I obtained a summoning skill, staying alive mattered more than anything else. Well, look who's back. Our great genius Su. Zhang Yongxing blocked my path, grinning smugly. I honestly never expected you to awaken such a famous class. I glanced at him. Clown. What did you say? Veins bulged at Zhang Yongxing's temples. But with the instructors and principal right beside us, he didn't dare attack me. He could only suppress his rage and walk toward the formation. Next, Zhang Yongxing. As he passed me, he spat out a vicious threat. Watch carefully and see which of us is the real genius. The pillar lit up. No phenomenon shook heaven and earth, but a combat class appeared nonetheless. Combat class, Mage. Zhang Yongxing came back laughing, looking as if he wished he could shove his class information right into my face. I was watching the 1,800 EXP already accumulated in my super system and couldn't even be bothered with him. In a level 1 dungeon, killing a single monster normally yielded only 5 EXP. An ordinary person needed to kill 200 monsters alone to advance from level 1 to level 2. In a party, the experience would be divided among the members. I had done nothing since arriving at the plaza, yet I had already gained as much experience as someone who killed more than 300 monsters. How could Zhang Yongxing possibly compete with me? Crack! The sound of splitting ice suddenly came from within the formation. I looked up to see the entire golden pillar encased in ice. At its center, a silver-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. Cracks spread rapidly across the pillar of ice. Bang! The ice exploded, and the silver-haired girl stepped out of the golden pillar. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, but her expression was as cold as the lingering chill around her. Yi Lingfei. She was the 3rd student in our class to possess an S-rank talent and the Academy's universally recognized prodigy. Combat class, Ice Mage. The plaza erupted. The Ice Mage was a rare branch of the ordinary mage class. Rumor had it that a high-level Ice Mage could cast a forbidden spell capable of freezing an entire town in an instant. That's Yi Lingfei for you. She's definitely taking first place this year. Even Hua Haitao, who had been unbearably arrogant moments ago, lost all his luster before her. Yi Lingfei showed no reaction to the admiration around her. She left the formation without sparing me a second glance as she passed. In my previous life, I hadn't exchanged a single word with her before I died. Naturally, the present-day Yi Lingfei would never pay attention to someone universally regarded as trash. Done staring, Zhang Yongxing sidled over again. You think you're worthy of lusting after my goddess? Take a look at what you are first. Shut up, you. He clenched his fist, then remembered the kick he'd just taken. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and issue an empty threat. Fine, Su Chun. Just you wait. None of the remaining awakenings produced another astonishing phenomenon. Among more than 500 students, 33 awakened combat classes and 15 awakened support classes. The numbers were exactly the same as in my previous life. Gao Baisong was already more than satisfied. With the ice mage Yi Lingfei and the assassin Hua Haitao, Beijiang Academy would have more than enough to hold its head high before the other academies this year. As for me, the undead summoner, he didn't even want to mention my name. This class awakening ceremony is now over. Gao Baisong looked toward the 48 students with combat and support classes. Go home and prepare tonight. Tomorrow, the academy will assign instructors to take you into the beginner dungeon. The academy provided only one instructional dungeon run. After that, anyone who wanted to level up would have to find a party, buy equipment, and even shoulder the risk of death on their own. The crowd began to disperse when a hand suddenly slapped me hard on the back. What are you thinking about? I turned and saw Wang Xiaoming. He possessed a B-rank talent and had gotten his wish by awakening the warrior class. At the moment, he was looking at me with concern, clearly assuming I couldn't accept the gulf between the classes we'd received. Don't lose heart. He threw an arm around my shoulder. Rumors aren't always true. Who knows? Maybe you'll awaken some incredible skill after level 10. When that happens, don't forget your brother. His words made my heart tighten. In my previous life, Wang Xiaoming had died during his very first dungeon run, tomorrow's dungeon run. At the time, I had been beaten badly enough to land in the hospital and couldn't join the academy's expedition. To this day, I had no idea what exactly happened to him. Congratulations. You finally became a warrior. I smiled at him first, then looked him in the eye. But don't enter tomorrow's dungeon. Wang Xiaoming's smile froze. Why not? I have a very bad feeling about it. You want me to give up the only academy-led opportunity I'll ever get because of a feeling? Trust me this once. I couldn't simply tell him, you're going to die tomorrow. If I said something like that, he would only think I had lost my mind. Wang Xiaoming stared at me for several seconds without agreeing right away. I warned him again. There will be other chances to level up, but you only have one life. Think it over carefully. We walked together until the road forked, then headed to our respective homes. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but the streets had already grown dark. I stopped just before the alley I had to pass through to get home. A woman stood in the dim alley. A breeze stirred her long hair, and I recognized the familiar silhouette immediately. Xinyao. In my previous life, I had desperately pursued her. Although we had never officially become a couple, she constantly enjoyed my attention and deliberately left me with the illusion that we might end up together. After my class awakening failed, this was where she had waited for me. Back then, I thought she had come to comfort me. But the moment I entered the alley, men lying in ambush surrounded me and beat me so badly that I spent an entire month in the hospital. Only later did I learn that she had already conspired with Zhang Yongxing. She hadn't been waiting out of concern. She merely wanted to watch me be humiliated. Su Chun. When Shun Yao saw me approach, the familiar gentle expression immediately appeared on her face. Your class may be. Smack. I raised my hand and slapped the rest of her sentence right back down her throat. The sharp crack rang especially loud in the alley. Shin Yao covered her cheek, completely stunned. That slap was payback. The moment I finished speaking, I turned and ran. What are you standing around for? Get him. Several men armed with clubs immediately rushed out from the surrounding shadows, while others moved to block the alley entrance. It was exactly the same as in my previous life, but now I had 7 points of agility. The 2 men blocking the exit had only just reached for me when I slipped between them. Catch him. The footsteps behind me grew increasingly chaotic, but the distance between us only widened. I burst out of the alley and looked back at the panting men. Some of the resentment that had weighed on my chest for 3 years finally dispersed. How is that kid so fast? The leader stopped at the alley mouth, gasping for breath from the chase. Shin Yao came running out as well. 5 clear finger marks stood out on her face, and her eyes were red with fury. Su Chun, she shrieked at my retreating back. How dare you hit me? She couldn't understand why the man who used to cater to her every whim suddenly seemed like an entirely different person. I offered no explanation. The moment I was reborn, the old Su Chun who let everyone push him around had already died. After shaking off my pursuers, I quickly returned home. The lights were off inside. I opened the door and, by the faint light from the hallway, saw my father, Su Chong, sitting motionless on the couch. His beard was unkempt, his face ashen, and he looked like all the life had been drained out of him. Dad. Su Chong slowly raised his eyes. When his gaze fell on my class information, he was silent at first. Then he suddenly covered his face and began to laugh. Undead summoner. Hara. There was no joy in his laughter, only a nearly despairing kind of mockery. I knew he was disappointed. 5 years ago, my father and mother had entered a secret realm together. My mother died inside. My father made it back alive, but his strength had been crippled, hidden injuries plagued him, and his spirit had completely collapsed. All these years, he had refused to say what happened in that secret realm. Every day, he lived like a corpse that still happened to breathe. In my previous life, I had endured endless humiliation outside, only to come home to a father like this. Seeing him mock my class with that same attitude again made all the resentment buried in my heart explode at once. It's been 5 years. I slammed the door shut. You refuse to tell me anything and lock yourself inside all day. What happened in that secret realm? Who are you hiding it from? Su Chang kicked the coffee table over. A worthless class like you dares speak to me in that tone. He had once been a proud berserker. His body might have broken down, but the arrogance rooted in his bones had never disappeared. My eyes reddened, and I clenched my fists so tightly my nails dug into my palms. Whether I'm worthless is not for you to decide right now. With the undead summoner's true secret and the experience accumulating automatically every second, I would never live the way I had before. One day, I would earn his recognition with my strength and make him reveal, with his own mouth, the secret he had buried for 5 years. Bang, bang, bang. Violent kicks suddenly pounded against the door. Su Chun, get your ass out here. Open the door, or I'll smash it down. My expression darkened. The men from the alley had actually followed me home. There was only one way they could have found this place. Xinyao had given them my address. I couldn't claim the system's experience until midnight. Although I now had 7 points of agility, my strength and constitution were only 1. At least 4 men stood outside, each armed with a club. If we fought, I had no chance of winning. Crash. The front door flew open under a heavy kick. 4 burly men crowded into the living room, with Shun Yao bringing up the rear. Half her face was still red and swollen, and her eyes were filled with hatred as she looked at me. Go on, keep running. The leader pointed his club at me. Young Master Zhang gave us orders. Today, we're teaching you a lesson you'll remember. I looked at Xinyao. You brought them to my home? Don't talk as if we're close. She folded her arms and coldly distanced herself from me. Young Master Zhang is my friend. I'm only doing him a favor. She had sided completely with Zhang Yongxing. As long as she could ingratiate herself with the Zhang family, she didn't care what they did to me. The leader noticed Su Chang on the couch and sneered. There's another cripple sitting here. Deal with me. Don't touch my dad. I immediately stepped between them. No matter whether Su Chang had been a good father these past few years, he was still my dad. I could never stand by and watch outsiders lay a hand on him right in front of me. Su Chang raised his eyes, and for the first time, his expression changed. Don't worry. The man grinned. Everyone gets a turn today. Get them. All 4 men swung their clubs at once. Just as I tried to dodge, a figure moved even faster than I did. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull impacts rang out. Su Chang stood in front of me, taking every club strike with his own body. Dad, I froze in place. For the first time in 5 years, he had put himself between me and danger. Su Chang slowly straightened. His former air of defeat vanished in an instant as a ferocious, suffocating pressure erupted from his body. You beat a man's son in front of his own father. His voice was soft, yet the temperature in the living room seemed to plummet. Who gave you the nerve? Berserker. The information for his rare combat class appeared. The leader's hand trembled, and his club dropped to the floor. The other 3 men went pale and immediately turned to flee through the door. Shin Yao's mouth fell open in shock. Clearly, she had never imagined that the worthless failure everyone mocked had a berserker for a father. Get out. Su Chang spoke only 2 words. We're leaving right now. The men scrambled out of the apartment. Shin Yao didn't dare look at me again and rushed after them. Su Chang personally closed the front door. The moment the lock clicked shut, his body violently shuddered. Uffed. He coughed a mouthful of blood onto the floor, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Dad, I rushed over to support him, but he shoved me away. I don't need help. Leaning on the wall, he staggered back to his room without ever turning around. Merely releasing his class pressure once had injured him this badly. I stared at his tightly shut door, feeling as if a stone were lodged in my chest. My father did care about me. He had simply buried everything inside that secret realm. The night deepened. I leaned against the headboard, checking the time on my phone again and again. 23:57. The system had bound itself to me at around 1 in the afternoon. Only 3 minutes remained until midnight, yet the accumulated experience already equaled years of effort from my previous life. I stared at the number as it continued to rise, my breathing gradually quickening. The moment that would truly change my fate was almost here. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Midnight. Today's experience has been tallied and is ready to claim. I immediately opened Worry-Free Experience. The accumulated number on the panel was astonishingly large. Although part of the original display was garbled, the amount was undoubtedly greater than the total experience I had earned in all 3 years of my previous life. Claim it all. Claim successful. The experience entered my status panel, and the level field immediately changed. If I wanted, I could now level up several times in a row. But I didn't. Experience could be used not only to level up, but also to improve skills. More importantly, I was supposed to enter the beginner dungeon with the academy tomorrow. If my level skyrocketed overnight, everyone would demand to know where the experience came from. Until I possessed enough strength to protect my secret, exposing the system would be suicide. I forcibly suppressed the urge to level up and lay down, but sleep refused to come. The experience other people had to risk their lives killing monsters to earn came to me merely by letting time pass. The feeling was incredible. Early the next morning, I packed a few things and headed to the academy. A number of people had already gathered in the plaza. I scanned the crowd, saw no sign of Wang Xiaoming, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had listened to my warning after all. As long as he didn't enter the dungeon, there was a chance he could avoid the death he had suffered in my previous life. Great genius, Su. You got lucky yesterday because your dad protected you. Zhang Yongxing's voice came from behind me. I turned and saw Shen Yao intimately wrapped around his arm. Zhang Yongxing deliberately placed a hand on her waist, clearly hoping the sight would provoke me. See this? He grinned smugly. Some people are beyond the reach of trash like you. Shen Yao also lifted her chin, waiting to see me suffer. I found the entire thing ridiculous and walked straight past them. Stop pretending you don't care. Zhang Yongxing laughed behind me. You're furious inside, aren't you? He had no idea that Shen Yao now represented nothing but betrayal and manipulation to me. If he wanted to treasure her, he was welcome to take that problem off my hands. Once everyone had arrived, Gao Baisong began taking attendance. 48 students were expected. 47 were present. The one missing was Wang Xiaoming. Gao Baisong waited 10 minutes. But when Wang Xiaoming still hadn't appeared, he had no choice but to let the group depart and deal with the matters separately afterward. 4 instructors were leading the expedition, each of them highly experienced in actual combat. Zhang Ming, the lead instructor, sat at the front of the vehicle and repeatedly emphasized the dungeon rules along the way. All ordinary monsters in the beginner dungeon are level 1. The final boss is level 2. The dungeon resets every day at midnight. No matter where you are inside, you must withdraw before the reset. Beijiang Academy won't be the only group inside. If you encounter other parties, don't fight over monsters and never start a conflict lightly. I had heard these rules so many times in my previous life that I could recite them backward. I had spent an entire year scraping by in this lowest level dungeon. I clearly remembered every route on the map, every type of monster, and even the best places to hide. Half an hour later, the vehicle stopped outside the dungeon entrance. A security cordon, registration checkpoints, and fully armed guards came into view. The instructors verified everyone's documents while distributing the academy's basic, unranked weapons to the students. When my turn came, an instructor held out a staff. Undead Summoner. Take this. I didn't accept it. Instructor, can I trade it for a bow? He thought he'd misheard me. You're a summoner. What do you need a bow for? A summoner's creatures were usually strengthened by their spirit attribute, which was why a staff was standard equipment for summoning classes. But I currently possessed no summoning skill at all. A staff would be no more useful to me than a wooden stick. Zhang Yongxing immediately burst out laughing. Instructor, did you forget? He's the undead summoner with no skills. A bow is nothing. It would make just as much sense if he asked for a kitchen knife. The people around him joined in the laughter. Only then did the instructor remember, and his gaze turned strange. He took back the staff, found an ordinary bow, and handed it to me. You may switch, but you bear the consequences yourself. Thank you. Ordinary bow, agility +1. The equipment was awful and added only 1 point of agility, but that would be enough. With the bow in hand, I left the line and walked straight up to Zhang Ming. Instructor Zhang, I'll operate alone once we enter the dungeon. You don't need to protect me. I'll bear all consequences myself. All 4 instructors stared at me in surprise. What did you say? Zhang Ming frowned deeply. A level 1 professional with no summoning skill wants to act alone. I'm only informing you. With that, I turned and headed toward the dungeon entrance. Su Chun, come back. Zhang Ming roared behind me. Do you have any idea how weak you are? The academy won't assign someone to protect you alone. Zhang Yongxing doubled over laughing. Let him go? How can anyone stop a worthless idiot determined to get himself killed? I didn't look back. In their eyes, the beginner dungeon was fraught with danger. To me, however, it was more than a place to level up. It was the perfect stage for hiding my strength and completing my first transformation. My back had barely disappeared toward the entrance when another female voice came from the group. Instructor Zhang, I'm leaving the academy team too. Zhang Ming was already furious with me. He spun around. Do none of you value your lives today? The rest of his words died in his throat. The person stepping out of line was Yi Lingfei. Student Yi, you can't go alone. Zhang Ming's attitude softened immediately. The academy must guarantee your safety. If you aren't comfortable in a large group, I can assign an instructor to accompany you personally. That won't be necessary. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit walked up beside Yi Lingfei and declined on her behalf. I will be responsible for the young lady's safety. Simply standing there, the man exerted tremendous pressure on Zhang Ming. He was at least level 20. Once Zhang Ming confirmed the man was strong enough, he could only nod and let them leave. After Yi Lingfei departed, yet another person asked to operate independently. Zhang Ming's face turned black. Before he could lose his temper, an anxious shout came from the distance. Instructor Zhang, wait for me. Wang Xiaoming was frantically waving at the team. In the end, he had still come. By then, I had already reached the dungeon entrance. 2 guards inspected my documents, then looked at my level and class. A level 1 undead summoner. One of them frowned. Are you sure you want to go in alone? Don't gamble with your life. I'm sure. The last undead summoner was killed by a level 1 monster. I know. Seeing my determination, they had no choice but to complete my registration and return my documents. Good luck. I thanked them and stepped into the swirling portal. My vision distorted briefly. When it cleared, I was standing in a dense forest. Trees grew in tangled clusters, and thick underbrush blocked almost every line of sight. I gripped my bow and followed the route I remembered deeper into the forest. Rustle. The brush to my left suddenly shook. I stopped, but didn't draw my bow immediately. A short green monster soon charged out. It carried a cleaver and bared a mouth full of sharp teeth. It was the most common creature in the beginner dungeon, a goblin. In its eyes, I was merely a level 1 professional it could hunt at will. But its appearance was exactly what I had been waiting for. Level up. Golden light rose from my body. Level up successful. Your level has increased to level 2. I didn't stop. Keep going. Level up successful. Level up successful. My accumulated experience drained rapidly as my level soared. Thanks to the guaranteed success rate my S-rank talent provided at low levels, I reached level 6 in one burst. Name, Su Chun. Class, Undead Summoner, Unique. Level, 6. Strength, 6. Agility, 12. Spirit, 6. Constitution, 6. Summons, none. Skills, none. Unassigned attribute points, 30. After reaching level 6, my base attributes finally caught up with those of an ordinary professional. More importantly, although the Undead Summoner had no innate skill, it possessed a summons field no other class could see, and its capacity increased with my level. At level 6, I could record up to 60 summons. Put all 30 points into agility. Agility, 42. A tremendous force surged through my legs. Everything in my vision seemed to slow down, while my body felt so light I could explode into motion at any moment. The goblin still had its cleaver raised, completely unable to understand why its level 1 prey had suddenly jumped to level 6. I drew the bow, took aim, and released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows struck its body in quick succession. My agility might have been terrifying, but my strength was only 6. The arrows failed to kill it outright. With a shriek, the goblin turned and fled. Now you want to run? I caught it in a single stride and fired 2 more arrows. The goblin pitched forward and never got back up. Level 1 Goblin Slaying. You gained 5 EXP. 5 points of experience meant nothing to me now. I walked to the corpse and pulled out all 5 arrows first. The academy had issued only 50 arrows. With my low strength, each monster would require several shots to kill. If I didn't recover my arrows, I would soon be left without a weapon. I then used an arrowhead to split open the goblin's skull and removed a magic crystal the size of a glass marble. Magic crystals were the most valuable materials inside a monster's body. They could power vehicles, generate electricity, and run all sorts of alchemical equipment. A level 1 magic crystal sold for roughly 200 Longxia dollars. Rich students might have looked down on such a small sum, but I couldn't afford to waste it. After my father was injured, he lost his income, and we had survived entirely on assistance. 200 Longxia dollars was enough to cover several days of meals. I put the magic crystal in my pocket, then crouched beside the goblin's corpse. Earning money was merely a bonus. What came next was the true core of the undead summoner. I pressed my hand against the corpse, held my breath, and waited patiently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. I never moved my hand. Only after a full minute passed did a system notification finally appear. Goblin undead data extraction complete. The instant I saw that message, I couldn't keep from laughing. This was why the undead summoner had been misunderstood for 100 years. Who would kill a monster, press a hand to its corpse, and wait motionlessly for a full minute. The professionals of the past had never discovered the correct method, so naturally, they had never unlocked the class's summoning ability. I reopened my status panel. Sure enough, the summons field had changed. Summons, level 1 Goblin Skeleton Warrior ×1. Come out. A black vortex opened before me, and a short skeleton walked out. Its frame was almost identical to the goblin I had just killed, and it still carried the same cleaver. Some of its bones were even cracked, making it look as though it might fall apart at any moment. But I didn't look down on it in the slightest. I finally did it. Ordinary summoners had to expend spirit to summon creatures, and the summon's combat power was affected by the summoner's spirit attribute. Once that power was exhausted, they could no longer fight. The undead summoner was completely different. As long as I extracted data from a corpse, I could permanently record the corresponding undead. Summoning consumed no spirit, and even if a summon died in battle, it would not truly disappear. As long as its record remained, I could call it out again at any time. Its strength depended on how powerful it had been in life and had nothing to do with my spirit attribute. That meant that as long as I could run fast enough and collect sufficiently powerful corpses, I could wear down any enemy with an undead army that could never be fully destroyed. I inspected the attributes of my first summon. Name, Goblin Skeleton Warrior. Level 1. Strength, 5. Agility, 3. Spirit, 1. Constitution, 3. Skills, none. Talent, F rank. Its attributes were ordinary, yet it was far stronger than I had been at level 1. The undead summoner from a century ago who died to a level 1 monster probably hadn't been the victim of an exaggerated rumor. He likely hadn't even survived long enough to obtain his first summon. I led the skeleton warrior deeper into the forest and soon encountered a second goblin. This time, I didn't need to kite it alone. The skeleton warrior attacked from the front while I fired arrows from the side. The goblin could guard against one direction, but not both, and it soon fell. Level 1 Goblin Slain. You gained 5 EXP. I crouched to extract its data while ordering the skeleton warrior to dig out the magic crystal. 1 minute later, a second black vortex opened. 2 skeleton warriors followed at my left and right. They were few in number, but for the first time, I experienced what it felt like to command an undead army in battle. My level 6 summons field could accommodate 60 creatures. If I actually filled it with 60 goblin skeletons, who in the entire beginner dungeon could possibly stop me? A dense chorus of roars soon came from ahead. Thinking I had found a group of goblins, I immediately quickened my pace. But the closer I drew, the more voices I heard. I suppressed my excitement, slowed down, and hid behind the brush. A full 12 goblins had gathered in the clearing. They surrounded 2 people and continually brandished their weapons, but not one dared truly charge. When I recognized the silver-haired figure among them, I paused in surprise. Yiling Fei. Instead of following the academy team, she was operating alone with the middle-aged man in the suit. My lady, you can't show mercy to monsters, the man instructed solemnly. If you spare one, it will not spare you. Yiling Fei nodded earnestly. I understand, Uncle Zhong. There are too many this time, so I'll clear them out. We'll find isolated targets for you to practice on afterward. A silver saber appeared in Uncle Zhong's hand, and he shot into the group of goblins. Thunderbolt, Cyclone Slash. A blade of light swept across the clearing. A single move cut down half of the 12 goblins. A second flash followed, and every remaining monster was slain. Hidden in the darkness, I even softened my breathing. A professional above level 20 entering a beginner dungeon was nothing short of overwhelming force. Judging by the power Uncle Zhong had just displayed, he would need only one strike to kill me. Deaths were hardly rare inside dungeons. From the outside, it was difficult to determine whether someone had died to a monster or another human. I didn't want my spying to draw unnecessary trouble. Let's go. We'll keep searching for a target for you. Uncle Zhong led Yiling Fei away. Only after I confirmed that they had disappeared completely did I emerge from the brush. 12 intact corpses, plus magic crystals scattered everywhere that nobody wanted. In Yi Lingfei's eyes, these level 1 materials were worthless. To me, however, they were a fortune and an army delivered right to my feet. Now this is what I call a windfall. I ordered the 2 skeleton warriors to dig out the magic crystals while I extracted the undead data 1 corpse at a time. The 12 corpses took a full 12 minutes. When the final record was complete, I rose and snapped my fingers. Come forth, my warriors. Black vortices opened one after another across the clearing. 12 goblin skeletons emerged. Added to my original 2, a total of 14 skeleton warriors now stood in orderly ranks before me. The soft clatter of bone blades joined into a single sound. From this moment onward, unless I encountered an overleveled powerhouse like Uncle Zhong, I could go wherever I pleased in this dungeon. With 14 skeleton warriors clearing the way, my hunting speed changed completely. Before, I had needed to kite every goblin carefully. Now, the moment one emerged from the brush, the undead swarmed it. Each time I killed one, I extracted its data and turned the enemy's corpse into another soldier. My force grew with every battle, and each fight ended faster than the one before. By nightfall, 24 goblin skeleton warriors surrounded me. Other professionals traveling alone began withdrawing toward the dungeon exit, but I had no intention of leaving. At midnight, the dungeon would refresh every monster. Visibility was poor at night, and the greater number of monsters could surround an ordinary party at the slightest mistake. But I had 24 tireless guards who neither feared death nor grew exhausted. I could remain here and continue expanding my army. I found a clearing, built a fire, and sat beside it to rest. The flames soon attracted a goblin. It charged out of the forest with its cleaver raised. When it saw me sitting alone beside the fire, it even roared excitedly. I lifted one hand. 24 skeletons emerged from the darkness at once and surrounded it on every side. The vicious expression on the goblin's face instantly turned to terror. The next second, 24 cleavers fell together. Level 1 goblin slain. You gained 5 EXP. I slowly rose, extracted its data, and added it to the legion. There's firelight over there. Voices suddenly came from the distance. Let's take a look. I immediately shut down the summoning portals and recalled every skeleton. Then, using my 42 points of agility, I leaped into a large tree and hid among the foliage. Before long, 3 people entered the clearing. The young man in front kicked the firewood apart and cursed as he looked around. The instant I saw his face, my eyes turned cold. Zhang Yongxing. The other 2 were clearly experts sent by the Zhang family to protect him. After observing the area for a moment, a middle-aged man called Uncle Zhang instructed his companion, Xiao Chong, stay here and protect the young master. I'll search the surrounding area. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang turned and entered the forest, leaving only Zhang Yongxing and Xiao Chong in the clearing. The opportunity had come without warning. Lying on the branch, I had only one question left in my mind. Should I attack? The image of my previous life returned. Zhang Yongxing had stood high above me and watched me being torn apart, laughing in pure delight. If I didn't avenge that hatred, what meaning did my rebirth have? With a thought, I gave the command. Black vortices silently opened all around the clearing. 25 goblin skeletons appeared from different directions with only one order. Kill Zhang Yongxing. What was that sound? Xiao Chong was the first to notice something was wrong. Zhang Yongxing didn't care. Uncle Zhang is nearby. If anything were out there, he would have dealt with it already. Something's wrong. Young master, be careful. The first skeleton emerged from the darkness, followed by a second, then a third. Zhang Yongxing finally panicked. Aren't there only goblins in the beginner dungeon? Where did these skeletons come from? Xiao Chong raised his staff and entered a combat stance. Mage, level 10. For levels separated us, and he possessed real class skills. Under normal circumstances, none of my level 1 skeletons could survive even one of his attacks. But numbers were also a form of strength. Don't be afraid, young master. These monsters are only level 1. Xiao Chong stood protectively in front of Zhang Yongxing. I can handle them. From the shadows, I issued my command. Attack. All 25 skeletons charged at once. Fireball. A ball of flame struck the skeleton in front, instantly blasting its frame apart. A second and third fireball followed, and each attack destroyed another undead. But the fallen skeleton had barely vanished when a new black vortex opened nearby. They had returned. Xiao Chong soon realized something was wrong. Why won't they stay dead? He had already shattered more than a dozen skeletons, yet their numbers hadn't decreased. Worse, killing them yielded no experience whatsoever. Even more troublesome, every skeleton was charging toward Zhang Yongxing. Xiao Chong had to remain at the level 1 mage's side every moment, leaving him no chance to search for the controller hidden in the shadows. Young master, help me fight. If I have to fight, what do I need you for? Zhang Yongxing hid behind him. Not only did he refuse to help, he kept shouting orders. Kill them faster. They're coming again. Xiao Chong's face turned livid with anger, but he could only continue casting fireball. As I watched his spirit drain little by little, I finally understood just how correct I had been to put every attribute point into agility. My summons could revive without limit, while I was too fast for anyone to catch. As long as an enemy couldn't kill me immediately, my undead army would wear them down sooner or later. The 25 skeletons continually revived and soon completed their encirclement. Looking at the bone blades closing in from every direction, Xiao Chong was finally driven to fury. Do you really think a level 10 mage will die in a place like this? Zhang Yongxing was still urging him on. If you have something powerful, hurry up and use it. Stop wasting time talking. Xiao Chong gritted his teeth and drove his staff hard into the ground. Flame burst. A fiery red magic circle spread beneath his feet. Boom. The explosion engulfed the entire clearing, instantly reducing the skeletons in front to scattered fragments. Flames surged to the treetops, and even the branch where I hid shook violently in the blast of hot air. That one attack nearly cleared every undead around them. But Xiao Chong's face was deathly pale, and he leaned on his staff, gasping for breath. This ultimate skill, which he had only learned at level 10, clearly consumed an enormous amount of spirit. Zhang Yongxing didn't notice his weakness and instead complained. If you had such a powerful skill, why didn't you use it earlier? You had me worried for nothing. I looked in the direction Uncle Zhang had gone. Flame burst had caused too much commotion. He had to be rushing back. If I delayed any longer, not only would I fail to kill Zhang Yongxing, but I might lose my own life as well. One last attempt. If it failed, I would withdraw immediately. Resummon. Black vortices once again covered the clearing. The skeleton warriors that had just been shattered emerged anew and continued closing in on the pair. Xiao Chong finally realized that someone was hiding nearby. Who the hell are you? Show yourself. When Zhang Yongxing saw the skeletons appear again, he actually stopped being afraid. Use flame burst again. Blow them all apart. Flame burst. A second explosion rang out. A large number of undead fell again. Xiao Chong staggered back 2 steps and could barely hold his staff. Now, I leaned out from among the leaves, drew the bowstring to its limit, and aimed the arrow directly at Zhang Yongxing's heart. Whoosh! The arrow cut through the air. Young master, look out! At the very last instant, Xiao Chong shoved Zhang Yongxing aside, and the arrow pierced his arm. Zhang Yongxing fell face first into the mud. When he got up, his first reaction was to curse the man who had saved him. How dare you push me? Xiao Chong had no time to explain. My second volley had already arrived. Whoosh! 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 He hurriedly hurled a fireball, but intercepted only 2 arrows. The last arrow drove into Zhang Yongxing's shoulder and knocked him flat. Ah! Zhang Yongxing clutched his shoulder and screamed while the remaining skeletons closed in from both sides. Xiao Chong cast fireball repeatedly and barely shattered most of the undead, but one still slipped through. The skeleton charged up to Zhang Yongxing and raised its cleaver high, dragging his injured body backward. Zhang Yongxing finally had nothing but terror on his face. Kill him. I stared at the bone blade about to fall, scarcely breathing. Clang. A figure suddenly charged onto the battlefield. A long spear swept across and smashed the skeleton, blade and bones alike, into pieces. Uncle Zhang was back. Without the slightest hesitation, I turned, leaped out of the tree, and used my 42 points of agility to race into the dense forest. What happened? Uncle Zhang stood protectively in front of Zhang Yongxing, his blade-like gaze sweeping the surroundings. The attacker was over there. Xiao Chong pointed toward my former hiding place. Protect the young master. Uncle Zhang gave chase with his spear. In only a few seconds, he reached the tree, but all he found was a goblin corpse whose magic crystal had been removed. I had vanished without a trace. He got away. He returned to the clearing and examined the 2 blood-stained arrows. An archer. Xiao Chong pulled the arrow out of his arm and shook his head. It didn't seem like one. He could control skeletons, and every time those things were killed, they reappeared immediately. A necromancer? Uncle Zhang quickly rejected his own guess. Necromancer was a powerful rare class, and none had appeared recently. Besides, what kind of necromancer would hide in a tree and launch sneak attacks with a bow? He re-examined the footprints and arrows, his expression growing increasingly grave. The attacker was extremely fast. There's no way he was an ordinary level 1 novice. Some faction may have sent him to assassinate the young master. "We're leaving the dungeon immediately." Zhang Yongxing was actually relieved to hear he could leave, though he continued moaning in pain. "Uncle Zhang, be gentle when you help me up. My shoulder hurts." Meanwhile, I had already fled far away. After confirming Uncle Zhang hadn't followed, I punched a tree trunk. One more strike. One final slash was all I had needed to make Zhang Yongxing repay the life he owed from my previous existence. Resentment and hatred churned in my chest, but I did not go back to throw my life away. This failure only proved that I was not strong enough yet. Get stronger. I raised my head and looked into the depths of the dungeon. As long as I keep getting stronger, he'll die by my hands sooner or later. Night had completely enveloped the forest, and the dungeon reset was drawing closer. The academy teams had nearly cleared out the daytime goblins. Aside from insects chirping, no other sound came from the surroundings. Instead of rushing to find the boss, I chose a large tree with thick branches and leaped into it. At midnight, the system would let me claim experience again. At the same time, every monster in the dungeon would respawn. I summoned only 2 skeletons to stand guard, preventing the undead army from revealing my position, then lay along a branch to rest. After fighting all day, my eyelids grew heavier and heavier. I had only meant to close my eyes for a moment, but I fell asleep outright. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. At midnight, the entire dungeon flickered faintly. Large numbers of monsters respawned at once, far more than during the day. Fierce fighting soon erupted nearby, but I slept until 12:06 a.m. before the noise woke me. What's that sound? I instinctively rolled over and nearly fell from the branch, forcing me to grab the trunk in a hurry. The moment I saw the time on my phone, I opened the system. Today's experience has been tallied. Claim it. Claim successful. Another enormous amount of experience entered my status panel. Even though I had been prepared, I still couldn't contain my excitement. Level up. Golden light rose around me again and again. Level 6, Level 7, Level 8, Level 9. In only 2 days, I had returned to the point that had taken me 3 years to reach in my previous life. Level 9. Maximum summon records, 90. 18 free attribute points remained on my panel, but I didn't assign them immediately. 42 points of agility were already enough to keep me alive in the beginner dungeon. Once I reached level 10, I would obtain my first class skill. Waiting to see its effect before choosing an attribute direction would prevent me from wasting points. 2 days to catch up with 3 years. I couldn't help laughing aloud. Roar. A monster immediately answered from below the tree. 3 goblins stared up at me. One began climbing while the other 2 bent down to pick up stones. I was about to order the skeletons to fight when I suddenly noticed that the goblins were much more muscular than the ones from the day before. Level 2 goblin. Level 2. The smile rapidly vanished from my face. The beginner dungeon should have contained only level 1 ordinary monsters. The final boss was supposed to be the sole level 2 creature. I had spent a year here in my previous life and had never seen an ordinary goblin level up. Had the dungeon changed because of my rebirth? A stone flew toward the treetop, and I leaned aside to avoid it. Deal with them first. The 2 skeleton warriors leaped out of the tree and slashed at the goblin climbing the trunk. It immediately turned to counterattack, while the other 2 swiftly joined the fight. 3 level 2 monsters against 2 level 1 undead. They held every advantage in both level and numbers. In less than half a minute, both skeletons were smashed apart. The 3 goblins stood beneath the tree, brandishing their cleavers and roaring as if they were showing off to me. You beat 2 of them and think you're impressive? I snapped my fingers. 25 black vortices opened simultaneously. The goblins, which had been roaring so arrogantly moments ago, froze in place and watched helplessly as the skeleton legion surrounded them. Cut them all down. Bone blades descended from every direction. The 3 goblins fought desperately, but their resistance meant nothing before such overwhelming numbers. They were soon hacked to death. Level 2 goblin slain. You gained 10 EXP. Level 2 goblin slain. You gained 10 EXP. Level 2 goblin slain. You gained 10 EXP. I jumped down from the tree, ordered the skeletons to dig out the magic crystals as usual, and extracted the undead data myself. A level 2 magic crystal sold for 500 Longxia dollars, more than twice the price of a level 1 crystal. Once the data extraction was complete, I also gained 3 stronger level 2 summons. Summons. Level 2 Goblin Skeleton Warrior times 3. Their frames were visibly thicker and sturdier. Strength, 8. Agility, 4. Spirit, 1. Constitution, 5. Talent, F rank. Their attributes were considerably stronger than those of the level 1 skeletons. but I wasn't happy about it. If every ordinary monster in the dungeon had risen to level 2, the level 1 students were in danger. They could barely handle one monster alone. If 2 or 3 surrounded them, they would have almost no chance of surviving. Boom. Another explosion came from the distance, and the sounds of battle were even fiercer than before. Someone had already encountered a group of freshly respawned monsters. I recalled the Undead Legion and immediately raced toward the sound. I put away the 3 level 2 magic crystals and quickly followed the sound of the explosions. The people fighting ahead were actually from Beijiang Academy. A level 12 mage instructor and 10 level 1 students were surrounded by more than a dozen level 2 goblins. Even more dark figures moved among the trees, and the encirclement was continually tightening. If the dungeon hadn't changed, this group would have been more than capable of handling ordinary level 1 monsters. But now both the levels and numbers of the monsters had spiraled out of control. The instructor had to fight while protecting the students and was already being run ragged. Remembering how they had mocked me before entering the dungeon, I made no move to help. I simply remained hidden and observed. A goblin spotted me from the side. It had barely raised its cleaver and approached when several skeletons dragged it into the darkness. Bone blades fell again and again. Level 2 goblin slain. You gained 10 EXP. The disturbance on my side alerted the trapped group. Someone's over there. A familiar voice carried through the darkness. It's Su-chun. I crouched to extract the undead data without responding. They could see my silhouette, but not the undead legion hidden behind me. Su-chun, did you lure these monsters here? When I looked up and recognized the speaker, I nearly laughed in anger. Xinyao. It was so dark, yet she had recognized me at first glance. Not because she cared, but because she wanted to blame every possible problem on me. He must have been unable to beat the monsters, so he deliberately ran toward us. Xinyao declared with absolute certainty. How else could a worthless failure like him have survived until now? The other students actually began nodding. As far as they knew, an undead summoner couldn't even survive against one level 1 monster. The only way someone like me could escape pursuing monsters would be to lead them toward other people. Xinyao. I rose, my voice turning cold. People reveal their true nature when they're in danger. You truly never disappoint me. If you didn't lead them here, why are you hiding over there? Flame burst. Instructor Chao Gan, who led the group, cast a wide area spell and temporarily cleared the monsters ahead. At last, he had enough breathing room to look at me. Su-chun, deliberately luring monsters toward your classmates is an extremely vile act. He accepted Shun Yao's accusation without question. Once we're outside, I will report the truth of this matter to the principal. Tell the authorities too. Shun Yao immediately added. Someone like him can't be allowed to take the major exam in 7 days either. The major exam? Only then did I remember that every academy in Jiangxing City would hold a unified exam 7 days from now, and all the major guilds would attend to select new recruits. At this point in my previous life, Shin Yao's men had put me in the hospital, preventing me from participating. As a result, I knew little about the exam itself. SHNK. A cleaver suddenly pierced student Li Guang's chest. He looked down at the blade jutting from his chest as the excitement and hope in his eyes rapidly turned to terror. The goblin yanked its weapon free, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. Li Guang. Chao Gan killed the monster with a fireball, then shouted furiously at Shun Yao. You're a priest. Heal him. Shun Yao hurriedly chanted, and golden light fell over Li Guang. It had no effect whatsoever. He was already dead. Healing could not bring him back. Chao Gan's face looked worse than the dead man's. Casualties under his leadership meant he would not only lose the mission reward, but also face accountability from the academy. This is all Su Chen's fault. Shin Yao pointed at me again. As if seizing a lifeline, Chao Gan immediately went along with her. That's right. If Su Chun hadn't deliberately lured the monsters here, Li Guang never would have died. He looked at the remaining students, speaking rapidly. You all saw it. Su Chun led the monsters here. Once we're outside, you must testify for me. The students looked at one another. In the end, every one of them nodded. I watched the scene coldly. The instructor wanted to protect himself, so he needed a scapegoat. My class was the weakest, and I had left the academy team, making me the easiest target to bully. The surrounding goblins closed in again. They had no choice but to keep fighting. Skill effects flashed again and again. By the time the final monster fell, the group had paid with 2 more lives. 3 of the 10 students were now dead. Chao Gan panicked completely. Su Chun, don't even think about leaving, he barked in a commanding tone. Get over here right now. Shin Yao stood beside him and sneered. Your half-dead father isn't here to protect you today. My gaze turned utterly dark. Half-dead father? Chao Gan paused. then revealed a mocking smile. Your father is Su Chong? Shen Yao nodded. You know him, instructor? He normally acts like a cripple, but last time his class displayed as berserker. Of course I know him. 5 years ago, he was famous throughout Jiangxing City. I thought Chao Gan might know what had happened to my father inside the secret realm. Instead, the words he spoke next instantly sent my killing intent out of control. Rumor has it that Su Chong deserted his team back then, which was the only reason he crawled out of that secret realm alive. He's been useless for years. His berserker class is nothing but an empty shell now. Chao Gan's laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. His wife died during that expedition too. Maybe she tried to run away with him and was executed on the spot. In the darkness, my hand tightened around my bow. If they slandered me, I could settle the score slowly. But they should never have insulted my parents. Shen Yao suddenly lowered her voice. Instructor Chao, what would happen if those 3 students weren't killed by monsters, but by Su Chun? Several students turned to look at her at once. Even Chao Gan hadn't expected her to suggest something so vicious. A moment later, however, he smiled. The academy would expel him immediately, and the authorities would punish him. Shen Yao looked at the others. If we only say he lured the monsters over, the punishment might not be severe enough. But if we all give the same account, Chao Gan nodded at once. Good. That's what we'll do. Once the other students saw that their instructor had decided, they also began agreeing to testify. A little more than 10 seconds ago, they had merely wanted a scapegoat. Now they had decided to pin 3 deaths directly on me. When Chao Gan looked at me again, he had adopted an expression of righteous indignation. Su Chun, you murdered 3 students of this academy. Your crime is unforgivable. Put down your weapon and submit to punishment immediately. I raised my bow. You call yourself an instructor? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew straight toward Chao Gan's face. Fireball. Flames exploded in midair and burned every arrow out of the sky. You dare attack an instructor? Chao Gan smiled as if his plan had succeeded. Everyone saw it. He attacked first. Shen Yao immediately fanned the flames. We can't take someone like him back to the academy. Kill him right here. He has no respect for his elders and even murders his classmates. He deserves to die. The remaining students echoed them one after another. I walked out of the forest and stopped concealing my level. Level 9. Everyone who had been shouting moments ago instantly fell silent. Impossible. Shen Yao stared fixedly at my level. It's only been 2 days since the awakening. How could you possibly be level 9? Chao Gan couldn't believe it either. In all his years as an instructor, he had never seen anyone reach level 9 in 2 days, much less an undead summoner, a class universally believed to be incapable of leveling. What kind of illusion did you use? What business is it of yours? My answer enraged him completely. You all heard him. First he harmed his classmates, then he attacked an instructor. If I execute him here today, I will be cleansing the academy of a menace. Chao Gan raised his staff, and a fireball hurtled at me head-on. Boom. A skeleton suddenly charged out of a black vortex and blocked the fireball with its body, exploding into scattered bones on the spot. A skeleton monster? Shen Yao and the others retreated again. My surge in levels had already exceeded their comprehension, and now an undead creature that obeyed my orders had appeared as well. Chao Gan forcibly suppressed his shock. So what if you know a few little tricks? Before absolute strength, nothing can save you. One really isn't enough. I put away my bow and slipped both hands into my pockets. So let's bring out a few more. Come forth, my warriors. Black vortices opened one after another throughout the forest. 1, 5, 10. Nearly 30 skeleton warriors emerged from the shadows. The red light in their eye sockets joined into an unbroken field as they completely surrounded Chao Gan and the others. The sneer vanished from Shen Yao's face. For the first time, Chao Gan's hand trembled around his staff. At last, they realized that the scapegoat they had chosen might be the most dangerous person present. This isn't real. Chao Gan stared at the surrounding undead, still refusing to accept reality. It has to be an illusion. I couldn't be bothered to explain. I gave only one order. Kill them. Nearly 30 skeletons charged with their blades raised. Shen Yao and the students immediately fell into disarray, but Chao Gan recovered quickly and forced everyone to steady themselves. These skeletons are only level 1 or 2. There's nothing to fear. Follow my lead and fight back. He waited until the undead bunched together, then immediately cast Flame Burst. Boom. Flames swallowed the 10 skeletons in front. When the other students saw that the undead could be destroyed, they found their courage and began using their skills. A few minutes later, the first wave of skeletons had all been shattered. Although Chao Gan was already panting, a A smile returned to his face. Su Chun, the thing you were relying on is gone. What can you do now? Shen Yao was even more impatient than he was. Instructor, don't give him time to stall. Kill him immediately. I looked at the woman I had once bent over backward to please. I treated you so well before. Are you really this eager to see me die? That was your choice. Shen Yao showed no remorse. Did I force you to be nice to me? Once you're dead, young Master Zhang will naturally take wonderful care of me. I hope you won't regret that. My greatest regret is wasting my time talking to you before. I nodded and opened the summoning portals again. The skeletons they had just shattered walked out completely intact. Shen Yao's face stiffened. How can there be more? The second round of battle began. They fought with everything they had and destroyed the undead again. But the moment the final skeleton fell, a third wave reappeared. Once, twice, 3 times. The skeletons could never be fully destroyed, while Chao Gan and the others continually lost spirit and stamina. Are all of these your summons? Chao Gan finally understood. It took you long enough. Everyone's expression changed. Wasn't this supposed to be the most useless class in history? Wasn't it supposed to have no skills and be incapable of leveling? If news spread that an undead summoner could revive its summons without limit, it would shake not only Jiangxing City, but the entire nation of Longxia. For the first time, Shen Yao felt regret. The man she had abandoned wasn't a worthless failure at all, but a genius who might one day stand above everyone else. Chao Gan, however, was thinking about something else. He had offended me beyond any possibility of reconciliation. If he didn't kill me today, then once my secret became public, he would be the one to die. To defeat an army, capture its commander first. Chao Gan cast flame burst again, clearing the skeletons before him, then charged straight at me. Without their instructor's protection, the remaining students immediately fell into danger. Instructor, don't leave. We can't hold them off. Chao Gan never looked back. All he could see was the one person he had to silence, me. Fireball. A fireball flew directly at me. I sidestepped it, and the flames brushed the edge of my clothes before striking behind me. With my bow equipped, my agility had reached 45 points. Chao Gan might have been higher level, but he couldn't match my speed at all. How is this possible? He cast several fireballs in succession, and everyone missed. Isn't the undead summoner supposed to have extremely weak personal attributes? A rumor already killed one undead summoner. As I retreated, I resummoned skeletons to block his path. Are you going to let it kill a second? Chao Gan continually shattered the undead blocking his way, but his exhaustion grew with every attack. Elsewhere, the students without an instructor's support soon suffered casualties. 2 people were cut down by bone blades, their pleas for help blending with their screams. Su Chun, stop. We were wrong. Let us go. Even Shen Yao finally began begging. As long as you spare me, I can pretend I never saw anything. I gave no answer. If I were the one losing right now, would they spare me? They had already given me the answer when they decided to pin 3 deaths on me. Chao Gan chased me for a long time without touching so much as the edge of my clothes. When he stopped, gasping, the surrounding skeletons immediately closed in again. He had no choice but to cast flame burst once more. When the fire dispersed, the hand holding his staff was visibly trembling. The positions of hunter and prey had completely reversed. I raised my bow again and aimed at Chao Gan, who was already nearing his limit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He barely intercepted the arrows with 2 fireballs, but doing so focused all his attention on the front. A skeleton silently approached from behind and drove its cleaver deep into his back. Ah! Chao Gan screamed and fell forward. The wound was so deep that bone showed. Before he could turn over, 2 more skeletons struck him again. You dare kill an instructor? His entire body was covered in blood, but he still tried to intimidate me with his position. I walked up to him, knocked an arrow, and slowly aimed it at his forehead. Chao Gan's pupils steadily contracted as I drew the string tighter. If you kill me, neither the academy nor the authorities will let you go. As if persuaded, I slowly lowered the bow. You have a point. Chao Gan had just breathed a sigh of relief when a bone blade pierced his body from behind. He spat blood and stared at me in disbelief. I didn't fire the arrow. The surrounding skeletons swarmed him. Blades fell one after another until Chao Gan stopped breathing entirely. So many people from the academy had died that an investigation was inevitable. If he died to an arrow, suspicion could easily fall on me. But goblin corpses covered the area, and both the goblins and the skeletons used cleavers. That would make it much harder to determine who had actually killed him. Thanks for the reminder. I put away my bow and looked at the remaining 5 people. The undead had trapped them in the center. After witnessing Chao Gan's gruesome death, they had lost all ability to resist. Su Chun, I was wrong. Xin Yao's eyes reddened as she put on the same vulnerable expression she used in the past. I wouldn't let her fool me a second time. At my mental command, several bone blades swung simultaneously. Everyone except Xun Yao collapsed into pools of blood. We can start over, Xin Yao said desperately. I'll be your girlfriend. Starting today, I'll follow only you. I glanced at her without answering. Zhang Yongxing seduced me. He forced me to do it. Thinking she still had a chance, she continued pleading. You used to like me so much. You wouldn't really kill me, would you? I crouched down and began dealing with the battlefield. 37 goblin corpses lay around us. I extracted their data while the skeleton warriors dug out the magic crystals. I also placed my hand on Xiaogan's corpse and tried once, but received no response. It appeared that I could extract undead data only from monster corpses. At least for now, the ability had no effect on humans. I tried concentrating on another student's body, but the system interface still didn't change. This restriction mattered. My limitless supply of summons came from monsters, not just anyone who died. At least I didn't have to worry that my class would gradually turn me into a madman who controlled human corpses. I didn't take the equipment scattered across the battlefield. Academy-issued weapons all carried identification numbers, and bringing them out would only lead the investigation straight to me. I merely had the skeletons gather the goblin magic crystals and deliberately left signs of monsters fighting near the bodies. Xiaogan had wanted to use the scene and witness testimony to convict me. Now that he was dead, the scene would tell anyone who arrived later only one story. Altered monsters had surrounded this team and wiped them out. Because I hadn't killed her yet, Xin Yao actually began to think her words had worked. 37 level 2 magic crystals lay on the ground, and her gaze uncontrollably drifted toward them. Even with death hanging over her, she was still calculating how much they could sell for. More than half an hour later, I finished every extraction. My summons increased from 29 to 66, 25 level 1 goblin skeletons, and 41 level 2 goblin skeletons. When I stood, Xin Yao immediately hurried over and tried to wipe the sweat from my face. I shoved her aside and continued forward with my undead legion. She was surrounded by skeletons and had no chance to escape, leaving her no choice but to follow behind. After we traveled some distance, 5 level 2 goblins appeared ahead. At last I stopped. Seeing dozens of skeletons beside her, Xin Yao wasn't afraid. Instead, she secretly relaxed. She probably thought I had deliberately spared her because I still couldn't let go of our former relationship. Go. I looked at the monsters ahead. She stood there without moving and even gave me an ingratiating smile. I told you to go. Xin Yao pointed at herself, her smile instantly freezing. Me? But I'm a priest. Who sends a priest into close combat with monsters? Xin Yao tugged at the corner of my clothes, her voice becoming delicate again. Su Chun, stop fooling around. Send your summons instead. I shook off her hand. Didn't all of you just say I caused those 3 students' deaths? Xiaogan forced me to say that. You were also planning to pin their deaths directly on me. Xin Yao opened her mouth, but could no longer find an excuse. I raised a hand and pushed her out of the undead's protective ring. Completely unprepared, she fell in front of the 5 goblins. Su Chun, what are you doing? She scrambled up and tried to run back, but the skeleton legion had already retreated. The 5 goblins slowly surrounded her. Save me. Xin Yao finally understood that I had never accepted her plea for reconciliation. She desperately dodged while casting weak healing spells on herself. Priests had almost no direct combat ability, and the goblins soon forced her into a dead end. I stood at a distance and did nothing. In my previous life, she had arranged for men to trap me in an alley and watch them beat me badly enough to put me in the hospital. Moments ago, she had tried to pin 3 deaths on me and destroy my life. Now it was her turn to bear the consequences of her choices. Screams and curses soon echoed through the forest. Su Chun, I'll never let you get away with this. Her voice gradually weakened, then disappeared completely. I didn't remain to watch. Instead, I searched the surrounding area for the boss. When I returned 2 hours later, the goblins had killed Xin Yao, and the 5 monsters were wandering near her body. Kill them. Dozens of skeletons swarmed them at once, leaving the 5 goblins no chance even to flee. Level 2 Goblin Slain. You gained 10 EXP. I collected the magic crystals and completed the data extraction, then left the matter of Xun Yao, Chao Gan, and the others forever buried in the darkness of the forest. Before traveling deeper, I recalled most of the undead. I now had 71 summons. Keeping all of them outside would cause too much commotion and could easily attract the attention of other academies and high-level instructors. Until I reached level 10, I still needed to hide my true strength. Meanwhile, a large number of officials had gathered outside the dungeon entrance. Bai Jianfeng, an expert from Sword Tiger Guild, arrived and immediately asked, "What's causing the energy fluctuations?" "Mr. Bai, we went inside to investigate. Every level 1 monster has become level 2, and the respawn count has increased several times over." Bai Jianfeng's expression changed sharply. "This dungeon is no longer suitable for novice training. Notify every party to withdraw immediately." Sword Tiger Guild operated under the government and was responsible for dungeon safety in Jiangxing City. With an anomaly like this, its members had to enter, rescue people, and determine the cause. "All members, follow me inside. Protect the students first. Do not abandon a single one." Bai Jianfeng was the first to step through the portal, with the other guild members close behind. Deep inside the dungeon, I had no idea that an evacuation order had been issued. Traveling alone, I passed several academy camps and drew considerable discussion. How does that person dare walk around alone? Every party is preparing to withdraw, yet he's still heading deeper? I ignored them and continued searching for the boss. Before long, a familiar academy emblem appeared beside the firelight ahead. This was Beijiang Academy's camp. Zhang Ming and 12 students had set up tents and planned to spend the night here. Hua Haitao was also among them. My gaze swept across the crowd, then suddenly stopped. Wang Xiaoming. He had clearly missed the morning assembly, yet now he was inside the dungeon. In my previous life, he had died during his first dungeon expedition. I thought persuading him not to come might change the outcome, but he had followed us after all. Could this dungeon anomaly be what caused his death? The moment the thought appeared, I rejected it. The beginner dungeon hadn't changed in my previous life. If so, the thing that truly wanted Wang Xiaoming dead might not be a monster. After Zhang Ming finished his instructions, he assigned 2 students to stand watch while the others returned to their tents one after another. I was about to leave when Wang Xiaoming suddenly emerged from a tent and walked straight toward the forest where I was hiding. Did he spot me? There was no light nearby, and I was concealed behind the underbrush. With Wang Xiaoming's current attributes, he couldn't possibly see me. I simply leaped into the tree beside me, planning to see what he was doing, and startle him while I was at it. Wang Xiaoming soon reached the base of the tree, his gait becoming increasingly awkward. When I saw him clutching his stomach, I immediately understood. He hadn't discovered me. He had only come out to relieve himself. He squatted beneath the tree, and the smell soon drifted upward. I held my breath and was about to move to another branch when the faint snap of a twig came from the side. Crack! Wang Xiaoming heard it too and raised his head to look around. Is someone there? The forest was pitch black, with no figure in sight. Assuming he had misheard, he relaxed again. I kept staring in the direction of the sound and quietly gripped my bow. The two of us couldn't have imagined the same noise. The moment Wang Xiaoming stood, a dark figure appeared soundlessly behind him. Cold light flashed. The dagger in the attacker's hand was stabbing straight toward Wang Xiaoming's heart from behind. Behind you. As I shouted the warning, my arrow was already in flight. The attacker was forced to retreat, and the dagger sliced past Wang Xiaoming's clothes. Su Chun. Wang Xiaoming first looked up and recognized me, then spun toward the person behind him. Hua Haitao. The person who had attacked him was another student from Beijiang Academy, Hua Haitao. At last, I understood why Wang Xiaoming had died in an academy-led dungeon expedition in my previous life. A monster hadn't killed him. One of his own classmates had. He just tried to kill you. Wang Xiaoming stared in disbelief. We've never had any conflict. Why are you trying to kill me? With his plan exposed, Hua Haitao dropped his disguise completely. This could have ended quietly, but a useless nuisance had to get in the way. He looked up at me, his eyes vicious. Since I've been discovered, I'll simply kill one more person. What is this all for? Wang Xiaoming drew his longsword. An innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses something precious. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Haitao's body vanished into the darkness. This was an assassin's innate skill, concealment, which granted temporary invisibility. Wang Xiaoming gripped his sword, pressed his back against the tree, and nervously searched the surroundings. Brother Su, come down and stand beside me. Even though he had no idea where Hua Haitao would appear, he still wanted to protect me. I'm a warrior. I can take more punishment than you. Warmth stirred faintly in my chest. Even though he knew he might die, his first thought wasn't to run. It was to protect me, the weakling in everyone else's eyes. I couldn't save you in my previous life. I leaped down from the tree and stopped concealing my level. In this life, no one will kill you in front of me. Level 9. Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened. Even the invisible Hua Haitao's breathing faltered from shock. Come forth, my warriors. Black vortices rapidly spread across the area, and large numbers of goblin skeletons emerged. They formed a broad outer ring to seal every escape route, then a smaller ring around Wang Xiaoming and me to prevent Hua Haitao from launching another sudden attack. Wang Xiaoming stared at the densely packed undead and swallowed repeatedly. Brother Su, you call this a useless class? Hua Haitao panicked completely. He was still level 1, while I had reached level 9 and possessed dozens of infinitely reviving summons. This wasn't going to be a fight. It would be a one-sided execution. A pungent smell of urine suddenly entered the air. I looked down and saw a patch of grass slowly being soaked by a puddle. Hua Haitao might still have been invisible, but fear had already robbed him of control over his body. His position had been exposed. I raised my bow toward the wet patch of grass. Found you. Before I could release the string, Zhang Ming's shout came from the camp. Who's in the forest? Firelight rapidly approached as Zhang Ming arrived with 2 students. You got lucky. I recalled the undead and concealed my level again. At that same moment, Hua Haitao's concealment expired, and his miserable figure reappeared. When Zhang Ming saw us, he paused, then frowned. Su Chen, weren't you operating alone? What are you doing here? Passing through. You've been lucky to survive this long. Contempt still colored his voice. He had no intention of asking me to stay, and soon turned to Wang Xiaoming. Why did you come out here? Embarrassed, Wang Xiaoming pointed at the ground. I had to take care of something. He didn't expose Hua Haitao. I also remained silent, because if Hua Haitao revealed everything that had just happened, my level and undead legion would be exposed as well. Zhang Ming covered his nose in disgust, then looked toward Hua Haitao. In the firelight, a large wet stain on his pants was painfully obvious. And what happened to you? Hua Haitao lowered his head, wishing he could sink into the ground. I couldn't hold it. The 2 students with Zhang Ming burst out laughing. Shut up, Zhang Ming snapped. After warning us not to stray far from camp, he led the others away. The moment he left, Hua Haitao immediately backed away. Don't try anything. Instructor Zhang hasn't gone far. I can call for help at any time. Not a trace of arrogance remained in his eyes when he looked at me. There was only fear. Instead of attacking immediately, I asked the question troubling me. What precious possession were you referring to? Wang Xiaoming removed a ring from his hand, then took out a faintly glowing stone. These 2 things. A storage ring and a level-up stone. I ran into a badly injured boss during the day and got lucky enough to land the final blow. I didn't realize Hua Haitao was hiding nearby under concealment. A low-level storage ring was worth at least several $100,000 Longxia dollars outside and contained roughly 5 cubic meters of space. The level-up stone was even more valuable. It allowed a professional to immediately attempt to gain 1 level, carried a market price of at least 10 million Longxia dollars, and almost never appeared for sale. That was why Hua Haitao had been willing to kill. Brother Su, you saved my life. Wang Xiaoming held both items out to me. They're yours. Hua Haitao's eyes nearly popped out. He had risked everything to steal this fortune, yet Wang Xiaoming was giving it away without hesitation. I accepted the storage ring, but pushed the level-up stone back. I genuinely need the ring. Use the level-up stone yourself. Using it at level 1 would be too wasteful. No matter how valuable something is, you have to stay alive to keep it. The storage ring is worth at least several $100,000, and I've already taken the thing I need most. I put on the ring and confirmed its inner space worked properly. The level-up stone can strengthen you immediately. Every bit stronger you become gives you a little more chance of surviving the next person like Hua Haitao. Wang Xiaoming still wanted to insist, so I simply closed his fingers around it. I didn't save you to rob you of everything you own. If you truly consider me a friend, don't be an idiot at a time like this. I glanced at Hua Haitao. Someone has already tried to kill you once for that stone. Who can promise there won't be a second attempt? I won't try again. Hua Haitao hurriedly promised. He probably didn't even believe his own words. After hesitating a moment, Wang Xiaoming finally crushed the level-up stone. A pillar of light rose from his body. With the 80% low-level success rate granted by his B-rank talent, he successfully advanced to level 2. Congratulations. Hua Haitao watched the level-up stone worth 10 million Longxia dollars disappear, and he could barely hide the pain on his face. The sound of dense movement suddenly came from deep within the forest. Countless dark figures were approaching the camp. A monster horde. I was the first to make out the distant figures. Hua Haitao immediately activated concealment and vanished into the darkness. Wang Xiaoming turned and ran toward the academy camp, but after a few steps, he stopped to call back to me. Brother Su, come back with me. I shook my head. If I stayed with the academy group, my undead legion would inevitably be exposed. Before level 10, I didn't want too many people to know my class's true abilities. Go back and warn everyone. It's easier for me to move alone. Remembering my level and summons, Wang Xiaoming finally stopped insisting. Be careful. He returned to camp. I put on the storage ring and headed alone toward the incoming monsters. The ring contained about 5 cubic meters of space, more than enough for magic crystals, equipment, and loot. It perfectly solved my persistent lack of carrying capacity. At least 13 level 2 goblins had appeared ahead. Explosions also came from the academy camp, which had clearly entered battle. I raised my hand. Undead Legion, every last one of you, come out. 71 skeleton warriors charged from black vortices. There were no flashy skills or elaborate tactics. They simply crushed the enemy with overwhelming numbers. Level 2 Goblin Slain. You gained 10 EXP. Level 2 Goblin Slain. You gained 10 EXP. In only a few minutes, all 13 monsters fell. Once I completed the data extraction, my summons increased to 84, leaving only 6 spaces before the level 9 limit. But the dark figures in the forest did not decrease. Instead, more and more appeared. Kill them all. Bone blades flashed continually through the night. Over the next hour, I killed another 35 level 2 goblins. My summons field quickly filled. To improve the Legion's overall quality, I deleted all the level 1 goblin undead records, freeing 25 spaces, then filled them one by one with newly acquired level 2 records. Half an hour later, all 90 summons had been replaced with level 2 goblin skeleton warriors. 90 pairs of crimson eye sockets lit up at once. Even I found the sight intensely oppressive. By now, the entire dungeon was in full-scale upheaval. Monsters poured from the forest like a tide. Every academy was forced to fight while beginning to retreat toward the entrance. Terrified shouts came from the distance. A level 5 monster. The instructor is down. Run. When I arrived, a towering goblin was swinging a massive cleaver and slaughtering students from another academy. More than 20 level 2 goblins surrounded it, and the party's teenage-level instructor had already disappeared beneath the horde. Level 5 Goblin Boss. I didn't risk charging into the chaos to save anyone. The team had collapsed completely. Its instructor was exhausted, and nearly 10 remaining students fell one after another. Only when the monsters began tearing at the corpses did they notice me standing at the edge of the battlefield. The goblin boss dropped the severed limb in its hand and roared at me like a command. More than 20 goblins immediately moved to surround me. You want to compare armies with me? 90 skeletons stepped out of the darkness behind me at the same time. You don't have enough troops. The two armies collided head-on. The 20-odd living goblins were quickly swallowed by the more numerous undead, which could also revive repeatedly. The boss swung its massive cleaver, and every strike shattered several level 2 skeletons. It was powerful, but every undead it shattered reappeared the next second. Standing outside the encirclement, I drew my bow to its limit and aimed at the boss's right eye. Whoosh! The arrow pierced its eyeball with perfect accuracy. The boss released a deafening shriek and attacked even more wildly. It tried to charge over and kill me, but layers of undead trapped it in the center. Every step forward required it to smash several skeletons. The more strength it displayed, the more excited I became. Because after it died, it would become my summon too. Realizing it couldn't reach me, the goblin boss immediately turned and tried to break out. The 90 skeletons had sealed every route. When it hacked through one layer, the undead behind it immediately filled the gap. Whenever it shattered a few, black vortices sent them right back into battle. It couldn't kill them all, and it couldn't escape. More wounds appeared across the boss's body, and its movements gradually slowed. Just when I thought the battle was about to end, it suddenly threw back its head and roared. Its eyes turned crimson, its muscles swelled rapidly, and both its strength and speed skyrocketed. Berserk! The massive cleaver swept across, instantly knocking down a huge swath of skeletons around it. So you do have a skill. Instead of retreating, I became even more eager. Keep summoning. Fresh undead streamed endlessly into battle. Berserk could only enhance the boss's attributes for a short time, while the army it faced would never be exhausted. Its speed soon began dropping again. Several bone blades pierced its body simultaneously. Its enormous frame swayed twice, then finally collapsed into a pool of blood. Level 5 Goblin Boss slain. You gained 500 EXP. Bonus reward, Strength plus 5. Drop, Fine Great Cleaver. 5 permanent attribute points equaled all the free points an ordinary professional received for one level. They were more precious than money or equipment. I picked up the massive cleaver dropped by the boss. Fine Great Cleaver, Strength plus 8, Constitution plus 5. Its attributes were vastly superior to the unranked bow that added only 1 point of agility. However, the bow was better suited to keeping my distance, so I stored the cleaver in my storage ring for now. Then I split open the boss's skull and removed its level 5 magic crystal. The crystal was worth far more than level 1 or 2 materials, but the corpse itself was still what I anticipated most. 1 minute later, the data extraction succeeded. Another black vortex opened, and a towering boss skeleton stepped out. It carried a massive bone blade. Its frame had almost no cracks, and the crimson glow in its eye sockets was far brighter than that of ordinary undead. Name: Goblin Boss Skeleton Warrior. Level 5. Strength: 25. Agility: 8. Spirit: 3. Constitution: 12. Skill: Berserk, temporarily increases all attributes. Talent: D-rank. A boss summon with a skill was on a completely different level from an ordinary skeleton. Flashlight beams suddenly appeared in the distance. There's someone over there. A team of uniformed professionals rushed onto the scene. The middle-aged man leading them first confirmed that I wasn't injured, then looked at the corpses covering the ground. An anomaly has occurred in the dungeon. Our superiors have ordered everyone to withdraw immediately. We'll escort you out. Someone beside him inspected the battlefield and soon cried out, "Captain, there's a freshly killed level 5 boss here." The middle-aged man immediately looked at me. "Did you kill it?" I had already concealed my level. All he saw was an academy freshman carrying a bow, so naturally he didn't believe I could kill a level 5 boss head-on. I took out the great cleaver to prove that the drop belonged to me, then explained. It was already on the verge of death when I arrived. I hid nearby and finished it with an arrow. The man inspected the arrow wound in the boss's right eye, then saw my bow and accepted the explanation. "Since you landed the final blow, the loot belongs to you. I can leave on my own. Go rescue the other students." I still wanted to search for more bosses. Undead data, equipment, permanent attribute rewards. I couldn't bear to abandon any of them. The middle-aged man gave me no choice. "Now that we've found you, we must guarantee your safe evacuation." I couldn't openly defy a government order. I had no choice but to recall the undead and follow 2 team members toward the exit. Chapter 20. The Thug in a Suit. The 2 team members escorting me were extremely strong. Any level 2 goblin we encountered was casually killed before it could approach. When we reached the portal, the pair stopped. "Go out on your own. We have to go back and rescue more people." "Thank you." I walked to the exit, then deliberately stopped. As soon as they turned and left, I could slip back into the dungeon and continue hunting. But when I looked over my shoulder, they were still standing there, smiling and gesturing for me to hurry outside. I couldn't even pretend not to notice. I had no choice but to step through the portal. My vision flashed, and daylight surrounded me. The moment I returned to reality, another thought occurred to me. Now that I was out, couldn't I simply turn around and go back in? "Which academy are you from? Don't block the entrance." A burly man overseeing the evacuation stopped me. Government and guild personnel crowded the exit, leaving no one any chance to return. "Beijiang Academy. Your academy is over there. Report for registration immediately." I could only leave the entrance. As I passed through the crowd, a man in a black suit caught my attention. He looked cultured, but a dangerous smile constantly lingered at his lips. Lu Shuwan, vice president of Sword Tiger Guild. Nicknamed the Thug in a Suit, he was one of the strongest professionals in Jiangxing City. The fact that even he had come personally meant the authorities were treating the dungeon anomaly as a serious incident. "Brother Su, over here." Wang Xiaoming waved to me from within Beijiang Academy's group. Zhang Ming was astonished to see me return safely. 2 students in his group had died during the upheaval, and they had escaped only with support from Sword Tiger Guild. He couldn't understand how an undead summoner operating alone could still be alive. "You were lucky." That was the only assessment he could offer. I ignored him and first asked Wang Xiaoming, "Where's Zhang Yongxing?" "His family took him away a long time ago." It seemed the arrow in his shoulder hadn't killed him. Yi Lingfei and Uncle Zhong also emerged from the dungeon. She made no effort to conceal her class information. "Ice Mage, level 4. Exclamations immediately sounded around her. Reaching level 4 after a single beginner dungeon run was enough to astonish every instructor. If not for me, she truly would have been the fastest leveling student this time. "Instructor Zhang, I won't be returning in the academy vehicle." Yi Lingfei's tone remained icy. "That's fine. Of course it's fine." With Uncle Zhong standing behind her, Zhang Ming didn't dare object. Wang Xiaoming watched everyone worship Yi Lingfei and couldn't help feeling indignant on my behalf. "What's so special about level 4? My brother Su." I clapped a hand over his mouth. My level 9 status and undead legion could not be exposed yet. Don't run your mouth. Wang Xiaoming struggled free and gasped for air. Were you trying to smother me? You wouldn't suffocate if you'd keep your mouth shut. An absurdly loud phone ringtone suddenly echoed across the area. Unable to see whose phone it was, the students laughed and joked about it. The next second, Lu Shuwen pulled a phone from his suit pocket, and the surroundings instantly became so quiet that every breath could be heard. The faces of the students who had joked moments ago turned pale. They had mocked the thug in a suit to his face. Given Lu Shuwen's strength and status in Jiangxing City, no one wanted to endure his anger. Lu Shuwen ignored the students and answered the call. What? The casual look on his face disappeared instantly. I'll be there immediately. Lu Shuwen ended the call and hurried away with his people. As I watched his retreating back, the unease in my heart grew stronger. The beginner dungeon had changed. Wang Xiaoming had survived. Now Lu Shuwen had received an emergency call that had never occurred in my previous life. I had already changed the past. From this moment on, the future would no longer follow the path I knew. After Lu Shuwen left, the students who had mocked the ringtone finally dared to breathe again. People continued emerging from the dungeon, but their numbers steadily dwindled. Of Beijiang Academy's 4 teams, Zhang Ming and 2 other instructors had returned. Only the group, led by Chao Gan, remained missing. How deep did they go? Zhang Ming stared at the portal, his expression growing increasingly anxious. Other academies also had missing groups, and everyone waited with their final shred of hope. At last, the burly man overseeing the evacuation spoke. Go back. There's no need to wait any longer. Beijiang Academy still has a team inside. Zhang Ming immediately stepped forward. Nanhao Academy is missing more than a dozen people too. The burly man's gaze swept across their faces. You know the conditions inside better than I do. Of the people who still haven't emerged after all this time, how many could possibly be alive? No one could answer. Zhang Ming lowered his head and ultimately ordered everyone back to the academy. Half an hour later, we stood in Beijiang Academy's plaza once more. Gao Baisong had already learned the casualty numbers over the phone, and his face was unusually grave. 48 students and 4 instructors, a total of 52 people, had entered the dungeon. Only 31 returned alive. These were the worst losses in the academy's history. You did not cause the dungeon anomaly, Gao Baisong told the dejected students. You did everything you could. Don't carry the full weight of your companions' deaths on your shoulders. After offering a few words of comfort, he suddenly changed the subject. 10 minutes ago, I received a call concerning every one of you. The discussions in the plaza gradually fell silent. A brand new secret realm has appeared in Jiangxing City. This year's citywide major exam will be changed to an exploration of that realm. The students instantly erupted. You want a group of newly awakened rookies to enter a secret realm? How is that any different from sending us to our deaths? The environment inside a secret realm was unknown, and normally only established guilds dared organize expeditions into one. Having just survived the dungeon upheaval, no one wanted to enter an even more dangerous place. Quiet. Gao Baisong continued explaining. This secret realm has a level restriction. Professionals above level 10 cannot enter. Participation is entirely voluntary. The academy will not force anyone. Anyone who participates and returns alive may choose any guild in Jiangxing City to join. Those who decline may repeat the school year or take a guild's independent assessment. I had already guessed that Lu Shuwen's emergency call was most likely about the discovery of this secret realm. Gao Baisong added, according to our scans, water of life may appear inside. My heart pounded sharply. Water of life possessed astonishing restorative power and was nearly impossible to buy, even with money. If I could obtain it, there was a strong chance it could heal my father's hidden injuries. I'll participate. I was the first to step out of the crowd. Everyone stared at me as if I were insane. An undead summoner universally believed incapable of defeating even a level 1 monster had voluntarily signed up for an almost certain death sentence. Zhang Ming stepped forward to warn me. A secret realm isn't a beginner dungeon. If you die inside, don't claim the academy didn't warn you. I've made my decision. I had to go for the water of life. The higher the danger in a secret realm, the stronger its monsters and the greater its rewards. That also meant an opportunity for my undead legion. In the crowd, a heavy-set student leaned toward Hua Haitao and mocked me. Brother Tao, you haven't even signed up, but that loser Su Qin volunteered first. Does he want to die? Hua Haitao's face instantly darkened, and he shoved the student away. Stay away from me. The heavy-set student tried to approach again, and Hua Haitao roared directly at him. Get lost. No one else knew my strength. but Hua Haitao had personally seen my level 9 status and undead legion. In his eyes, provoking me was no different from seeking death. Hua Haitao's reaction caught Gao Baisong's attention. Assassins possessed concealment, giving them a far greater chance of surviving in a secret realm than ordinary classes. Naturally, Gao Baisong didn't want to lose such a participant. Student Hua Haitao is also willing to participate? Excellent. Hua Haitao's entire body stiffened. Principal, I didn't. You are one of Beijiang Academy's most celebrated students. You have courage, just as expected. Gao Baisong gave him no opportunity to refuse. I believe Yi Lingfei will participate as well. With the matter framed that way, backing down would publicly admit that Hua Haitao was inferior not only to Yi Lingfei, but even to the supposed loser I was. He could only force himself to step forward. When he took his place beside me, I merely glanced at him, and sweat immediately beaded on his forehead. 2 more students volunteered one after another, leaving Beijiang Academy with 4 participants. Wang Xiaoming understood his own strength and did not try to show off. Once Hua Haitao joined the participant group, he kept his distance from me. Several times, he tried to retract his decision with the principal, only to swallow his words whenever I turned my head. Everyone else thought he feared the secret realm. I knew he was terrified of being locked in a place where death was permitted with me. That only confirmed he would not withdraw voluntarily. Retreating in public would cost him his status as one of the Academy's stars and might also prompt Wang Xiaoming to mention the attack in the forest. His only choice was to enter, then rely on concealment to stay far away from me. In 2 days, you will represent the Academy inside the secret realm, Gao Baisong announced. During that time, the Academy will assign instructors to help you level and raise your chance of survival as much as possible. After the group dispersed, I approached the principal myself. You don't need to assign me an instructor. I'll level up on my own. Gao Baisong frowned. Beside him, Zhang Ming sneered. There really is no need. He's better at running away than anyone. He described how I had left the group, yet survived the altered dungeon alone. After listening, Gao Baisong reevaluated me. A truly helpless undead summoner couldn't possibly survive a revolt of level 2 monsters alone. I had to possess some life-saving measure they didn't know about. I agree. Thank you, principal. I turned and left. Zhang Ming still thought the principal was indulging my suicidal behavior, but Gao Baisong shook his head. If he could emerge from an anomalous dungeon, he may also emerge from the secret realm. Hua Haitao, are you hot? Zhang Ming noticed Hua Haitao was drenched in sweat. When he also saw the stain on his pants that hadn't completely dried, his expression became extremely strange. Mortified, Hua Haitao fled the area. After leaving the academy, I headed straight for Treasure Pavilion. This nationwide monster material chain purchased magic crystals and equipment while selling supplies for every kind of professional. Welcome. A young saleswoman greeted me and led me to a lounge. What would you like to sell, sir? Magic crystals. I removed 25 level 1 magic crystals and 113 level 2 crystals from my storage ring and stacked them neatly on the table. The saleswoman's professional smile froze for a moment. Did you obtain all of these yourself? Calculate the price first. Level 1 magic crystals are 200 each, and level 2 crystals are 500 each. Once she finished counting, she gave me the final purchase total. I took one last magic crystal from the ring. There's also a level 5 boss magic crystal. The saleswoman's eyes widened completely. She placed the crystal in an appraisal device. Level, purity, and integrity appeared in succession on a light screen. The level 5 boss crystal had no cracks and was higher quality than ordinary level 5 material. Only after she summoned a supervisor to double-check it and confirm the source registration was correct did she add it to the transaction. I didn't sell the great cleaver dropped by the goblin boss. Whether it suited me or not, keeping a melee weapon in reserve was better than facing some special situation with my bare hands. Did you obtain this level 5 boss magic crystal too? The saleswoman looked at the crystal, then at me, an obvious 18-year-old student. I got lucky and landed the final blow. She didn't press the matter. After completing the appraisal, she offered a price far above that of an ordinary crystal. I confirmed it fell within the market range, then signed the transaction documents. 5 minutes later, the money for the level 1, level 2, and boss magic crystals had all reached my account. Do you need anything else, sir? I want a ranged weapon. Show me your bows. Although I had obtained a fine great cleaver, my personal defense was still low. Attacking from behind the undead legion was far safer than fighting monsters at close range. The saleswoman led me into the bow showroom. Fine bow, agility +5. Price, 10,000 Longxia dollars. Rare bow, increases agility. Price, 50,000 Longxia dollars. Qilin bow, Common includes a flaming arrow effect. Price, 100,000 Longxia dollars. Ordinary attribute-boosting bows offered limited improvement, while those with special effects were expensive. I inspected them one at a time and finally stopped before an understated black longbow. Bow of Nothingness, common agility +5. Special effect, drawing the bow automatically forms an arrow. No physical ammunition required. Its price was high, but it was also the best-suited bow in the entire selection. You may test it. Seeing my interest, the saleswoman opened the display and removed the longbow. She led me into a testing room constructed from special materials, where several targets stood ahead. I accepted the bow of nothingness and drew the string without knocking an arrow. A golden energy arrow automatically condensed. Not needing physical arrows meant I would never again have to risk approaching corpses after a battle to recover my ammunition. I drew the bow repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows in 1 second, all striking the bullseye. 3 specialized targets burst apart in succession. I separately tested firing while moving and shooting at maximum range. Running didn't interrupt the formation of energy arrows. Their power decreased over longer distances, but I no longer had to deal with the weight, breakage, or storage of physical arrows. For an ordinary archer, the number of arrows in their quiver determined how long they could remain in battle. For me, as long as my stamina held out, the bow of nothingness could fire without end. It paired perfectly with my infinitely reviving undead legion. There would always be someone blocking the front and always be arrows dealing damage from behind. Its power, speed, and convenience were all vastly superior to the Academy's unranked weapon. I'll take this one. The saleswoman quoted a price of 80,000, and I didn't haggle. For a professional, changing arrows one fewer time or firing one shot faster in a critical moment could repay the entire price. Besides, the secret realm opened in 2 days. I had no time to wait for a cheaper option. I completed the binding on the spot and confirmed that the energy arrows responded only when I drew the string. No one else could use it freely unless the binding was removed. That also eliminated the risk of someone seizing my weapon and turning it against me. I turned and held out my bank card, only to find the saleswoman staring at me in shock. Combat information couldn't be concealed while testing a weapon. She had already seen my class and level. Undead Summoner, level 9. A student who had awakened only 2 days ago had reached level 9 and displayed such an outrageous firing speed with a bow. It completely overturned everything she knew about undead summoners. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. She took my bank card and hurriedly processed the payment. I put away the bow of nothingness and was preparing to leave when she quickly followed me. Sir, please wait. The saleswoman presented a pink business card with both hands. My name is Lin Anchi. If you ever want to sell materials or purchase equipment, you can contact me directly. Treasure Pavilion didn't casually offer personal service to ordinary customers. Clearly, she considered me worthy of a long-term business relationship. All right. I accepted the card and left Treasure Pavilion with her personally seeing me out. Evening was approaching. The money I had earned from selling so many magic crystals had already decreased sharply after buying the bow of nothingness. Looking at my account balance, I could only marvel that professionals earn money quickly and spend it even faster. Before going home, I stopped at a supermarket and bought plenty of fish, meat, and vegetables. Our family had survived entirely on government assistance for years, and it had been a long time since we ate a proper meal. Now that I had income, I ought to let my father enjoy something good. As I entered the alley on my usual route home, several figures blocked my path. Isn't this the kid young Master Zhang ordered us to teach a lesson? He escaped last time, but today he delivered himself right to us. They were the same thugs who had followed Shen Yao to my home. They had no idea Shen Yao had died in the dungeon, much less that I had reached level 9. Carrying my grocery bags, I voluntarily walked into the alley. Not running this time. They formed a line to block the exit. At least you know your place. A black vortex silently opened behind them. The goblin boss skeleton warrior stepped out of the darkness with its great cleaver in hand. The first man to hear it turned around, and his face went deathly pale. He frantically slapped his companion's shoulder, only for the others to irritably shove his hand away. The bone blade fell. The men collapsed before they could even call for help. There were no cameras or witnesses here. I stored the bodies in my ring and recalled the boss undead, leaving only a patch of blood that the night would soon conceal. The storage ring couldn't hold living things, but corpses were fine. The bodies occupied more than half of its 5 cubic meter space, while the blood and odor were sealed inside. I planned to dump them in an area frequented by monsters so the police wouldn't trace their disappearance directly to my home. I didn't enjoy killing people proactively, but these men had already followed Zhang Yongxing to my home and threatened my father. If I released them today, they would simply deliver my level, equipment, and address to the Zhang family. The television was broadcasting the news when I opened the front door. An unexpected anomaly in a Jiangxing City beginner dungeon has caused heavy casualties. On the same day, a special level-restricted secret realm was discovered. After government deliberation, the unified major exam for every academy will be changed to an exploration of the realm. Guilds may also dispatch teams that meet the level requirement. Su Chong sat on the couch. The moment he heard me enter, he asked, "Were you in the dungeon that had the problem?" "Yes." Every ordinary monster became level 2, and their numbers increased several times over. He was silent for a moment. "Your mother must have protected you for you to come back alive." When he saw the news about the major exam, he added, "Participation in the secret realm should be voluntary. Don't go. I'll have Uncle Hay find you an ordinary guild where you can live a safe, uneventful life." "I've already signed up. We leave in 2 days." The remote control flew directly at me. "Withdraw immediately." Su Chong's eyes were red, and veins bulged at his temples. This was the first time I had ever seen him lose control so completely. "You think a secret realm is somewhere you can go? There may be water of life inside. I have to obtain it." "You?" He paused, then covered his face with a bitter laugh. "An undead summoner dares dream of water of life." I disabled the concealment on my information. Undead summoner, level 9. With the strength I have now. Su Chong stared at my level for a long time without speaking. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. It was still level 9. "You awakened only 2 days ago." His voice trembled. "How did you do it?" "It's a long story. Right now, I only want you to understand that I'm strong enough to enter the secret realm." I concealed my information again and carried the groceries into the kitchen. A long while passed before Su Chong followed me. His expression had changed from shock to vigilance. "Who else knows your level?" "Very few people. Until you can protect yourself absolutely, the fewer people who know, the better." A supposedly useless class reaching level 9 in 2 days would draw attention from across the entire nation of Longxia. For the first time in 5 years, he was truly considering my future as my father. But he still opposed my entering the secret realm. "Forget the water of life. Too many people will be watching that secret realm. Once you enter, you are bound to expose yourself. I want the water of life to heal your injuries." Su Chong froze. Guilt joined the worry in his eyes. "That is exactly why I cannot let you trade your life for it. My decision won't change." To truly put him at ease, I snapped my fingers. A large number of black vortices appeared around the kitchen at once, and skeleton heads emerged from the portals one after another. The room was too small to let the undead fully descend, so I quickly recalled them. Su Chong stared in shock. "These are all your summons?" "Yes." He staggered back to the couch. After a long time, he actually began to laugh softly, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. That evening, he told me a great deal about surviving dungeons and secret realms. But whenever I asked about the secret realm from 5 years ago, he immediately changed the subject. "Never eat food offered by an unfamiliar party. Keep your healing potions under your own control too." My father explained point by point. "Monsters have levels. Human hearts don't. The most dangerous thing in a secret realm is often not the monster charging you head on, but the person who has followed behind you for 3 days." He also taught me how to judge retreat routes, identify whether a party was deliberately hunting others, and arrange guard duty when I couldn't trust my companions. Those details could never be found in a textbook. They clearly came from his personal experience 5 years ago. The more I heard, the more certain I became that my father had never been the deserter rumors made him out to be. When my questions left him with no room to evade, he gave only one cold reply. "You are not qualified to know yet." Those words did not make me retreat. They only made me desire strength even more. Late that night, I returned to my room and waited for midnight. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Midnight. Experience claimed successfully. I immediately opened my status panel. Level up. A pillar of golden light rose from my body. Your level has increased to level 10. When any professional reached level 10, they randomly obtained their first-class skill. In my previous life, I had died at level 9, so I had no idea what the undead summoner would awaken. Skill acquired. Curse of the Grim Reaper. Curse of the Grim Reaper, level 1. When cast on an allied target, increases all attributes by 5% for a short time. When cast on a hostile target, reduces all attributes by 5% for a short time. It could strengthen my undead legion and weaken my enemies. with an effect calculated by percentage. The stronger the target, the more terrifying the value of this skill. Upgrade the skill. The system warned that the upgrade would consume a great deal of experience, but for someone who gained experience every second, the cost was entirely bearable. Confirm. Upgrade successful. Curse of the Grim Reaper has reached level 2. After Curse of the Grim Reaper reached level 2, both its strengthening and weakening effects increased to 10%. The secret realm allowed a maximum level of 10, so I couldn't raise my character level any further for now. In that case, I could put all my remaining experience into the skill. Keep upgrading it. Curse of the Grim Reaper has reached level 3. Strengthens or weakens all of a target's attributes by 15%. I no longer had enough experience to upgrade it again, but a 15 percentage point effect in either direction already far exceeded my expectations. Only then did I notice that the super system had also displayed a new notification. The host has reached level 10. The super system is currently in its initial stage. Consumed 10 level-up stones to advance to the intermediate stage. A single level-up stone had driven Hua Haitao to murder Wang Xiaoming and steal his treasure. Collecting 10 at once was practically impossible for me right now, but at least I now knew the system could continue evolving. I checked my status panel again. Level 10. Strength 15. Agility 46. Spirit 10. Constitution 10. Summons Level 2 Goblin Skeleton Warriors. Level 5 Goblin Boss Skeleton Warrior × 1. Skill Curse of the Grim Reaper Level 3. Unassigned attribute points 24. I cast Curse of the Grim Reaper on myself. Black light flashed across my body, and my strength, speed, and perception all increased. I immediately started a timer on my phone. The enhanced sensation disappeared completely after 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Accounting for the time it took to reach for my phone, the skill lasted exactly 3 minutes. Its cost was extremely low, and casting it dozens of times in succession would be no problem. I then applied the buff to a level 2 skeleton and separately dismissed the summon, confirming that the skill ended when the undead disappeared. I would need to cast it again after resummoning. Casting on multiple targets didn't cause the effects to overwrite one another, but the larger the range, the greater the spirit and stamina cost. That meant Curse of the Grim Reaper was not free of cost. I could use it continuously in small battles, but in a large-scale clash between armies, I would still need to choose the timing carefully. Strengthening the boss undead first or enhancing every ordinary skeleton could directly determine the battle's outcome. Since the skill's effect didn't depend on spirit, I continued following my original path. Put all 24 points into agility. Agility 70. Even ordinary agility-based professionals distributed some points to strength and constitution. Very few people invested every free point into speed as I did. Now, unless an opponent also specialized in agility, they might not be able to catch me even if they approached level 20. My summons were responsible for fighting. I was responsible for staying alive. As long as my true body didn't die, the undead legion would never disappear. Over the next 2 days, I didn't enter another dungeon. The beginner dungeon's monsters no longer had value, while an ordinary dungeon might delay the major exam. In any case, I continued gaining experience each day, even while lying at home. Early on the morning of the major exam, I used the experience accumulated over 2 days to upgrade the skill again. Curse of the Grim Reaper has reached level 4. Strengthens or weakens all of a target's attributes by 20%. After washing and leaving my room, I was surprised to see that Su Chong had already made breakfast. You're entering the secret realm today? Eat more. His smile looked extremely unnatural, as if he didn't know how to express concern. Uncle Hay said he would drive you to the academy personally. There's no need. I can. A knock had already sounded at the door. Outside stood a burly, dark-skinned man almost 6 feet 3 inches tall. Xiaoming, today's too important. Your dad can't take you, so Uncle Hay will. Looking at his enthusiastic smile, I could only force out one reply. Then I'll have to trouble you, Uncle Hay. Uncle Hay's real name was Li Dahe, and he was my father's most trusted brother-in-arms. After my father's accident, he had often looked after our family and paid special attention to anything concerning me. The only problem was that both his driving and his constant chatter were difficult to endure. The moment I sat in his battered little car, he floored the gas and shot forward. When an elderly person crossed the road ahead, he slammed on the brakes. My body was first pressed deep into the seat, then violently thrown forward. Why don't people look for cars before crossing the street anymore? Li Dahe complained nonstop along the way and slammed the brakes again at a red light. My breakfast churned in my stomach until I couldn't help dry heaving. He glanced at me. Xiaoming, You're a little weak. I was about to protest when several dark figures suddenly flashed ahead. What was that? Li Dahe's expression turned serious instantly. Stay in the car. Don't get out. More and more dark figures appeared, and screams soon echoed along the street. A pack of level 1 demonic wolves was attacking vehicles and pedestrians. They were a size larger than ordinary dogs and could shatter a windshield with 2 swipes of their claws. Panicked drivers stomped wildly on their accelerators, plunging the entire street into chaos. There were no dungeon entrances at either end of the road and no publicly known secret realms nearby. The demonic wolves seemed to have appeared from nowhere in the middle of downtown, and their emergence point just happened to avoid the main security posts. Someone was trapped inside an overturned vehicle while several wolves tore at its door. Li Dahe first knocked the monsters away with his spear, then covered nearby pedestrians in golden shields. He didn't return to us until rescue professionals arrived. He might have been unreliable in conversation, but when real danger arrived, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. I couldn't understand it. Longxia's borders hadn't fallen, and the government guarded every dungeon and secret realm. Why had a group of monsters suddenly appeared inside the city? Several demonic wolves lunged toward our car. A silver spear swept across and instantly impaled them. Class, Knight. Level, 28. Li Dahe stood before the car, killing every demonic wolf that approached with a single thrust. Holy shield. A golden barrier covered the entire car. More than 20 demonic wolves surrounded it and clawed furiously, but the shield didn't budge. Detonate. Golden light exploded outward, blasting away every demonic wolf gathered around us. Not one survived. This was the first time I had seen Uncle Hay fight seriously. The middle-aged man who constantly rambled and terrified me with his driving was actually a level 28 knight. Several black vehicles arrived, and a group of professionals emerged to clear the remaining monsters. The situation had only just stabilized when a wolf howl sounded in the distance. They treated the injured and sealed the road, but no one could explain where the monsters had come from. Some people investigated the spatial fluctuations, but found no traces of a dungeon rupture or secret realm opening. The monster's origin became the greatest question at the scene. A level 10 werewolf walking upright appeared in the middle of the street. It was the leader of the pack. When its howl ended, it suddenly accelerated and lunged straight toward our car. I had barely taken out the bow of nothingness when Li Dahe met it head-on. His silver spear swept upward and launched the werewolf into the air. Li Dahe stood in place and waited for it to fall, then drove the spear point straight through its heart. The entire sequence was so clean it looked rehearsed. Before him, the level 10 monster had no chance to resist. Li Dahe dug out the level 10 magic crystal, then looked at me smugly. Well, your Uncle Hay isn't bad, is he? You're more than not bad. You're incredibly strong. As I praised him, I walked over and crouched beside the werewolf's corpse. I absolutely couldn't miss the data from a level 10 monster. With my palm pressed against the werewolf's corpse, the system completed the extraction in only 55 seconds. Previously, it had taken a full minute. It appeared that once I reached level 10, the extraction speed increased as well. Summon, level 10, werewolf times 1. What are you crouching there laughing about? Li Dahe asked. It's my first time seeing a level 10 monster. I'm studying it. I rose and returned to the car. A professional who had just participated in the cleanup approached and said with a mocking smile, If it isn't Li Dahe of the Shanghai Guild. Li Dahe glanced at him without answering. The man's gaze moved to me. Don't tell me this kid is Su Chang's son, Su Chen. He wore the emblem of Shanghai Guild on his chest, so he clearly belonged to the same guild as Li Dahe. Yet his tone held none of the familiarity between companions. Instead, he sounded as though he were confirming intelligence he had received long ago. Li Dahe's grip visibly tightened around the steering wheel. The movement was small, but I still saw it. I frowned. This man not only knew Uncle Hay and my father, but even knew my name. Get in. Ignore him. Li Dahe urged me to leave. From the instant he saw that man, the nonstop talker had suddenly fallen silent. Uncle Hay, who was he? No one who matters. Stay away from him in the future. He refused to say more, so I could only suppress my questions for now. When we reached the academy, Li Dahe warned me from inside the car. Be careful in the secret realm. Your dad may not look normal, but he has always worried about you. I know. Everyone had already arrived at the assembly point. Sorry, we encountered a monster attack on the way. You kept everyone waiting. An A-rank swordsman named Chun Wei complained. If I were you, I wouldn't go throw my life away in the secret realm. I didn't argue. In addition to the original 4 volunteers, Yi Lingfei and 2 escorts were also present. After Gao Baisong confirmed everyone had arrived, he personally led the group toward the secret realm. Half an hour later, an enormous golden vortex appeared inside a security perimeter. More than a dozen academies, several families, and multiple guilds had already arrived. Lu Shuwen was also present. A government representative announced the rules over a loudspeaker. Only professionals at level 10 or below may enter the secret realm. You must remain inside for at least 72 hours before you can leave. The realm will close after 7 days, and everyone must withdraw before then. Communication with the outside world is impossible within the realm. The portal provides entry and exit only. It does not provide positioning. Anyone who returns to the portal before 72 hours have passed will still be unable to leave. Anyone who fails to withdraw within 7 days will lose contact with the outside world when the portal closes. These rules meant rescue would be extremely limited. If we encountered danger, no high-level instructor could arrive in time, and no academy could direct us by phone. Anyone who stepped through would have to rely on themselves. Killing one another is strictly forbidden. If any faction bullies the students, the authorities will pursue the matter. Gao Baisong gave us one final warning. Don't worry about results once you're inside. Even if you remain at the entrance for 3 days, come back alive. The major guild and family teams entered first, with almost every member at level 9 or 10. Only afterward was it the academy students' turn. Most were merely level 2 to 4, and the occasional level 6 drew extensive discussion. Beijiang Academy began its registration. Chenwei, level 3. Huahaitao, level 4. Yi Lingfei, level 7. The silver-haired girl's level caused a sensation. Reaching level 7 within days proved that the Yi family had poured enormous resources into her. The staff member looked at the next participant. Su Chun, level 10. The staff member stared at the test result and repeatedly checked that he hadn't misread it. The discussions across the field instantly surpassed the commotion Yi Lingfei had caused moments earlier. For the first time, Yi Lingfei voluntarily turned around to look at me. Chun Wei went pale, wishing he could swallow every word he had spoken before our departure. Could a class that reached level 10 in a few days still be called useless? Only Hua Haitao showed no surprise. He had seen my power at level 9 and knew this was the natural result. Who was that? Which family has been secretly cultivating him? How many resources would it take to push someone to level 10 in a few days? The principals of various academies crowded around Gao Baisong. Didn't you say Beijiang Academy had only 2 geniuses? 2 geniuses plus a monster. You hit him well. Gao Baisong looked equally bewildered. He had no idea when I had reached level 10. The staff member even suspected I wasn't a student and completed my registration only after inspecting my student ID. Lu Shuwen also looked toward the registration desk. Level 10 itself wasn't surprising to him. Going from level 1 to level 10 in a few days was. He didn't question me publicly, merely lowered his voice and spoke to the staff beside him. Clearly, before I had even entered the secret realm, the authorities had already recorded my name separately. Other principals surrounded Gao Baisong. He kept claiming, the student worked hard on his own, but his eyes continually drifted toward me. Like everyone else, he had no explanation for my level. My level had been exposed, but the public test was mandatory for entering the secret realm and couldn't be avoided. In any case, once I crossed the portal, the outside world would temporarily be unable to interfere with me. I followed the group into the golden vortex. My vision flashed, and a vast land without visible boundaries appeared beneath my feet. Only a few moving black dots could be seen in the distance, the teams that had entered ahead of us. The moment he landed, Hua Haitao activated concealment and fled. He was afraid I would punish him inside the realm for attempting to murder Wang Xiaoming. The ripples of concealment lasted only a few seconds before disappearing entirely. He hadn't even brought along another academy student, clearly having planned from the beginning to hide alone for 3 days and withdraw immediately afterward. Chenwei also quietly backed away, obviously afraid I might kill him to silence one mocking remark. Are we really turning on one another the instant we get inside? Xie Dong, a normally quiet warlock, couldn't help speaking up. Like Chenwei, he was a level 3A rank professional who had hoped to rely on the academy's strongest students to survive. He never expected the group to fall apart the moment it entered. I had no intention of staying behind as their babysitter and turned to leave alone. How did you do it? For the first time, Yi Lingfei spoke to me of her own accord. I didn't stop walking. Su Chun, I'm talking to you. She caught up and blocked my path, anger already visible on her icy face. How did you reach level 10 in only a few days? Why should I tell you? My question left Yi Lingfei speechless. She was accustomed to everyone approaching her voluntarily, and had never been ignored this way. I went around her and continued onward. A dissatisfied stomp soon sounded behind me. Xiaodong was still calling after us. Don't leave. There's safety in numbers. The portal flashed again, and Yi Lingfei's 2 escorts finally entered the secret realm. My lady. She nodded to them and left in another direction with the pair. In the blink of an eye, only Chun Wei and Xiaodong remained from the original academy group. Chun Wei didn't dare speak until I was far away. It's fine. I won't abandon you. Xiaodong looked at him with a complicated expression. Every powerful person he had hoped to cling to had run off. Now he could only huddle for safety with this level 3 swordsman. I traveled alone for an entire day, encountering only a few level 1 monsters and finding nothing truly valuable. As night fell, I entered a densely wooded forest. With visibility limited and continued travel likely to lead me into an ambush, I decided to rest where I was. I set a lamp on the ground and removed food and water from my storage ring. I had barely taken a bite when something rustled in the brush ahead. Crack! Another twig snapped beneath a foot. Come out. There was no answer. I took out the bow of nothingness and fired repeatedly toward the sound. Golden energy arrows disappeared into the darkness, and one produced the distinct sound of striking flesh. A level 1 black hound monster snarled and lunged out. I fired one more arrow straight through its skull. A second shot at close range shattered the bone, causing a level 1 magic crystal to drop. I picked up the crystal and was about to return to the lamp when a powerful sense of danger rose behind me. I didn't summon the undead immediately. I still didn't know the other side's numbers, levels, or objective. Exposing my legion too early would only let any third person in hiding identify my true body. By relying on agility to force them into the open first, I could determine the scope of the encirclement. The facts proved that what hid in the darkness was indeed not a monster. They were hunters who specifically waited for people traveling alone. But today, they had chosen the wrong target. A fireball flew from the darkness. I sidestepped it, and the flames exploded against the ground, leaving a deep crater. Pretty quick reflexes. 2 unfamiliar men stepped into the light. One was a level 10 mage, the other a level 9 warrior. Both wore storage rings, clearly showing this wasn't their first time in a dangerous region. The warrior didn't approach immediately. Instead, he circled to the side and cut off my route back to open ground. The mage remained at an effective casting distance, where he could attack while preventing me from closing in. These were not 2 novices acting on impulse. They had clearly robbed people inside secret realms more than once. Confirm the target was alone, test their class and level, then have one person apply pressure while the other blocked the escape. If I had truly been an ordinary undead summoner, the first fireball would already have ended the fight. Why did you ambush me? Are you alone? Instead of answering, they first confirmed that I had no companions nearby. What does that have to do with you? The mage saw my class information and immediately laughed. You were holding a bow, so I thought you were an archer. Turns out you're an undead summoner. The warrior issued a direct demand. Leave the weapon and storage ring behind, and we'll spare your life. They wanted the bow of nothingness and also wanted to know how much wealth remained in my ring. You're robbing me? Good. You understand. If we have to attack, you won't even keep your life. I looked at the storage rings on their hands and smiled too. If you want them, come take them yourselves. My attitude enraged the mage. He cast several fireballs, but with 70 points of agility, I easily dodged every one. The more the warrior watched, the more surprised he became. Did this kid put every attribute point into agility? Everything into agility? Is he insane? The mage activated his level 10 skill. Greater Fireball. A mass of flame several times larger than an ordinary fireball flew directly at me. The skill received at level 10 varied from person to person. He hadn't obtained Flame Burst, but an enhanced version of Fireball. My body blurred, and I dodged again. The greater fireball exploded behind me, blasting a deep pit into the ground. You dodge like a monkey, the humiliated mage shouted. Attack together. The warrior drew his weapon, revealing a vicious smile. So what if he's fast? If everything went into agility, he has no damage. All he's doing is delaying his death. Once the warrior joined in, the pressure on me did increase considerably. He stayed close to restrict my movement while the mage hid in the rear, attacking whenever I had to dodge. One in front and one behind. The two worked together with practiced coordination. Greater Fireball. Flames flew past the warrior's shoulder and perfectly sealed my only retreat. The mage laughed. Let's see how you dodge this one. I didn't dodge. A black vortex opened instantly, and a level 2 skeleton appeared in front of me. The greater fireball exploded, shattering it on the spot and scattering bone fragments amid the sparks. Both men paused. A summon. The mage stared at the scattered bones. An undead summoner can use one like that. I put away the bow of nothingness and flexed my wrist. I originally wanted to play with you a little longer. The warrior approached with his saber raised. It's one broken skeleton. Who do you think you're impressing? Don't you enjoy fighting two against one? I snapped my fingers. Then let's see who really has more people. Black vortices appeared one after another throughout the forest. The first skeleton, then the second, the third. In the blink of an eye, 90 level 2 skeletons emerged with blades in hand and surrounded the pair in layer after layer. The mage's smile froze. The warrior spun around to find skeletons behind him as well. You call this fucking thing a summoner? Attack. Every bone blade rose simultaneously, and the first charge swallowed both men. The mage reacted quickly, sending several fireballs in a line to blast apart the frontmost skeletons. The warrior leaped into the air and brought his saber down, cleaving another skeleton from shoulder to chest. They're only level 2 monsters. The mage regained his confidence. No matter how many there are, they're still trash. Then take your time killing them. I returned to the lamp, sat down, and took out my food. I ate while I watched. The gesture made both men's faces turn livid. You little bastard. I'll kill you first. The mage hurled fireballs in succession. Several skeletons immediately turned and blocked them with their bodies. Explosions rang out one after another, but I didn't even look up. The warrior gritted his teeth and used whirlwind slash, shattering 3 skeletons at once. The mage's greater fireball followed close behind and cleared another open patch. They fought for a long time before finally destroying the first wave of skeletons. Panting, the warrior pointed his saber at me. Now it's your turn. I unscrewed my water bottle. Finished? Your speed wasn't bad. Black vortices appeared again. Every skeleton they had just shattered returned to the battlefield. This time, the level 5 goblin boss skeleton led the formation with its great cleaver. The mage's pupils abruptly contracted. Impossible. The second encirclement began. They kept killing, and the skeletons kept falling. But the instant one went down, a fresh skeleton emerged from a vortex to replace it. The warrior shattered 3 skeletons with a thunderbolt whirlwind slash, but staggered from the recoil himself. Why won't this end? The mage finally understood, and his face turned deathly pale. It isn't that he has a lot of them. He can summon them again after we kill them. Then charge through and kill the summoner. The warrior had barely taken one step when 7 or 8 bone blades descended together and forced him back. 90 skeletons sealed every direction. The men couldn't approach me or even retreat. Unless they could fly or had a skill capable of clearing the entire battlefield in one attack, they could only remain trapped and be worn down. Their breathing grew heavier, and their movements steadily slowed. The mage began conserving spirit, using greater fireball only when the skeletons clustered together. The warrior also stopped trying to shatter them in one blow. Instead, he used the back of his saber and his shoulder to push the undead away, trying to force a passage through the encirclement. But with every step they moved, the outer skeletons closed the gap again. The level 5 goblin boss skeleton guarded the space between the 2 men. Whenever they tried to regroup or switch positions, its great cleaver immediately descended. When they began the robbery, they believed the numbers favored them. Only after being truly surrounded did they understand how ridiculous the phrase 2 against 1 sounded. I finished my last bite of food and picked up the bow of nothingness again. The warrior exposed an opening while swinging his saber. A golden arrow flashed and drove into his arm. His saber strike immediately went off course. The goblin boss skeleton seized the opportunity and crushed downward with its cleaver, forcing him to one knee. Sweat covered the mage's forehead. At last, he no longer dared talk tough. Friend, let's stop. Everything just now was a misunderstanding. We can talk. A misunderstanding? With my bowstring drawn, I looked at him through the mass of skeletons. You wanted to steal my weapon and ring, then kill me while you were at it. Now that you can't win, it's a misunderstanding. The mage hurriedly said, we failed to recognize your strength. If you stop, Night Guild will definitely compensate you. He deliberately raised his voice when he said Night Guild. It was a second-rate guild in Jiangsheng whose reputation was fouler than that of many major guilds. Its ranks were filled with all kinds of people. Relying on their numbers, they regularly committed robbery, extortion, and similar crimes. Our companions are nearby too. The mage continued threatening me. Taking this too far won't benefit anyone. So you have more companions. I released the bowstring. An energy arrow buried itself in his calf. The mage screamed and dropped to his knees. His ingratiating expression instantly turned venomous. Don't push your luck when we're offering you respect. Now that sounds more like you. I gave them no time to breathe. One energy arrow after another entered the encirclement, forcing the two men to defend against both the skeletons and my ambush shots. One of the warrior's arms was already injured, and his stamina was nearly exhausted. The goblin boss skeleton seized its chance and brought the great cleaver down heavily. His body tilted aside, and my next arrow struck him squarely in the chest. The remaining skeletons swarmed him. The warrior never stood again. Watching his companion fall, the mage's voice began to tremble. "You really dare kill members of Night Guild? If I let you leave, would you let me go?" He opened his mouth to promise. A bone blade had already slashed him from the side. His staff fell from his hand, and the skeletons quickly closed in. A moment later, the battlefield went silent. Of course I would never trust people like them. If I let them go, no promised compensation would come. Night Guild's hunting parties certainly would. I had the skeletons remove the pair's storage rings, then immediately withdrew. Since Night Guild members were nearby, I couldn't linger. Before leaving, I collected my lamp and every obvious trace that belonged to me, leaving only the marks of battle across the ground. Both men had died to bone blades and the boss's great cleaver. Anyone who found the corpses would, at most, suspect an encounter with unusual undead monsters. I had no time to bury them. Since they had revealed that companions were nearby, I had to create distance before those people followed the firelight and explosions to this place. After running for some distance and confirming no one pursued me, I set up my lamp and examined the spoils. The warrior's storage ring looked as though someone had stuffed a junkyard inside it. Old tables and chairs, a broken computer, a ruined television, stainless steel basins. Every kind of random trash was there. I made the skeletons search for more than 10 minutes before sorting out the valuable items. 13 level 5 magic crystals, 7 level 6 crystals, and 3 each at levels 7, 8, and 9, counting only the magic crystals and storage ring. This battle had already earned me a fortune. The mage's storage ring was even more outrageous. When its contents were poured out, the first thing I saw was a pile of intimate items collected from different women. They were dirty and disgusting, clearly acquired through foul means. This man really was scum. I stepped back and simply had the skeletons search for me. In the end, we found 15 level 5 magic crystals, 5 each from levels 6 through 9, and 3 bottles of basic healing potion. One bottle was worth 50,000 Longxia dollars and could gradually restore stamina and heal injuries. Its effect was too slow for battle, but it was extremely useful during a rest. I had barely stored everything when quiet footsteps came from the forest. Not monsters, people, and more than one. I immediately recalled every skeleton, extinguished the lamp, and prepared to leave. "Friend up ahead, wait." The voice had already caught up behind me. I looked back. The man in front carried a longbow, with 2 more figures following behind him. An archer, a warlock, and an assassin. All 3 wore the same Night Guild emblem on their equipment. "We're from Night Guild." The archer looked me over. "Have you seen a mage and a warrior?" "No." I turned and walked away. The archer quickly caught up. "Running around a secret realm alone? Where are your teammates? Which guild are you with?" "None of your business." The junk I had dumped out was still scattered across the ground. The longer this continued, the easier it would be for them to discover the truth. I quickened my pace. The warlock suddenly shouted from behind, "Stop. These things belong to Wuda and Huangbin." Those 2 were evidently the companions they sought. "Su Ergu, stay and find them," the archer ordered quickly. "You come with me." The assassin left the group to search for the bodies, while the archer and warlock pursued me. Bowstrings sounded repeatedly behind me. 3 arrows wrapped in fierce wind flew toward my left, right, and directly ahead. I abruptly shifted sideways. They passed beside me and buried themselves deep in a tree trunk. My opponent gave me no chance to accelerate, firing another arrow to seal my route. "Stop running. You can't escape." With 70 points of agility, I normally could have widened the distance. But the archer continually predicted my destination, forcing me to change direction repeatedly and preventing me from reaching full speed. He wasn't shooting where I stood, but where my next step had to land. If I moved left, an arrow sealed the left side. If I hid behind a tree, the second arrow struck beside the trunk. The warlock only needed to follow and close the distance without wasting a single attack. Several times, I tried to enter the dense forest and lose them, but arrows forced me back into the open. My opponent had clearly participated in many hunts and knew how to restrict a high-agility target. The warlock seized the opportunity and swept his staff forward. Haunting wraiths. Several shadows shot from the ground and wrapped around my limbs. It felt as if heavy weights had suddenly been placed on my body, slowing every step. The archer had already leaped into the air and drawn his bowstring tight. Critical strike. The arrow shone painfully bright, its power far greater than any of his previous attacks. Unable to dodge completely, I summoned a skeleton in front of me as a shield. The arrow first pierced the skeleton's chest. With its remaining force, it drove into my arm. The impact spun me halfway around. The arrowhead didn't penetrate the bone, but it tore open a large patch of flesh, and blood soon ran down my fingers. The injured arm was the one I used to hold my bow. If this dragged on, I would soon struggle even to aim steadily. Agony shot through my skull. If the skeleton hadn't altered the arrow's path, it would have struck my chest. After landing, the archer saw my class information and smiled. An undead summoner? That's rare. The warlock was even less polite. A useless class dares enter a secret realm? That skeleton couldn't even withstand one arrow. Talk. The archer slowly approached. How did you take Wuda and Huangbin's rings? I gripped the arrow shaft, tore it out through gritted teeth, then drank a bottle of basic healing potion. Warmth began spreading, but the pain in the wound eased only gradually. You want to know? Black vortices opened in succession beside me. Skeleton after skeleton walked out with blades raised. Excluding the one that had blocked the arrow, there were 89 in total. Because they're already dead. Both men's expressions changed. You killed them? That's right. I threw away the potion bottle. If you don't mind, I can send you down and meet them. The killing intent in the archer's eyes surged. You killed members of Night Guild. You have to die today. Then try it. All 89 skeletons charged simultaneously. The archer didn't retreat. He raised his bow and fired a streak of white light. Pear Blossom Arrow Rain. The white light exploded in midair and transformed into a dense rain of arrows. The skeletons in the front row shattered one after another. That single skill destroyed nearly 20. This man's strength truly exceeded that of the mage and warrior from before. But the undead before him were far from all I possessed. The warlock immediately slammed his staff into the ground. Death Swamp. A black region spread rapidly as the solid ground turned into a bog. The skeleton's legs sank steadily, locking their movements in place. The archer cast Pear Blossom Arrow Rain again. The trapped skeletons became helpless targets and fell row after row. In moments, the pair's combination of skills had wiped out the first undead wave. One controlled the field. The other harvested the enemy. Level 2 skeletons alone truly couldn't break through their teamwork. More won't help. The archer raised his longbow. Every time you summon them, I'll clear them out. I gave no answer and simply brought back the second wave of skeletons. Death Swamp spread again, immediately followed by the rain of arrows. They advanced steadily through wave after wave of undead and appeared to hold a complete advantage. But their attention was also utterly consumed by the skeletons in front. That was exactly what I wanted. Each wave of ordinary skeletons existed not to kill them, but to establish a fixed rhythm. The warlock first spread Death Swamp. Then the archer cleared the field with Arrow Rain. Once the rhythm repeated enough times, they would focus all their attention on the newly appearing undead ahead. I even kept the interval between summons deliberately consistent, making them believe they had seen through every method I possessed. The werewolf and level 5 goblin boss skeleton had never joined the frontal battlefield. From the very beginning, they had remained hidden among the trees and circled behind the warlock. Only later did I learn that Su Urgu, the assassin on the other side, had found his companions' bodies. But the first thing he saw wasn't Wuda or Huangbin. It was a black-robed monster crouched beside the corpses, behaving strangely. Su Urgu had barely called out to it when the creature lunged in front of him in an instant. The assassin was killed in one blow before he could even activate concealment. At this moment, the archer and warlock knew none of that. Your summons are good for nothing but taking hits. The warlock smugly maintained Death Swamp. Still, getting this much out of the undead summoner means you have some ability. Is that so? The brush behind him suddenly exploded. The werewolf activated ambush, and its sharp bone claws tore crossing wounds into his back. The warlock screamed and turned, only for the goblin boss's great cleaver to descend from the side and send his entire body flying. Death Swamp instantly vanished. Freed from the control effect, the skeletons resumed moving and rapidly surrounded the pair. When the archer saw the levels of the werewolf and goblin boss, his expression finally changed. The level 10 werewolf had 29 strength, 35 agility, and the ambush skill. The level 5 boss skeleton applied direct pressure from the front. A fragile warlock couldn't possibly withstand a coordinated sneak attack from 2 high-level undead. Save me. Covered in blood, the warlock lay on the ground, unable to move. The archer cleared more than a dozen skeletons with another pair blossom arrow rain, but didn't dare turn back to save his companion. He could only fight while retreating. Stop him. The werewolf, boss skeleton, and ordinary undead all pressed toward the archer. I walked up to the warlock and looked down at him. Spare my life. When you restrained me and let his arrow fly toward my chest, did you think of sparing mine? He tried to beg again, but I had already raised the bow of nothingness. An energy arrow fell, and his voice stopped abruptly. I took his storage ring and turned to pursue the archer. Without the warlock controlling the field, no matter how powerful the archer was, he couldn't withstand an endless encirclement. He fired while retreating, his steps becoming increasingly chaotic. Running. I returned his own words. Do you really think you can escape? The moment I finished speaking, a massive black sword suddenly swept from the darkness. The archer couldn't even turn around before the attack grievously wounded him and knocked him to the ground screaming. I stopped as well. That sword did not belong to any of my summons. Heavy footsteps came from the darkness. A towering figure entered the light. Heavy black armor covered its entire body, and it gripped a great sword in both hands. Its helmet had only a narrow slit, from which two red points of light shone. Level 10. The archer was still struggling on the ground. The black-armored monster casually struck him once more, ending his screams completely. Instead of rushing to take the storage ring, I first ordered the werewolf to use ambush. Its bone claws scraped across the black armor with an ear-piercing screech, scattering sparks without leaving so much as a scratch. The black-armored monster countered with one swing. The werewolf shattered on the spot. It's that tough. The level 5 boss skeleton charged with its cleaver. The great sword and massive cleaver collided head-on. The boss skeleton staggered several steps back, while the black-armored monster didn't move at all. Its next strike fell immediately afterward and killed the boss skeleton in one blow as well. Ordinary skeletons lunged from every direction. Their bone blades produced only a rapid series of sharp clangs against the armor. Every swing from the black-armored monster, however, shattered several skeletons. It quickly destroyed the first undead wave. My heart tightened, but my eyes shone brighter and brighter. The stronger the monster, the more valuable it would be after becoming undead. The black-armored monster gave a low growl and charged at me with its sword. A second wave of skeletons immediately appeared and threw themselves into the path of its charge. But it didn't slow at all. Its greatsword swept continuously, carving a path all the way to me. I sidestepped its downward slash and fired the bow of nothingness repeatedly. The energy arrows struck its breastplate with several muffled impacts and nothing more. I tried shooting its knee plates, elbows, and the slit in its helmet. The arrows could deflect its movements, but never truly penetrate. Even the armor's joints had inner protection and were far more secure than those of an ordinary dark knight. Every time the werewolf or boss skeleton died, I summoned it back immediately. The black-armored monster soon realized they could not be permanently killed. It began ignoring the surrounding attacks and focused entirely on charging at me, their controller. Its judgment was correct. If its sword touched me even once, the battle would end. Breaking its defense head-on was impossible. I summoned the werewolf again. As the black-armored monster raised its sword to strike, I didn't shoot its body. Instead, I sent an arrow toward the wrist gripping the sword. Thud! The impact on its wrist knocked the sword off course. The werewolf seized the chance to close in and raked it repeatedly with its claws. Although it still couldn't penetrate the armor, it drew the monster's full attention. It worked. Every time the black-armored monster prepared to swing, I shot its wrist and forcibly interrupted the motion. Ordinary skeletons used the opportunities to seize it from every side, piling onto it in increasing numbers. Stop trying to cut it. Bring it down. The skeletons changed tactics, dragging at its legs, clutching its waist, and pinning its arms. The black-armored monster possessed terrifying strength and hurled away more than a dozen skeletons in succession. The werewolf and boss skeleton rejoined the struggle, each crashing into one of its legs. After a long stalemate, the massive body finally lost its balance and slammed to the ground. The goblin boss seized the opportunity and took away the greatsword. Once the weapon was in the boss skeleton's hands, the black-armored monster tried several times to recover it. I assigned the werewolf to block its right arm while ordinary skeletons gripped the wrist. Every time it broke one layer free, another immediately replaced it. The method was clumsy, but perfectly suited to limitless summoning. Other people might be unable to afford such a tactic even by sacrificing lives. I only needed to summon my creatures back repeatedly. Even after losing its weapon, the monster could shatter a level 2 skeleton with 2 punches. I had no choice but to send more undead forward, layer upon layer, until all 4 limbs were completely pinned. In the end, only its head could still move. I walked to the pile of bones, gripped the helmet with both hands, and pulled with all my strength. It came free, revealing a vicious, fanged face. An eerie red glow still shone from its eyes. It roared at me. I aimed the bow of nothingness at its unprotected forehead. It's over. An energy arrow fired point blank. Level 10 Dark Knight slain. You gained 5,000 EXP. Only when the notification appeared did I order the skeletons, pinning it down to move aside. An ordinary level 10 monster could never yield so much experience. This thing's strength had already approached that of a boss. I immediately pressed my hand against the corpse. Extract the undead data. 55 seconds later, the extraction finished. A black vortex opened, and the heavy footsteps of armor sounded again. The Dark Knight I had killed emerged from it, now nothing but a skeleton beneath the pitch-black armor. Dark Knight. Level 10. Strength 45. Agility 30. Spirit 10. Constitution 40. Skill Mighty, temporarily doubles strength. Talent D rank. I stared at its 45 points of strength for several seconds. No wonder it had killed the werewolf with a single strike. Combined with Mighty, its explosive power could reach 90 strength in an instant. This was the kind of main force undead I needed. But my excitement hadn't lasted long when identical footsteps sounded again among the trees. Clank, clank. There was more than one set. I stored the ring left by the archer and positioned every undead in front of me, ready to retreat at any moment. 9 black-armored figures emerged from the darkness, one after another. 9 full level 10 Dark Knights. I instinctively stepped back twice. Running would be safest. But if I took down these 9, my undead legion would undergo a qualitative transformation. I'll risk it. I summoned every skeleton, placing my newly subdued Dark Knight at the front. The 2 sides paused briefly, then charged simultaneously. The first collision destroyed nearly half my force. Ordinary skeletons couldn't withstand the great swords at all. The 9 Dark Knights advanced in a line, and every swing cleared an entire swath. If I continued trading blows head-on, my army would be wiped out. I had to defeat them one at a time. Curse of the Grim Reaper. The skill activated. Every attribute of the 9 hostile Dark Knights fell by 20%, while my Dark Knight, Werewolf, and Boss Skeleton received a 20% enhancement. One side weakened and the other strengthened. The difference became obvious immediately. Pull one out. My Dark Knight slammed into the enemy formation and seized the one on the edge. It actually hurled the target out of the encirclement by force, then straddled its body and punched its helmet again and again. The remaining 8 tried to rescue it, forcing me to summon ordinary skeletons back continually and block their path with bodies. Level 10 Dark Knight slain. You gained 5,000 EXP. The first one fell. I immediately rushed over to extract its data. 55 seconds. Normally, it passed in the blink of an eye. Now it felt unbearably long. Ordinary skeletons shattered, reappeared, then shattered again. When the extraction was only halfway complete, the 8 greatswords surrounded and killed my own Dark Knight. 8 pairs of red lights turned toward me at once. Heavy footsteps approached one by one. 5 seconds remained. The Dark Knight in front had already raised its greatsword. Hurry! The greatsword descended with a roar of wind. Extraction successful. I dodged sideways with all my strength, but was still half a step too slow. The blade passed across my shoulder and tore open a deep wound, instantly soaking half my clothes with blood. Come out! The skeleton legion descended again. This time, 2 Dark Knights stood at the front. Curse of the Grim Reaper activated again. The 2 enhanced Dark Knights charged together and soon dragged out another target. I drank a healing potion and continued directing the battle through the agony in my shoulder. The second one fell. Extract. 3 against 7. The third one fell. Extract. 4 against 6. Every additional Dark Knight I subdued reduced the pressure. After I endured the most dangerous 55 seconds, the battle began turning in my favor. At last, only 1 hostile Dark Knight remained. 9 undead of its own kind surrounded it with great swords in hand, leaving it no room even to step backward. The final sword fell. Level 10 Dark Knight slain. You gained 5,000 EXP. I completed the extraction and summoned my 10th Dark Knight, then collapsed onto my back, gasping for air. That battle had nearly killed me, but as I looked at the 10 suits of black armor guarding me, I knew my gamble had paid off. I first drank my second basic healing potion. The first bottle's effect hadn't completely ended, yet a new wave of warmth was already flowing toward my shoulder. The wound stopped bleeding heavily, but it was far from healed. The 10 dark knights spread out to stand guard. Lying among them, I could finally close my eyes and rest for a while. Only later did I learn from Li Dahe that on the same night I was recovering, Jiangxing Television had already broadcast my story. A student from Beijiang Academy has reached level 10 only days after awakening his class. His class is the combat class universally recognized as the weakest, the undead summoner. The news aired repeatedly. Some suspected the Academy of manufacturing publicity, while others guessed that a major faction was secretly backing me. More and more attention began turning toward my home. My father, Su Chong, sat in the living room and stared at the television without the slightest happiness on his face. He knew fame arriving too early was not necessarily good. At that moment, someone knocked on the front door. My father assumed Li Dahe had come to celebrate and dragged his injured leg over to answer it. But the person outside was someone who hadn't appeared in 5 years. Su Tianxiang. The man forced his way inside, sat on the couch, and smilingly brought up both me and Li Dahe. He also said he had seen that day's news. My father ordered him out on the spot. Get out. I don't want to see you. Su Tianxiang's smile turned cold. You raised your son so well. It seems you still haven't let go of what happened back then. What do you want? My father had barely asked when Su Tianxiang attacked. A whipping kick sent him into the wall. Between his old injuries and the new impact, he lost the ability to resist immediately. I'll send you on your way first. Naturally, someone will send your son to join you later. At that moment, Li Dahe's voice came from the hallway. Su Tianxiang didn't linger. He smashed through the kitchen window and escaped. When Li Dahe entered, he found only my father lying motionless on the floor. He poured a healing potion down my father's throat, picked him up, and raced straight to the hospital. Inside the secret realm, I knew nothing about any of this. At that same moment, I merely opened my eyes with a start. It felt as if someone had seized my heart, and an inexplicable panic pressed down until I could hardly breathe. What's wrong? No enemies surrounded me. There were only the footsteps of dark knights on patrol. I checked every direction and found nothing. Yet the unease never disappeared. I expanded the security perimeter, keeping only 2 dark knights close to guard me, then continued healing. On the first day, when my shoulder injury was at its worst, I barely moved and relied on the dark knights to kill any level 1 or 2 monsters that approached. Once I could raise my arm on the second day, I practiced drawing the bow one-handed in case I encountered another enemy before recovering. By the third day, the wound had finally scabbed over. Moving my arm still pulled at it, but ordinary shooting was no longer affected. That inexplicable unease never completely vanished. Several times I started toward the exit, but the 72-hour restriction and the fact that I had not yet found water of life forced me to remain in the realm. 3 days passed. I had now spent more than 72 hours inside. Many teams began withdrawing. Most of those remaining belonged to major guilds or families. I had used all 3 basic healing potions, and my shoulder had largely recovered. I encountered no more dark knights over those days, only a few level 1 and 2 monsters. None could withstand even one sword from a level 10 dark knight. I continued deeper with 1 dark knight beside me. Explosions and shouting suddenly sounded ahead. Do you know who we are? You dare steal from Netherworld Guild? I don't care who you are. Hand over the boss drop. I stopped, recalled the dark knight, and quietly approached. A second group of living people had finally appeared. 2 teams were fighting ahead. 4 members of Netherworld Guild faced 5 from Azure Cloud Guild. They were clearly fighting over loot from a boss they had just killed. Netherworld Guild's leader was a mage named Dai Bai Bai. He hurled fireballs in succession, forcing the other side back. If our captain were here, you'd already be dead. Tang Shan of Azure Cloud Guild sneered. The fact that he isn't here is exactly why we attacked. The 2 sides collided again. Netherworld Guild had 1 fewer person, but its strength kept it from immediately falling behind. I remained hidden and did not intervene. If 2 guilds were willing to openly tear each other apart, the boss drop had to be extraordinary. Sure enough, when the fighting reached its most intense point, 5 more people appeared from the side. What a lively scene. Their leader, Ma Jun, announced that they were from Star Moon Guild, then pretended ignorance and asked why the 2 sides were fighting. Dai Bai Bai warned him, stay out of this. Tang Shan offered a deal directly. Join us in dealing with Netherworld Guild, and we'll split the item equally. Ma Jun pressed him. What item? A quality stone. Even my fist tightened when I heard those 2 words. A quality stone had a 50% chance of raising an item's quality. Its value started at 10 million, and it almost never appeared for sale. No wonder these people dared risk making an enemy of Netherworld Guild. Ma Jun could no longer hide the greed in his eyes. Sorry, the temptation is too great. He waved to the people behind him. Attack. 4 against 5 instantly became 4 against 10. No matter how strong Netherworld Guild was, it couldn't withstand attacks from 2 teams. One member fell, and a second was gravely wounded immediately afterward. Dai Bai fought back desperately, but was ultimately knocked to the ground. Dai Bai repeatedly tried to open a path with fireballs. Azure Cloud Guild's warrior immediately held the front, while Star Moon Guild's people cut off the retreat from the side. The 4 Netherworld members were compressed into such a small area that they couldn't even cover one another. They hadn't lost to a single powerful opponent. They lost to the numbers and to the energy they had spent killing the boss. Had Ma Jun arrived a few minutes later, Azure Cloud Guild might not have defeated them. You'll bring disaster down on your own guilds. Ma Jun walked up with his saber. You don't need to worry about that. The blade fell, and all 4 Netherworld Guild members were wiped out. Ma Jun turned to Tang Shan. How do we divide the loot? Equally, of course. Tang Shan laughed heartily and even urged him to inspect Dai Bai's ring first. The moment Ma Jun bent down, Tang Shan attacked from behind. Cold light flashed, opening a deep wound on Ma Jun and forcing him to retreat several steps in panic. You despicable bastard. Why split it when I can take everything? Tang Shan led the Azure Cloud members in surrounding him. Besides, you're the one who killed the Netherworld Guild members. I'm avenging them now. The 2 groups that had fought side by side moments ago immediately turn on each other. Azure Cloud Guild seized the initiative, and Ma Jun was gravely injured. Star Moon Guild soon became unable to hold out, and Tang Shan personally finished Ma Jun in the end. 14 storage rings and a quality stone. Standing amid the corpses, he laughed. We're rich this time. With that, he turned to take Dai Bai's ring, only to see me crouching beside the body, having removed it first. His laughter stopped abruptly. I looked up and met Tang Shan's eyes. The mantis had eaten the cicada. Then the oriole had eaten the mantis. Now it was my turn to collect the oriole. I appeared when Tang Shan was at his most relaxed. They had fought 2 battles in succession and exhausted more than half their skills and stamina. Their attention was entirely on the storage rings, and no one had checked the surroundings. Had they remained at full strength, I wouldn't have fought 5 professionals head-on for a quality stone. But the prey had weakened one another to their limits. Failing to attack now would have been the true waste. Tang Shan froze briefly, then approached with his saber. Kid, which academy are you from? Do you know what you just took? He deliberately dragged the saber point across the ground, the ear-piercing scrape advancing with him. The other 4 Azure Cloud Guild members spread out, clearly intending to block my retreat. I'm taking an item. I shook the storage ring. Are you blind? You're asking to die. Tang Shan raised his hand and slashed. A great sword emerged from a black vortex and blocked the blade less than 6 inches from my body. Metal collided, scattering sparks. The impact knocked Tang Shan back 2 steps. A level 10 Dark Knight stood beside me. My class and level appeared as well. A level 10 Undead Summoner. The contempt in Tang Shan's eyes turned to surprise. Is this your summon? You found the secret of the Undead Summoner. You could say that. Tell me the skill and cultivation method. He suddenly smiled. Join Azure Cloud Guild, and I can protect you. I glanced at Ma Jun's corpse. Join you, then wait for your blade in my back. The Dark Knight had already charged. Tang Shan retreated and shouted, There's no need to attack yet. We can discuss the terms. He fell back to his companions, and all 5 attacked one Dark Knight together. Sabers, swords, and fireballs struck the heavy armor one after another, but produced only dull impacts. Attack the gaps in the armor. Tang Shan quickly identified the weakness. Don't meet it head-on. The 5 restrained it in turns and spent considerable effort before finally shattering the first Dark Knight. Tang Shan's command was genuinely effective. 2 close combat professionals restricted the greatsword. The mage continually bombarded the armor's joints, and the other 2 took turns trying to remove the helmet from behind. No matter how strong the Dark Knight's defense was, it couldn't withstand 5 skilled professionals attacking only one weakness. But defeating just one left someone's arms numb and several skills on cooldown. Tang Shan treated the victory as proof he had seen through every card I held. I had merely used one undead to learn their battle methods. Panting, Tang Shan extended his hand again. I'll give you one final chance. Join Azure Cloud Guild, or die. Then I choose death. Good. He shouted the word 3 times and charged with his saber. Your summon is gone. Let's see what you used to block me now. What I said was, 5 black vortices opened simultaneously in front of him. I didn't summon all 20 at once. Corpses from 3 guilds surrounded us, and the greater the disturbance, the more likely it was to attract other nearby teams. Applying pressure with 5 first would also confirm whether Azure Cloud Guild had any hidden backup. Only after verifying that no support was coming did I increase the stakes. 5 Dark Knights emerged with greatswords and completely blocked the path. That all of you die. Tang Shan skidded to a stop. It had taken all 5 of them working together to barely defeat one. Now 5 had appeared at once. How can there be so many? Kill them. The 5 Dark Knights charged simultaneously. Tang Shan and the others immediately fell into a bitter struggle and were forced backward again and again. Let's add a few more. Another 5 vortices appeared behind them. The remaining 5 Dark Knights sealed their retreat and attacked from the rear. Tang Shan finally panicked. How many can you summon? You think this is too few? I can keep going. No need. His voice warped as he shouted. We can talk this out. But the first of his companions had already been knocked down by a greatsword. The encirclement rapidly tightened, and the remaining 4-person defense collapsed with it. The hunters who had just fought over other people's wealth had become prey in the blink of an eye. When the second Azure Cloud Guild member fell, warm blood splashed across Tang Shan's face. His will to fight vanished completely. You can have everything. Dai Bai's things, Ma Jun's. We won't take any of it. Their possessions already belong to me. Tang Shan continued trying to stall. You can have the quality stone and the blink stone too. We can testify that Dai Bai was killed by Ma Jun. Then Ma Jun died to a monster. You won't have any trouble at all. That's also how you negotiated an equal split with Ma Jun moments ago. That one sentence left him with nothing to say. A great sword slammed down, numbing both of Tang Shan's hands and splitting the skin between his thumb and index finger. Then you can have our things too. He hurriedly removed his own storage ring and threw it toward me. I caught it with one hand. Thank you. You have the ring. Make them stop. I gave no order. Releasing an enemy who had witnessed my abilities and already formed a blood feud with me would only create future trouble. You broke your word. When did I promise to release you? The 10 Dark Knights continued attacking. The 5 Azure Cloud Guild members had already fought through 2 battles, severely depleting their stamina and skills. All of them soon fell. I ordered the undead to collect every storage ring, then relocated immediately. 14 people had died in this area. Remaining here would only attract more teams. Once I was far from the battlefield, I first selected Dai Bai's storage ring. The stone carved with mysterious patterns was inside, just as expected. Quality stone, after use, has a 50% chance of increasing an item's quality. The ring also contained a collection of magic crystals at different levels, 3 basic healing potions, and an even more valuable intermediate healing potion. Finally, I found a golden runestone. Blink stone, after use, allows 1 short distance teleportation. The quality stone could make me stronger, but the blink stone could save my life outright at the most dangerous moment. In practical terms, the latter might be even more valuable. I didn't use the quality stone immediately. The bow of nothingness was only common quality. Even if the upgrade succeeded, the gain might not justify using a material worth tens of millions. I stored the quality stone and level up stones in the innermost space as well, separate from the ordinary magic crystals. I only performed a simple inspection of the remaining 13 rings for now. The dead belonged to 3 guilds, and any equipment with an obvious identifying mark could attract an investigation. I had to determine every item's origin before disposing of it. 14 storage rings, plus a quality stone, a blink stone, potions, and magic crystals. This haul was truly enormous. But the water of life I most wanted to find inside the secret realm still hadn't appeared. Without realizing it, I had reached the 6th day. More and more parties were withdrawing toward the exit, but I continued deeper. Along the way, a man who was withdrawing saw me and offered a kind warning. Young man, don't go any farther. I heard an elite team from Sword Tiger Guild was completely wiped out. Were they killed by the final boss? No one knows. It could have been monsters, or it could have been people. He shook his head. You can't trust anyone in this place. If a student like you goes deeper, you're throwing your life away. Thank you. The man waved and ran after his teammates. Sword Tiger Guild was Jiangxing's strongest official guild. It would never have sent weak members inside. Whatever had annihilated them was obviously extraordinarily dangerous. But the final boss had a strong chance of dropping water of life. I hesitated only briefly before continuing deeper. After walking for a long time, the smell of blood appeared in the air. Several corpses lay on the ground, each wearing Sword Tiger Guild's tiger-shaped badge. Their expressions were terrified, and nearly identical wounds pierced their chests, as if a monster had killed each with one strike. Every storage ring had already been removed. I crouched to inspect the injuries. Just as I was about to rise, hurried footsteps sounded nearby. A figure burst from the brush and crashed directly into me. Familiar silver-white hair, blood-stained clothes, and an expression from which every trace of cold pride had vanished. Yiling Fei. She breathed rapidly, her face pale and her leg clearly injured. I looked behind her. Where are your two bodyguards? She gave no answer, merely glancing into the darkness in terror. The answer was already obvious. Don't ask. Yiling Fei kept looking over her shoulder. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. You need to get out too. She went around me and continued running toward the exit on her injured leg. I called her back and tossed her two basic healing potions. Yiling Fei caught the bottles and visibly froze. Her own potions were exhausted, and neither bodyguard had returned. Right now, these two bottles could save her life. Thank you. After hesitating, she warned me again. Come with me. If you stay, you'll really die. You go ahead. I waved and walked deeper into the secret realm instead. Yiling Fei probably thought I wanted to delay her pursuer. In reality, I only wanted to see what could reduce her and two bodyguards to this state. I examined the ground along the direction she had come from. Broken branches, long trails of blood, and absurdly deep footprints marked the route. Several rocks bore scars left by blows from a gigantic weapon. This hadn't been an ordinary encounter. Yiling Fei and the two bodyguards had fled for a long distance, yet their opponent had stayed behind them the entire way. Anything that could reduce three well-prepared people to one survivor had to possess combat power no lower than a level 10 boss. To be safe, I summoned all 10 Dark Knights. 2 remained close to guard me, while 8 spread out ahead and behind as scouts. The moment I finished arranging them, the brush to the side exploded. A dark red figure moved as fast as an arrow. It first sent one Dark Knight flying with its shield, then kicked down a second. A dark red greatsword immediately swung toward my head. With 70 points of agility, I dodged sideways. The greatsword slammed into the ground, scattering stone fragments. My opponent gave me no time to observe before smashing its round shield toward me with the left hand. Bang! I flew more than 30 feet. Blood churned in my chest, and I coughed repeatedly after landing. The dark red figure caught up again with its greatsword raised. 2 Dark Knights returned in time and crossed 4 arms beneath the blade. Blinding sparks burst out. Even working together, they barely stopped the blow. At last, I clearly saw my opponent. It wore the same heavy armor as the others, but every piece was dark red. A round shield occupied its left hand, a greatsword its right, and a dark red cloak hung from its back. Dark Knight Commander. Level 10. This is the Secret Realm's final boss. It drove one Dark Knight away with its shield and immediately concentrated its attack on the other. Instead of striking the heavy armor, its sword point accurately entered the gap between the helmet and neck guard. Crack! One sword killed my Dark Knight. Its strength, speed, and combat experience were all far superior to those of an ordinary Dark Knight. The remaining 8 hurried back to defend. At my order, all 10 Dark Knights attacked simultaneously. The commander still blocked them with ease. Its round shield knocked aside frontal attacks, while the greatsword targeted only the armor's joints. Even when surrounded, it soon shattered another undead. You really are fierce. I drank a healing potion and re-summoned the fallen Dark Knights. Curse of the Grim Reaper. A 20% buff fell over my 10 Dark Knights, while the commander was weakened by 20%. With one side strengthened and the other weakened, the enormous gap immediately narrowed. 10 greatswords descended continuously. The commander could only raise its shield, and sparks repeatedly flew from the armor on its sides. But its defense remained formidable. If we continued trading blows, I would only exhaust my spirit. The commander actively adjusted its position. It placed its back against a large tree, reducing the directions from which it could be attacked. The round shield stopped the strongest undead, while the dark red greatsword targeted whichever opponent its companions had restricted. In just one brief exchange, 2 more of my Dark Knights were stabbed in the neck. Without limitless revival, an ordinary 10-person party would already have lost half its members to the commander. Drop your weapons and bring it down. All 10 Dark Knights threw away their swords and crashed into it from different directions. The commander sent the first one tumbling with its shield, but the undead behind it had already seized its waist and arms. This time, I wouldn't give it another chance to display its combat technique. 1 Dark Knight pinned the commander's left arm, 2 pinned its right, and the rest held its legs and chest down. Spread flat like an X, the commander struggled wildly, its roars painfully rattling my eardrums. My turn. I approached with the bow of nothingness. Its helmet had no obvious opening. So as with an ordinary Dark Knight, I had to remove it first. I bent down, gripped the edge, and pulled with all my strength. The helmet finally came off, revealing a vicious face. I drew the string fully. Just before the energy arrow fired, a bone shield slammed into me. I stumbled backward, and the shot went wide, blasting only a hole in the ground. A humanoid skeleton with a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right now stood before the commander. Level 10 skeleton soldier. Behind the skeleton, a young man around my age walked over slowly. A smile hung at his lips, but his eyes were sinister and cold. Class, Necromancer. Level 10. Give me the boss, he said. I'll owe you a favor. Your favor is worth a final boss. My favors are extremely valuable. The young man gave his name. Netherworld Guild, Emocia. I had heard of him. He had graduated 1 year before me, possessed an S-rank talent, and caused a sensation throughout Jiangcheng when he awakened. The fact that he remained level 10 meant he had deliberately suppressed his level to participate in this secret realm exam. I'm supposed to hand it over because you're from Netherworld Guild? No. Emocia tapped his staff against the ground. Because I am Emocia. You will give it to me, whether you want to or not. The ground cracked repeatedly, and 9 skeleton soldiers broke through the earth. Added to the first, there were exactly 10, all level 10. I glanced at the Dark Knights pinning down the boss. Emocia understood and smiled. The moment you move them, the commander will break free. Who do you think it hates more, you or me? What if I help it kill you first? He had identified my greatest immediate problem. The 10 Dark Knights couldn't move, while ordinary skeletons were no match for level 10 skeleton soldiers. But I had 70 points of agility and a blink stone. If I truly wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop me. I can leave. If you leave, the boss belongs to me. Emocia's 10 skeleton soldiers raised their bone shields and formed 2 lines. He didn't attack immediately, clearly also afraid that I would release the commander and let the boss charge both sides. I spread my ordinary skeletons across the left and right. If battle began, they couldn't defeat the level 10 skeleton soldiers head-on, but they could revive repeatedly and stall until I could redeploy the Dark Knights. Both of us could cause the other enormous trouble, and neither was certain of devouring the other in one move. Seeing that I refused to retreat, Emocia changed his offer. We'll each take 1 step back. We kill it together and divide the loot equally. Impossible. Black vortices spread behind me, and dozens of skeletons emerged one after another. The werewolf and goblin boss skeleton also took positions in front of me. For the first time, Emocia stopped smiling. So this is the true undead summoner. In terms of summon quantity, I completely overwhelmed him. But he was a necromancer and possessed genuine offensive spells in addition to his summons. Neither side yielded. A sound suddenly came from the brush again. Your teammate? Emocia asked. I don't have teammates. We looked toward the sound simultaneously. A black-robed figure emerged from the forest with its hood pulled low. Who are you? It raised its head. Red light flashed in its eyes, and its laughter was hoarse and piercing. The one who came to end your lives. The moment the black-robed figure finished speaking, it lunged toward the closer Emocia. Emocia retreated rapidly, while 2 skeleton soldiers beside him raised their shields. 2 muffled impacts sounded. Both level 10 skeletons shattered on the spot. Emocia's expression changed sharply. I suggest we deal with that thing first. Agreed. When the black-robed figure discovered that the remaining 8 skeletons had sealed Emocia inside, it immediately turned toward the commander pinned to the ground. It intended to free the boss and throw the entire battlefield into chaos. Stop it. Ordinary skeletons swarmed forward, only to be torn apart like paper. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed figure fought its way close. I couldn't delay any longer. The bow of nothingness fired 3 energy arrows in succession. All 3 entered the commander's exposed head. Its vitality was absurdly powerful, and it continued roaring and struggling. I'll hold it back. You kill the boss, Emocia said, raising his staff. We'll divide the loot afterward. I neither agreed nor refused. Undead souls. Several ghostly skeletons shot from his staff, pursued the black-robed figure, and exploded one after another. It was forced to change direction, and its hood fell away in the impact. That face didn't look human at all. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, its red pupils were vertical, claws grew from its fingers, and the tip of its tongue was long and thin. What is that thing? Emocia asked. I remembered a news story that had appeared during the 3rd year of my previous life. A demi-monster. They possessed human intelligence and monster bodies. At the same level, their combat power was usually greater than that of humans or even ordinary monsters. The government classified the cause of their formation, and it remained undisclosed even before I died. Whatever it is, hurry. Mosia ordered his skeleton soldiers to form a shield wall around him while undead spells continually bombarded the demi-monster. I rushed to the commander's side and drew my bow at close range again. The first arrow, the second arrow. The energy arrows entered vital points, and the commander finally stopped struggling. Level 10 boss Dark Knight Commander slain. Bonus reward, strength plus 10. Drops, Water of Life, level up stone, quality stone, enhancement stone, rare greatsword, rare shield. Together with the boss's undead data, the rewards from this battle far exceeded my expectations. The Water of Life was held in a sealed glass bottle, with the green liquid rising only a few inches. The level up, quality, and enhancement stones each had different patterns. The rare greatsword and round shield were enormous, clearly designed for a knight class. I had no time to appraise every attribute on the spot. I first confirmed the Water of Life was intact, then stored everything in my ring. Whether my father's injuries could heal depended entirely on that tiny bottle. When the demi-monster saw the commander die and realized my 10 Dark Knights were about to become free, it turned and fled. You got lucky this time. It was extremely fast and vanished into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. I didn't pursue it. Instead, I immediately pressed my hand against the boss's corpse and began extracting its data. Mosia approached with his remaining skeletons, and all 10 Dark Knights rose together to block him. Extraction successful. I stored the Water of Life and the other 5 drops in my ring. Mosia watched my movements. How do we divide the items? The Water of Life is mine. The level up stone is mine. The quality stone, enhancement stone, weapon, and shield are all mine too. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river? If you hadn't interfered, I would have killed the boss long ago. The demi-monster was able to approach only because of the time you wasted. Mosia looked at the 10 Dark Knights in front of him, then at me. Finally, he gave a cold laugh. Fine. If that's how you calculate it, I have nothing to say. He turned and left. I didn't attack him from behind. He genuinely had held back the demi-monster, and as another undead class professional, he might still have hidden killing moves. If I failed to kill him, I would bring the entire Netherworld Guild down on myself for nothing. I had already obtained the Water of Life. There was no need to create further trouble. I recalled the undead and began retracing my route. When I passed the Sword Tiger Guild members' bodies again, I stopped. A single strike had pierced each chest, and there were no signs of a fierce struggle nearby. The wounds looked far too much like the marks left by the demi-monster's claws. On the 7th day, only the final group of people waiting remained outside the secret realm. I learned only later that while I was returning to the exit, Yi Lingfei had already left the realm ahead of me. The instant she appeared, Principal Gao Baisong went to meet her. Uncle Zhong from the Yi family had arrived as well, only to find her alone. Where are Do Wu and Xiao Wu? Yi Lingfei didn't answer. She merely asked whether anyone could enter the realm and rescue them. Uncle Zhong shook his head. If high-level professionals forced their way inside, the secret realm would collapse. Instead of rescuing anyone, they would kill everyone still within. Uncle Zhong assumed she was thinking of her 2 bodyguards and urged her to go home. She refused and kept staring at the entrance. Beijiang Academy had sent 5 candidates. Chun Wei and Xie Dong returned after 72 hours. Hua Haitao emerged on the 5th day, and Yi Lingfei was the 4th to leave. Only I remained. Yi Lingfei rejected the medic's suggestion that she leave the area. After having her wounds treated briefly, she remained in the academy section. Uncle Zhong saw that she was waiting for someone and stopped trying to persuade her, merely ordering his attendants to keep the reporters away. Reporters, government personnel, and guild representatives all waited outside. News that an undead summoner had reached level 10 in a few days had spread throughout Jiangcheng, and the authorities had even begun reassessing the class previously judged useless. Some reporters had already dug up my family information, turning my father's severe injuries and retirement 5 years ago, along with my mother's death, into background reports. Others waited near the academy and my home, hoping to obtain an exclusive story. The attention represented more than fame. To factions that wanted to recruit me, I was a new class specimen worth investing in. To those who didn't want the undead summoner to rise, I might also be a risk that had to be extinguished early. At the same time, Zhang Yongxing, who had been unable to participate in the exam, was watching the news at home. Every time the television mentioned my name, his expression darkened further. It's fake. All of it is fake. He couldn't accept that I, who had overshadowed him since childhood, could awaken a useless class and still rise again. Even less could he accept that only 2 days after he celebrated my downfall, I had transformed from a joke into a genius drawing attention from every faction. Aunt Ling, who was caring for him, casually tried to reassure him. So what if he's truly a genius? Before the Zhang family, even a dragon has to coil itself up. Her words reminded him of something instead. A Bao, the undead summoner, level 10. Zhang Yongxing connected those clues to the attack in the beginner dungeon. The more he thought, the more convinced he became that the attacker had been me. He summoned Uncle Zhang and insisted. The person who attacked me in the beginner dungeon was Su Chun. Uncle Zhang didn't believe him immediately. That day's attacker could not only summon skeletons, but also moved far faster than a level 1 novice. Yet now that my level 10 status had been exposed, every formerly irrational detail suddenly had an explanation. Zhang Yongxing seized on his hesitation and demanded that the suspicion be reported to the Zhang family's decision-maker immediately. Whether the truth was certain no longer mattered. As soon as the Zhang family began investigating, my father and I would be dragged into danger. In truth, he had no evidence. But he didn't need any. He only needed an excuse to make the Zhang family act against me. At the same time, Mo Xie of Netherworld Guild emerged from the secret realm. When the person in charge asked about his gains and the location of his teammates, he merely said, "I don't know," and walked away. Lu Shuwen of Sword Tiger Guild, however, continued staring at the entrance. Not one member of the entire elite team had returned. The secret realm's closing time drew closer and closer, and I could already see the exit's light. But familiar laughter suddenly sounded ahead. "Now you're all alone." The demi-monster walked out of the darkness. This time, it had brought 10 Dark Knights with it. "Why aren't they attacking you?" Looking at the Dark Knights behind the demi-monster, I nearly failed to suppress the curl of my lips. "Because I can communicate with them." The demi-monster bared its sharp teeth. "We share the same objective, to kill every last one of you." The 10 Dark Knights approached with their swords. It believed I had lost my help after Mo Xie departed and had specifically waited at the exit to ambush me. What it didn't know was that nothing pleased me more than someone delivering high-level monsters to my door. I summoned my own 10 Dark Knights. 20 great swords collided head-on, filling the air with continuous clangs. Both sides had identical attributes and were evenly matched for the moment. The demi-monster sneered. "Without those armored monsters, what are you?" It transformed into a blur and lunged toward me. Curse of the Grim Reaper. My 10 Dark Knights received a 20% enhancement, while the enemy 10 and the demi-monster were simultaneously weakened by 20%. The evenly matched battlefield immediately became one-sided. The demi-monster's speed also dropped noticeably. It swiped its claws repeatedly, but with 70 points of agility, I dodged again and again without ever letting it touch me. That damned skill. Let's see how you run once the effect ends. You won't live that long. I suddenly stopped. Thinking I had exhausted my spirit, the demi-monster lunged with a vicious grin. A dark red greatsword slashed diagonally from a black vortex. Blood flashed as the demi-monster was sent flying, a horrific wound opening across its chest. Wearing its dark red cloak, the Dark Knight commander stood before me with its sword in hand. Strength, 90, agility, 50, spirit, 10, constitution, 60. Skills, mighty, insight. Insight accurately identifies an enemy's weakness and deals multiplied damage. Talent, a rank. It was far more powerful than an ordinary Dark Knight. That slash had been enhanced after insight identified a weakness. The demi-monster clutched its wound, its face full of disbelief. "You can actually control the commander?" A surprise for our second meeting. The commander approached again. The demi-monster turned to run, still shouting a threat. "I'll remember this strike." The moment it turned, however, its feet stopped. My 10 Dark Knights had already defeated their opponents and completely surrounded it. 10 fresh corpses lay farther out, waiting for me to extract their data. The battle between the two groups of knights hadn't been without cost. My undead had also been shattered several times, but each returned to the line after disappearing. Every enemy death, on the other hand, permanently reduced their numbers. The outcome had already been decided while the demi-monster concentrated on hunting me. It thought it had occupied all my main forces, but in reality, it had merely guarded another group that would soon enter my summon's field. "I let you escape last time." I raised my bow. "You still think you can leave this time?" The demi-monster looked around, then suddenly laughed with crazed abandon. "So what if I die? Your good days are almost over too." There was no plea in its eyes, only mockery, as if it knew some greater catastrophe was about to arrive. I caught its wording. "Were the monsters in the city released by your people too?" The demi-monster laughed even harder but refused to give another answer. Its reaction already said enough. The demonic wolves that appeared from nowhere on the street, the demi-monster in the secret realm, and its ability to communicate with dark knights might all belong to the same hidden force. Then you won't live to see it. The commander swung its sword. Gravely wounded, the demi-monster fell and soon died. I tried extracting its undead data, but the system didn't respond. It wasn't considered an extractable monster corpse. I searched it again, but found no storage ring. Just as I was about to rise, a necklace hidden beneath its collar caught my attention. A copper-colored key hung from the end. I tore off the necklace, and the key's information appeared. Bronze key. Opens a hidden dungeon of the corresponding rank. A hidden dungeon meant an independent entrance and unknown monsters. It also meant resources far beyond those of an ordinary dungeon. Apart from the water of life, this key was the most valuable item I had obtained on this expedition. I stored it in my ring, then walked to the 10 recently fallen Dark Knights and extracted their undead data one by one. When I finished, I possessed 20 Dark Knights and 1 Dark Knight commander powerful enough to crush others at the same level. Every Dark Knight was at least as strong as a level 10 combat professional. The commander possessed 90 strength and the insight skill. The 20 ordinary Dark Knights could divide into 2 teams, one for frontal combat and the other to seal the retreat, while the commander killed high-value targets. Even if I encountered a level 10 guild party of more than a dozen people, I would no longer need to wear them down slowly with ordinary skeletons. And my summon limit still had plenty of room. Once my level continued rising, this army could grow even larger. At the same level, finding an opponent for me had already become difficult. I recalled the undead and entered the secret realm's exit. Light flashed, and the noisy crowd suddenly went silent. A few seconds later, the entire site erupted. Reporters surged forward frantically, but were held at the perimeter by staff. Questions flew one after another. Student Suchin, how did you reach level 10 within days? Is a secret faction supporting you? Did you use level-up stones before entering the secret realm? What skill does the undead summoner receive at level 10? Yi Lingfei stood with Beijiang Academy's group. When she saw me emerge, her tense expression finally relaxed, and the faintest smile touched her lips. Uncle Zhong, let's go. The person she had been waiting for clearly wasn't either of her fallen bodyguards. Gao Baisong hurried over and first inspected me from head to toe. You brat, you're finally back. Are you hurt? Before I could answer, a middle-aged man in a suit had already stepped in front of me. Lu Shuwen of Sword Tiger Guild. Did you see anyone from our guild inside? I saw their bodies. His eyes darkened. How did they die? Each person had only one wound, a strike through the chest. There were no obvious signs of an intense battle at the scene. I didn't mention the demi-monster directly. That was only my inference, not something I had personally witnessed. Lu Shuwen repeated softly, killed in one blow. He fell silent briefly and thanked me, then abruptly changed the subject. Su Chun, are you interested in joining Sword Tiger Guild? As a representative of the government, I formally invite you. You will receive every benefit and talent subsidy available. Lu Shuwen didn't immediately state exact figures. He emphasized dungeon quotas, instructor guidance, and government protection after joining. The more solemn he became, the more nervous the surrounding guild representatives looked. They had originally come only to wait for their own teams. Hearing Sword Tiger Guild speak first made them realize that if they didn't offer terms immediately, I, the specimen of a new class, might go directly to the government. The surrounding crowd fell silent again. Sword Tiger Guild answered to the government, and Lu Shuwen had made the offer personally. This invitation carried enormous weight. Gao Baisong was even more excited than I was. This is a wonderful opportunity. No one from our academy has entered Sword Tiger Guild in years. At that moment, however, my phone began vibrating wildly. There had been no signal inside the secret realm, and 7 days of accumulated messages were flooding in at once. Just as I was about to look, another middle-aged man emerged from the crowd. Old Lu. Cornering a student and making him decide on the spot isn't appropriate, is it? He represented Mad Lion Guild, one of Jiangxing's 3 major guilds. Su Chun, Mad Lion Guild welcomes you as well. We don't have so many rules, and you'll have much greater freedom. Immediately afterward, Netherworld Guild's representative also approached. Now that everyone is competing for him, how could we stay out? For the first time, all 3 major guilds had spoken simultaneously for a newly awakened student. Sword Tiger promoted its government resources, Mad Lion emphasized freedom, and Netherworld Guild promised to make me a priority for development. The 3 representatives contradicted one another and became increasingly heated. The person they were competing over couldn't get a word in. I simply walked aside and opened my phone. More than 100 missed calls and messages, all from Lee Dahe. The earliest came on the night I entered the secret realm. Afterward, he called again at frequent intervals. Some messages said only, "Come back quickly," while others asked when the secret realm would allow an early exit. For 7 days, he had known the calls couldn't connect, yet he never stopped. This could not be an ordinary injury. I immediately called back. "Xiaoming, you got out safely." "I just came out." "Uncle He, why were you trying to reach me?" The other end went silent for a moment. "Something happened to your dad. Come to Jiangxing Hospital." My mind buzzed. The sudden heartache I had felt 7 days ago inside the secret realm returned to me. "How is he now?" Li Dahe didn't answer directly. He merely told me to get there as quickly as possible. I ended the call and rejected all 3 guilds immediately. "There's an emergency in my family. We can discuss the guild matter later." All 3 representatives wanted to know what happened, but none detained me in front of the cameras. The first one to exploit my family crisis would immediately hand the other 2 a weapon to attack them with. Their surface courtesy would last only until I truly chose a side. All 3 offered to send me in a car, and I refused every one. It might look like preferential treatment now, but the moment I entered anyone's vehicle, outsiders might interpret it as choosing that faction. I used my speed to lose the reporters crowding around me, hailed a car, and headed straight to the hospital. Li Dahe waited alone outside the emergency room. "Where's my dad?" He sighed heavily. "They're on their 3rd resuscitation attempt. The doctor says he may not make it." The strength suddenly left my body, and my back struck the wall. In my previous life, my father had still been alive when I died. Why had things suddenly changed in this life? The water of life. I removed the green bottle from my storage ring and shoved it at Li Dahe. "Give it to the doctor immediately." The instant he recognized it, Li Dahe's eyes widened. The value of water of life couldn't be measured by an ordinary price. Countless wealthy and powerful people sought it without success, yet I had truly brought some back from the secret realm. With this, Brother Chong can still be saved. We rushed to the emergency room. The doctor took the water of life, but refused to let us enter. Li Dahe stared at him. "We have to watch you use it with our own eyes. Unauthorized people cannot enter the emergency room." The doctor pointed to the side. "You can use the observation room. Any further delay will only endanger the patient." We had no choice but to withdraw to the observation room. A noticeably long time passed between handing over the bottle and seeing the doctor appear with it. Li Dahe tried several times to go outside and hurry them, only for staff to send him back with the explanation that they were preparing the injection procedure. At the time, I was too focused on my father's vital signs to pursue the detail. Only later, when I heard that water of life had appeared on the market again, did I realize what that unaccounted stretch of time might have meant. After a long while, the doctor finally approached the operating table with the water of life and injected the entire bottle into my father's body. Only after Li Dahe and I watched every drop of green liquid disappear did the weight on our hearts ease slightly. We thought that with the water of life, everything would be all right. But as I turned toward the observation room, I failed to see the expression the doctor hid beneath his mask. Half an hour later, the emergency procedure ended. The moment the doctor emerged, I rushed forward. "How is my dad?" He shook his head. Li Dahe immediately became agitated. "That was water of life. How could it fail to save him?" "The water of life is exactly why the patient survived," the doctor said rapidly. "But the medicine wasn't potent enough. His injured cerebellum wasn't repaired in time, and he has entered a long-term coma. What if I find another bottle?" I pressed. "If it can help, I'll find one immediately. The only opportunity has already passed. More won't make a difference. His body is no longer in danger. You can transfer him to an ordinary ward or care for him at home." The doctor hurried away after speaking. I wanted to ask which injuries the water of life had specifically repaired and why the cerebellum alone hadn't recovered. He only repeated, "The opportunity has passed," providing no test data and arranging no additional consultation. Li Dahe wanted to confront the hospital administrator, but I stopped him for the moment. My father had just escaped danger, and continuing the argument would only delay his transfer. But I memorized the doctor's name, employee number, and shift time. When my father was wheeled out, every external injury had indeed disappeared. Yet he lay motionless in the bed and didn't respond no matter how we called him. His vitals on the monitor were stable, giving the hospital grounds to declare the resuscitation successful. But to me, breathing and truly waking up were completely different things. I held my father's hand. Its warmth had returned, but he gave no response. I called Dad several times, but the bed remained silent. Not even his eyelids moved. All I could do was suppress my anger for now. My fists tightened until my nails pierced my palms. I had found the water of life, but he had become comatose. Li Dahe gripped my shoulder. Xiaoming, as long as he's alive, there's hope. There has to be another way to wake Brother Chang. We completed the paperwork and brought my father home. In the car, I supported him and asked, "What exactly happened?" "On the night you entered the secret realm, someone attacked Brother Chang at home." Li Dahe gripped the steering wheel, his voice heavy. "When I arrived, the killer had just escaped through the window. I was too busy saving him and failed to catch up." He struck the steering wheel hard. "It's my fault for arriving one step too late. Without you, he wouldn't even have had the chance to wait for my return. My father hadn't left the house in 5 years and couldn't have suddenly made a new enemy. The only clue had to be the incident 5 years ago that left him gravely injured and forced him to retire." "Uncle He, do you truly not know what happened back then?" Li Dahe smiled bitterly. "I was too weak at the time and wasn't qualified to participate. Later, I asked him several times, and Brother Chang cursed me away each time. You know his temper. Nothing had happened for 5 years. Then they attacked on the very day my level was exposed. The more I thought, the colder my heart became. They came because of me. My growth had made certain people feel threatened, so they attacked my father first. When we reached our building, Li Dahe put my father directly on his back. I'll live at your home for a while." "Uncle He, that's too much trouble for you." "Trouble my ass." He didn't look back. "I have no parents. Without Brother Chang, I would have died years ago. Now someone wants to kill him again. They'll have to step over my corpse first." The inside of our home was still a wreck. The wall was cracked, and dried blood remained across it. Standing there, I could almost reconstruct the moment a heavy blow sent my father into the wall. Rage burned until my fingers trembled. But right now, I didn't even know who my enemy was. Only late that night did I finally begin processing the system experience accumulated over 7 days. Claim experience. More than 600,000 EXP entered my account at once. I could continue upgrading Curse of the Grim Reaper, but my circumstances were becoming increasingly dangerous. I needed to reach level 20 and obtain my second-class skill as quickly as possible. Level up. A pillar of light fell. Level 11. Continue. Level 12, level 13. I succeeded 7 times in succession until reaching level 17. From levels 10 to 20, an S-rank talent had a 95% chance of successfully leveling up. I was lucky this time and wasted no experience. My level stopped at 17, my free attribute points reached 42, and my summon limit increased from 100 to 170. The level increase did more than expand my summons. My body's base attributes rose with it, while my spirit and stamina returned to their peaks. The final pulling sensation from my shoulder injury vanished entirely, and my consecutive shots were steadier than they had been at level 10. More importantly, 170 slots meant I could expand my ordinary skeletons again. The 20 Dark Knights and their commander provided high-end combat power, while the remaining spaces could create a true flood of numbers. I didn't assign the attribute points yet. First, I inventoried the 18 storage rings I had brought from the secret realm. Most contained miscellaneous objects. The genuinely valuable items were primarily magic crystals and potions. 45 basic healing potions and 11 intermediate ones. The potions alone had a market value of 3.35 million Longsha dollars. I placed the basic and intermediate potions in separate spaces where I could reach them most easily, then kept several bottles on my person. Storage rings might be convenient, but retrieving an item in battle still required concentration. If I were restrained or gravely wounded, medicine inside my clothes would be easier to reach. There was no reason to keep 18 low-level storage rings. Their origins were complicated, while selling them separately would waste time. A nationwide chain such as Treasure Pavilion was the best place to buy all of them at once. There were too many magic crystals for me to bother counting. I simply left them together and would make Treasure Pavilion count them. I kept every level-up stone, quality stone, enhancement stone, blink stone, and bronze key. Such objects would always sell, but when I truly needed one, money might not be able to buy it. After finishing the inventory, I lay in bed but couldn't feel happy at all. I had returned with water of life, believing it would put my father back on his feet. His old injuries had healed, yet he had fallen into a coma. I fell asleep very late. By the time I woke the next day, it was already noon. Several hot dishes sat on the dining table, while the sound of stir-frying came from the kitchen. Li Dahe stuck out his head. "If you're awake, wash up. It's time to eat." I tasted a piece of meat and found it surprisingly good. "Uncle He, you know how to cook?" "I'm an orphan. If I couldn't cook, I would have starved to death years ago." He brought out the final dish and glanced toward my father's room. It's a shame Brother Chong can only live on nutrient solution now. After eating, I informed Li Dahe that I was going out, took out Lin Anchi's business card, and called her. I have a batch of things to sell, and there are quite a lot. Are you at Treasure Pavilion? The moment she heard my name and quite a lot, she immediately agreed to return to the store. I hadn't waited long at Treasure Pavilion when Lin Anchi, dressed casually, came jogging over. Mr. Su, what are you selling this time? I placed 18 storage rings on the table. The document in her hand froze in midair. She looked at the rings, then at me. Her gaze stopped just short of directly asking, did you enter the secret realm to take an exam or to rob people? Is there a problem? Selling rings isn't a problem, she said, recovering. Selling 18 at once is a very big problem. I reached out to take them back. She pressed a hand over the rings and smiled. But since you met me, I can handle it. Lin Anchi split the 18 storage rings into 18 orders, with a purchase price of 800,000 each. After I signed all 18 documents, 14.4 million Longsha dollars entered my account. She put away the documents. A pleasure doing business. I look forward to our next. I'm not finished selling. Lin Anchi stopped halfway through her sentence. I asked, do you have a bucket? What? A water bucket. A large one. She had absolutely no idea what I intended, but quickly found a bucket anyway. The strange request also attracted the attention of nearby employees and customers, who all looked over. I took the bucket and opened my storage ring. Magic crystals poured out like colored pebbles, soon filling 2/3 of it. The showroom grew so quiet that only the clatter of colliding crystals remained. The crystals were not all the same color. Level 1 and 2 materials made up the majority, while those above level 5 shone noticeably brighter. When a handful of level 7 to 9 crystals dropped into the bucket, even the appraisers nearby walked over. For an ordinary party, high-level magic crystals usually had to be divided amongst several members. When a newly graduated student poured out so many at once, onlookers naturally wondered where they had come from. Lin Anchi covered her mouth and needed a long moment before asking, are you selling all of these? All of them. Please count them. Several young men nearby with brightly dyed hair exchanged glances and quietly committed me to memory. Lin Anchi took half an hour to finish counting. There were 716 level 1 crystals, 621 level 2 crystals, and a considerable number at other levels. When the transaction ended, my account contained more than 18 million Longsha dollars. The young men with dyed hair never approached, but continually watched the signing area and my storage ring. One pretended to browse merchandise as he moved near the exit, while another left early. By the time I completed the weapon transaction, they had already arranged their pursuit route. An ordinary person might not earn so much in a lifetime. But for professionals, anyone who wanted to keep growing stronger could spend money at an equally astonishing rate. Do you need anything else? This time, Lin Anchi didn't dare end the transaction early. Do you have a higher quality bow of nothingness? She searched briefly. We don't have another bow of nothingness, but a rare bow just arrived. Would you like to see it? Take me there. Inside the display case lay a pitch-black longbow with sharp, aggressive lines. Demon Bow Rare. Increases agility and strength. Special Effect 1. Drawing the bow automatically forms an arrow. Special Effect 2. Demonic Power. After a hit, briefly paralyzes the target and reduces agility. The effect does not stack. In the testing area, I drew the bowstring. A black energy arrow automatically formed. When it struck the target, dark red patterns briefly appeared on its surface, and the simulated target's movement parameters immediately decreased. The paralysis didn't last long, but it was enough to interrupt one sword swing or spell. Once the first arrow landed, the second would become easier to hit. Combined with an undead encirclement, escaping would grow increasingly difficult for the target. Its attributes and effects completely surpassed the Bow of Nothingness. The slowing effect in particular perfectly suited my high-agility fighting style. How much? 2 million. The price was more than 20 times that of the Bow of Nothingness. I still decided to buy it, and took out my old bow as a trade-in. The Bow of Nothingness has a trade-in value of 50,000. I had bought it for 80,000, used it for 7 days, and now only 50,000 remained. Fine. Charge the card. I paid 1.95 million Longsha dollars, stored the demon bow, and left Treasure Pavilion. Lin Anchi walked out with me. It had originally been her day off, and I had called her back to the store unexpectedly. At the same time, the young men who had taken interest in my magic crystals quietly followed us through the doors. Mr. Su, are you waiting for a ride? Lin Anchi walked to the roadside and offered to drive me. I've already troubled you enough today. The performance credit from your transaction is worth 1 or 2 months of my usual sales. She smiled. Driving you once is nothing. I should be buying you dinner. She pushed me toward the parking garage without allowing an argument, so I had no choice but to agree. That also gave the people following us their opportunity. We had barely entered the private parking garage when 4 young men with yellow, green, red, and other brightly dyed hair surrounded us from behind. Lin Anchi frowned. Treasure Pavilion is only 1 street away. What are you trying to do? Yellow hair pointed across the road. Treasure Pavilion's territory is over there. This isn't. I work for Treasure Pavilion. We won't touch you. Yellow hair looked at me. He's our target. Filling a bucket with magic crystals in the store had admittedly attracted too much attention. The 3 men behind him remained cautious and quietly urged him to wait for everyone before attacking. But Yellow hair didn't take me seriously at all. How strong can some baby-faced student be? All 4 voluntarily displayed their information. Yellow hair was a level 10 summoner. The other 3 were warriors and a mage, all level 10 as well. They had no storage rings, and their weapons were ordinary merchandise. They weren't remotely comparable to the guild elites inside the secret realm. They had probably reached level 10 by grinding low-level dungeons for years, while their attributes and practical combat methods remained mediocre. Yellow hair deliberately positioned his summoned beast at the exit, while the 2 warriors approached from the left and right, and the mage blocked the path from the rear. The arrangement wasn't brilliant, but it was enough to suppress most ordinary professionals. Sister Chi, step aside. No. Lin Anchi stood in front of me. You're my customer. I have a responsibility to ensure your safety. Run toward Treasure Pavilion. They won't dare chase you inside. She had only an ordinary class, and her voice was already tense, yet she still didn't retreat. Yellow hair sealed the retreat with his staff. A drooling vicious hound appeared from thin air and guarded the path behind us. Hand over the money from the items you just sold, and we'll let you leave. His manner helped Lin Anchi recognize their affiliation. Hungry Wolf Guild? You signed an agreement with Treasure Pavilion. Yellow hair laughed. The agreement covers the store, not this street. Hungry Wolf was a third-rate guild entrenched in the neighborhood. Most members were thugs and hooligans who maintained their prestige by bullying the weak. Just one dog. I looked back at the summoned beast blocking our path. Yellow hair's expression darkened. You don't appreciate kindness. Attack. Lin Anchi was still urging me to flee. I pulled her behind me. There's no need to run. You only need to handle the aftermath for me. Handle what? Lin Anchi didn't understand. The record proving they attacked a Treasure Pavilion customer first, the damage to the scene, and whatever trouble Hungry Wolf Guild may cause afterward. I looked at the 4 men. As for them, I'll handle it. Yellow hair burst out laughing, assuming I was bluffing. But Lin Anchi heard the seriousness in my voice and instinctively took another half-step back. She wasn't a combat professional, but she was familiar with Treasure Pavilion's customer records. My level 17 status still wasn't enough to convince her I could defeat 4 level 10 professionals without question. Only when heavy armored footsteps came from the vortices did she truly stop urging me to flee. 5 suits of black armor simultaneously blocked her view. At last, she understood that when I said the aftermath, I wasn't showing off. I had already decided to end this robbery. The 4 men had not yet realized that. They were even still laughing. Their laughter would soon stop. In the very next second, black vortices opened throughout the parking garage. 5 dark knights emerged from the vortices with great swords in hand. My level appeared at the same time. Level 17 Undead Summoner. Yellow hair and the others froze. Lin Anchi was even more incredulous. 7 days ago, I had been level 10. Now I was level 17, and every one of my summons had also reached level 10. The vicious hound blocking the retreat lunged first. A dark knight needed only 1 sword to destroy it completely. The 3 followers immediately stepped back. Something's wrong with his summons. We can't beat them. What are you afraid of? Yellow hair shouted, forcing himself to appear confident. There's only 1 of him. There are 4 of us. Attack. The 5 dark knights charged head-on. Fireballs and blades struck the heavy armor simultaneously without leaving an effective wound. The great swords counterattacked, instantly collapsing the 3 followers' formation. All of them soon fell. 1 mage tried to circle around the dark knights and attack me directly, but a golden energy arrow struck the ground beside his leg first and forced him to stop. Another warrior turned and charged Lin Anchi, only for a dark knight to knock him back into the encirclement with the flat of its sword. I didn't let the battle reach her, and I didn't give anyone a chance to run back to Treasure Pavilion's entrance and create chaos. Only Yellow Hair remained. He recalled his badly wounded vicious hound and tried to make it block the great swords while he slipped toward the parking garage exit. Another Dark Knight shifted one step and blocked the entire passage with its towering armor alone. "Don't come any closer." His face was deathly pale as he begged repeatedly. "We're both summoners." I looked at him. "I'll give you another chance. Call out your strongest summoned beast." I began counting down. When I reached 3, he finally gritted his teeth and waved his staff. Hellhound. A larger black hound appeared, its aura far stronger than that of the previous one. It opened its enormous jaws and bit down fiercely on a Dark Knight's arm. The next instant, its fangs broke against the armor. The Dark Knight seized its neck and swung the sword repeatedly with its other hand. The supposedly strongest summon failed to pose any threat. Yellow hair collapsed to the ground. A Dark Knight walked up and ended the battle with one sword. I recalled the undead and turned to Lin Anchi, who still hadn't recovered from her shock. "Sister Chi, can you handle the cleanup?" "I can't." Treasure Pavilion and Hungry Wolf Guild had an agreement, but the other party had initiated a robbery of a Treasure Pavilion customer nearby. The responsibility wasn't mine. The parking garage entrance, toll booth, and nearby businesses could all prove the men had followed us. Treasure Pavilion only needed to retrieve its internal records to confirm that the 4 targeted me after witnessing the magic crystal transaction. That was why I accepted Lin Anchi's handling of the aftermath. Dealing with it privately would leave gaps. If Treasure Pavilion intervened, it would be an act of protecting a customer and enforcing the agreement's boundaries. Lin Anchi had just taken out her phone when it rang. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Water of life? All right, I'll arrange it immediately." The moment I heard those words, I looked at her. After the call ended, she said she had an urgent matter and couldn't drive me after all, but would give the company a truthful report of everything that happened in the parking garage. I stopped her. "Did you just say water of life? Are you interested as well, Mr. Su? What exactly is happening?" "I don't know yet. Once I verify it, I'll tell you immediately." Only after obtaining her promise did I leave Baixin Street. But that phone call weighed on my mind the entire way. The final boss of the secret realm had dropped only 1 bottle of water of life. Now a second bottle had appeared on the market within a day. The probability was unnaturally low. Either it had come from another source, or the bottle being sold was originally mine. When I reached the end of the street, hurried footsteps sounded behind me again. The instant I turned, a saber was already slashing toward my face. I dodged sideways and widened the distance. "Hungry Wolf Guild, you killed our people and still think you can leave this street." 3 people had come this time. 2 were above level 15, while the leader was level 19. His class was the same rare class as my father's, the Berserker. The level 19 Berserker stood in the center, with the other 2 spreading out to his left and right. They didn't surround me immediately, evidently believing their big brother could handle me alone, and the followers only needed to prevent my escape. The Berserker information made me especially vigilant. My father had said the class possessed an innate skill called Frenzy, which temporarily strengthened the body. The higher the level, the more terrifying its close-range burst power became. My father's Berserker class had once made him a famous powerhouse in Jiangxing. This man was naturally far inferior to my father at his peak, but he still gave me my first direct look at why this rare class could suppress ordinary warriors. That only made me want to know more about what my father had encountered 5 years ago, something capable of reducing a powerhouse like that to his current state. Sooner or later, I would uncover and settle that old debt. But today, I would start with the man in front of me. First, I would finish this battle. He clearly knew who I was. The undead summoner who reached level 10 within days. The whole city has been talking about you. No matter how great your talent is, it means nothing before you fully develop. Today, I'll see what makes you so special. He took out a coldly gleaming battle saber with complete confidence. As a level 19 rare class professional facing me at level 17, he naturally believed victory was assured. I summoned 2 Dark Knights. Only 2. He licked his lips. That's enough for a warm-up. Frenzy. Every muscle in his body swelled, his eyes turned red, and his strength and speed skyrocketed simultaneously. The battle saber collided repeatedly with 2 great swords. For the first time, a human weapon near their level left visible marks on the Dark Knight's heavy armor. He wasn't merely strong. His battle experience far exceeded Yellow Hair's. After testing the armor's hardness with the first strike, every later attack shifted to the neck and helmet. When the 2 undead attacked together, he constantly moved behind one, preventing the other from swinging its sword at the same time. I didn't immediately add more summons because I wanted to see the upper limit of a level 19 rare class and confirm whether the battle saber possessed an armor-piercing effect. The Berserker seized an opportunity, kicked one Dark Knight down, then knocked away its helmet and shattered the skull hidden inside with his saber. He eliminated the second using the same method. The two followers immediately cheered loudly. As the frenzy effect gradually faded, he continued looking at me contemptuously. If that's all you have, this is over. Your battle saber is nice. I looked toward his finger. That storage ring is nice too. I like them both. He froze, then burst into loud laughter. Your summons are gone, and you still want to rob me? Leave the items behind, and I can give you one chance to walk away. The brief exchange had already shown me his strength. His double strength enhancement was genuinely powerful, but not enough to handle all my undead. The berserker laughed until tears nearly appeared, then ordered his two followers forward. Play with him. Don't kill him outright. I still need to take him back and report. The two men flexed their wrists as they approached. Kid, now it's our. Their voices suddenly stopped. At some point, 10 black-armored figures had appeared around them. 10 Dark Knights surrounded the two followers. 5 blocked the road ahead, 2 on each side sealed the flanks, and the final one stood in front of me. Whichever direction the two followers tried to break through, they would face at least 3 great swords at once. Only then did they understand that the 2 undead the berserker shattered were not my entire force. They had been nothing but a test. Didn't you want to play? I asked. Play with them first. Both men looked back simultaneously. Big brother, save us. The berserker had barely ordered me to stop when all 10 Dark Knights activated Mighty. Their explosive power doubled. The 2 professionals above level 15 failed to survive even the first encirclement. At last, the berserker began retreating. You killed more Hungry Wolf Guild members? You came to kill me and still demand that I not fight back? Aren't you afraid of the guild's revenge? After killing 1 or killing 3, there's no longer any difference. The 10 Dark Knights turned and approached him. The 2 I had resummoned were mixed into the group, their armor completely intact. When the berserker saw the targets he had personally destroyed reappear, the confidence on his face collapsed entirely. Keeping me here won't be so easy. The berserker turned to withdraw, only for his body to stiffen suddenly. Another 10 Dark Knights had already appeared behind him. The first 10 killed the targets. The second 10 sealed the road. When they first approached, I had already sent the second squad into the shadows beside the street. The berserker had concentrated on the frontal battle and then been distracted by his 2 followers' deaths. He never noticed that his retreat had already been cut off. The 20 Dark Knights didn't need to swing simultaneously. The inner 10 attacked, while the outer 10 rotated in to replace them. That prevented interference in the narrow street and gave the target no opportunity to break through the encirclement. You handled 2 fairly well. I folded my arms. What about 20? Sweat soon soaked his back. I'm a core member of Hungry Wolf Guild. If you dare kill me, the guild president will never let you go. When the threat failed, he immediately removed his ring. Let me leave. You can have the weapon and ring. I promise this ends here. There was no difference between him handing them over and me taking them after killing him. More importantly, if he returned alive, his promise that it ends here would become even more vicious revenge. You'll regret this. As the encirclement steadily contracted, the berserker finally activated frenzy again. The battle saber swung at extreme speed and collided repeatedly with greatswords. Several blades clearly struck him, only to be deflected by an invisible force. Defensive equipment? High-quality defensive equipment became invisible after being equipped. He was clearly wearing a piece, and its protection far surpassed ordinary merchandise found in Treasure Pavilion. The way I looked at him immediately changed. That was worth far more than the saber. Rampage. The berserker activated his level 10 skill as well. His strength increased again, but his sanity rapidly faded. His nails and teeth lengthened, black energy surrounded him, and he became like a raging beast. He knocked 1 Dark Knight down with a single punch. The battle saber immediately entered a gap in the armor and destroyed the core outright. With 2 enhancement layers and powerful defensive equipment, he truly managed to counterkill amid an encirclement of 20 Dark Knights. But both Frenzy and Rampage had time limits. With both skills active, his breathing quickly grew heavy, and his movements became repetitive like a beast's. His strength had skyrocketed, but his judgment was deteriorating. He knew only to attack the closest target and stopped searching for a weak point in the encirclement. The 20 undead took turns absorbing his attacks, perfectly draining the duration of his burst power little by little. And he still hadn't seen my true main force. A dark red figure crashed into the battlefield. The Dark Knight commander's greatsword collided head-on with the Mad Wolf battle saber. Both sides actually stood firm without retreating. A beast-like growl came from the berserker's throat. I raised my hand. Curse of the Grim Reaper. Every attribute of the commander increased by 20%, while the berserker was weakened. The dark red greatsword pressed down again. This time, the berserker was forced back several steps. The commander possessed insight, and every sword targeted a weakness. The surrounding 19 Dark Knights attacked simultaneously as well, their greatswords falling on the berserker like rain. The defensive equipment truly was powerful, and their blades couldn't directly break through it yet. But the commander's insight continually corrected the points of impact. The first sword struck his chest to confirm the equipment's coverage. The second shifted to the joint between shoulder and neck. The third forced him to raise his saber, allowing a Dark Knight at the side to strike his ribs simultaneously. The equipment protected his flesh, but the repeated impacts traveled through its surface into his body. Every time the berserker blocked a wave, his feet slid half a step back. Stopping the blades didn't mean eliminating all the force. The berserker was driven backward repeatedly, and internal injuries accumulated rapidly. Before long, frenzy and rampage ended simultaneously. His swollen muscles returned to normal, the red glow left his eyes, and blood spilled from his mouth. The commander seized that instant. Dark red sword light swept across a vital point. The berserker fell onto his back and never rose again. I immediately took the Mad Wolf battle saber, removed the invisible defensive equipment, and took off his storage ring before rapidly leaving the scene. The two followers had no storage rings, so I collected only valuable weapons or those that could prove their identities. People were already peeking from the far end of the street. The longer I remained, the more witnesses would appear. I didn't return to Treasure Pavilion or take the shortest route home. Instead, I circled 2 streets first and confirmed no one was currently following me. I immediately equipped the silver scale breastplate and stored both the Mad Wolf battle saber and the ring. Even if reinforcements pursued me, as long as my chest and abdomen could survive the first ambush, I would have the opportunity to summon the undead and fight back. Hungry Wolf Guild's reinforcements could arrive at any time. There was no reason to remain and show off the result. Only later did I learn that the dead man's name was Chen Chuanjun. He was the only younger brother of Hungry Wolf Guild executive Chen Chuanying, and a rare-class professional the guild had made a priority to develop. Not long after I left, Chen Chuanying arrived with his people. When he saw his brother's corpse and the missing equipment, he flew into a rage and ordered his men to identify the killer at any cost. Some suspected Treasure Pavilion because it was handling the first group of bodies in the private parking garage. Chen Chuanying rejected the theory immediately. He understood Hungry Wolf Guild's members better than anyone. Yellow Hair and the others had certainly tried to rob a Treasure Pavilion customer, only to be killed in return. Treasure Pavilion had already shown sufficient respect by not pursuing responsibility personally. He didn't cause trouble inside the store and instead focused the investigation on the day's major customers. By then, I had already left Baixin Street and begun inspecting my spoils. Mad Wolf Battle Saber, fine. Increases strength. Special effect. Heavy strike. Possesses an armor-piercing effect. The saber was good, but it didn't suit me. The defensive equipment was what truly pleased me. Silver Scale Breastplate, E-Rare. Increases strength and constitution. Special effect. Hardness. Rare defensive equipment was scarcer than a weapon of the same quality and worth at least 10 million. After I equipped it, the breastplate immediately turned transparent, and I could barely feel it against my body. With it protecting my chest and abdomen, killing me in one strike would become far more difficult. I stored the Mad Wolf battle saber in the ring and continued inspecting the other things Chen Chuanjun left behind. Chen Chuanjun's storage ring contained plenty of magic crystals, along with 10 basic healing potions, 5 intermediate potions, and 2 advanced potions. An advanced healing potion cost 200,000 a bottle and worked far faster than basic or intermediate medicine. But when the Dark Knight commander found his weakness in an instant, he hadn't even had the chance to drink one. At the very bottom, a faintly glowing fragment fell into my hand. Divine Fragment. Collect 10 fragments to combine them into a complete divine stone. It wasn't recorded in the Academy textbooks and had never appeared in any news report during the 3 years of my previous life. I didn't know what the divine stone did or where Chen Chuanjun had obtained the fragment, but an item bearing the word divine could never be ordinary material. The fragment displayed no level, usage requirements, or market price. I couldn't even determine whether it counted as an equipment material. That lack of information only proved it existed beyond the ordinary appraisal system. Chen Chuanjun had stored it in the deepest part of his ring and placed it inside a separate box, clearly showing he knew its value. Unfortunately, he was already dead, and the trail to its source had ended for now. I'll keep it for now. Being unable to investigate it today didn't mean I would never have the opportunity. I put away the fragment and entered the alley on my usual route home. The alley was dim and quiet. I had walked through it countless times. But halfway down, a sudden sense of danger surged from behind me. 3 people stood at the exit. When I turned, 2 more figures appeared at the entrance. A triangular formation ahead and behind. 5 people blocking the road. They knew where I lived and the route I took home. This was clearly a prepared assassination. They wore no guild emblems, and their weapons and clothing carried no shared markings. This wasn't improvised revenge, but a professional party deliberately concealing its origin. I rapidly estimated the distances. The 3 ahead were closer to the alley mouth, while only 2 stood behind. If the commander could withstand the first wave of skills, the most realistic direction for breaking out was the rear. "Who are you?" The leader stood behind me, his voice sinister and cold. "The people who came to take your life." The other 4 attacked simultaneously. 2 warriors and 2 mages, all above level 20. I was only level 17, and my odds in a frontal battle were extremely low. But if I tore open one side of the encirclement, my agility would let me escape. "Everyone, come out." More than 100 ordinary skeletons, 20 dark knights, and the commander descended together, instantly filling the narrow alley with undead. The leader didn't attack. Instead, he stood in the distance and applauded. "Impressive. No wonder you were worth a special trip." I ignored him and divided the undead legion in 2, attacking both the front and rear blockades. 1 warrior spun into the skeleton horde. Thunderbolt, whirlwind slash. Saber light swept across, shattering a large number of level 2 skeletons at once. On the other side, a mage leaped into the air, and his staff lit repeatedly. Fireball. Greater fireball. Super greater fireball. 3 waves of flame exploded one after another, illuminating the entire alley. In the first exchange, I lost nearly 2/3 of my ordinary undead. The commander collided head-on with another warrior and held its ground for the moment. But the mage at the rear suddenly raised his hand as lightning gathered in his palm. Palm thunder. An arc of electricity struck the commander and forcibly paralyzed it. The warrior seized the chance to lower his body and rush forward, driving his long sword beneath the helmet. Gale thrust. The commander was struck in its weak point and shattered on the spot. The difference in levels was too great. Even my strongest undead had lasted only moments against their coordination. "What other tricks do you have?" The leader watched with his hands behind his back. "Use them now, or you won't get another chance." This isn't over yet. Black vortices opened again. The 100+ undead that had just been destroyed returned to the battlefield. At last, the 5 people's expressions became a little more serious. Curse of the Grim Reaper. A black halo swept through the entire alley. Every attribute on my side increased by 20%. Every attribute of the 5 enemies decreased by 20%. The improvement to the level 2 skeletons was limited, but the Dark Knights and Commander became faster immediately. The Commander shattered by Palm Thunder and Gale Thrust reappeared. This time, instead of meeting them head-on, it used the round shield to block the lightning and its greatsword to force back the warrior. The blockade formed by the 2 attackers behind me finally loosened. I ordered the ordinary skeletons to concentrate on that side and tried using sheer numbers to force open a passage wide enough for 1 person. The higher the level, the more actual attributes a 20% reduction removed. The 4 attackers above level 20 visibly slowed, and the undead army immediately seized the opening to counterattack. Great swords, saber light, and spells collided repeatedly in the narrow alley. For the moment, I forcibly held the battle in place. But the leader only grew more excited. Level 17, and holding off 4 professionals above level 20 by yourself. Killing a genius like this is what makes it interesting. Maintaining Curse of the Grim Reaper across such a broad area continually drained my spirit and stamina. My breathing grew heavier, and I already held the blink stone in my hand. If I truly couldn't hold out, I would have to use it to escape. It would admittedly sound shameful if 5 people needed me to act personally against 1 child. At last, the leader took out his staff and voluntarily displayed his information. A level 30 warlock. My heart sank completely. The 4 professionals above level 20 were only hired muscle. He was the true killing move. At level 17 against level 30, even breaking out became nearly impossible. He had stood back and watched not because he was arrogant, but because he was observing how I summoned, the range of my skill, and my habits when escaping. Only after 4 subordinates forced out every card in my hand would he personally close the net with a control skill. This team hadn't come to test me. Their intelligence on the undead summoner might have been incomplete, but there was no room for doubt in their determination to kill me. Death Swamp. Shadows rapidly covered the alley. The ground became an invisible bog, simultaneously restricting the movement of every undead and me. The other for no longer held back. Skills bombarded us one after another and soon cleared the battlefield. Summoning again would only let them clear it once more. I prepared to crush the blink stone, but my fingers froze at the final instant. I was still one step faster. The warlock raised his staff with a sinister smile. Haunting wraiths. Shadows wrapped around my entire body. A difference of 3 levels could already decide a battle, much less a full 13. I couldn't move even one finger. A level 30 warlock who couldn't restrain a level 17 child would be a joke, wouldn't it? He approached one step at a time. I continually resummoned undead to delay him. But the low-level skeletons were destroyed by concentrated fire the moment they appeared and couldn't stop his steps at all. I ordered the Dark Knights to throw great swords at the warlock and had the werewolf ambush him from the rooftops. Death Swamp restricted movement on the ground, while Palm Thunder and Fireballs intercepted attacks in midair. Every attempt delayed him by only half a second. The Blink Stone remained clenched in my palm. If Haunting Wraiths loosened even slightly, I could crush it. But the level 30 warlock's control was as stable as chains, leaving not even my wrist any room to move. The game is over. The warlock drew a long sword and thrust straight toward my heart. Clang! The sword point seemed to strike an invisible iron wall and was stopped by the silver scale breastplate. You even have rare defensive equipment? The killing intent in his eyes turned to greed. Now I'm looking forward to seeing what's in your storage ring. This time, he moved the sword toward my unprotected throat. I remained under control. The blink stone was in my palm, but I couldn't crush it no matter what I did. The blade fell. An energy arrow suddenly flew from the rooftop, struck the long sword with perfect accuracy, and knocked it aside. Everyone looked up simultaneously. 3 figures stood on the roof. A silver-haired girl in front, with 2 middle-aged professionals behind her. Yi Lingfei, level 8 Ice Mage. Yi Te, level 32 Archer. Yi Ku, level 35 Assassin. Uncle Te, Uncle Ku. Yi Lingfei's tone was firm. I want to save him. He helped me in the secret realm. Yi Te drew his bow again and locked his arrow point on the warlock. My young lady has spoken. Release him, and you may leave. The warlock's expression darkened. Do you know who we are? You still dare interfere? Yi Ku had already dropped from the roof and stood before him, his dagger shining with cold light. This is a notice, not a negotiation. A level 32 archer occupied the high ground, while a level 35 assassin had locked onto the enemy at close range. If they truly fought, the warlock side had more people but might not win. The warlock himself could even be assassinated by Yi Ku in the first exchange. You got lucky this time. The warlock released haunting wraiths and withdrew from the alley with his people. I will show the Yi family this respect. Only after all 5 disappeared did I gasp for air. When that sword descended toward my throat, death had been within reach. Yi Te kept his bow aimed toward their retreat, while Yi Ku checked the alley mouth for an ambush. Only after confirming the other party had truly left did the pair put away their weapons. I tried to commit the 5 people's builds, classes, and skills to memory. No emblems, no names, and voices deliberately kept low. The only certainty was that their leader specialized in warlock control and knew my home address. Thank you. I looked up at Yi Lingfei. She smiled. You helped me in the secret realm. Now we're even. Yi Ku reminded her it was time to leave, and she quickly departed with the 2 guards. I was alone in the alley once more. Looking at my hands, I clearly understood something for the first time. Being invincible among my peers meant nothing. Before major guilds and powerful families, level 17 remained so weak that I couldn't even protect myself. If I hadn't casually given Yi Lingfei 2 potions, I would already be dead. I have to become stronger faster. Dungeons and secret realms were the 2 most direct paths. Leveling alone increased my attributes and summon limit, but couldn't produce high-level undead from nothing. To fight a level 30 powerhouse, I needed more than additional level 2 skeletons. I needed main force units like the Dark Knight Commander that could overcome ordinary level differences. The levels of monsters in conventional dungeons were public knowledge, and countless parties repeatedly farmed their resources. Secret realms offered greater returns, but were controlled by factions. The only entrance capable of bypassing both limitations was the bronze key I had taken from the demi-monster. Guilds and families typically controlled secret realms, preventing anyone without an affiliation from obtaining entry. Ordinary dungeon tickets could be purchased, but those dungeons might not contain sufficiently powerful monsters. At the thought, I suddenly stopped. There was still a 3rd path. I quickened my pace home. When I opened the door, I found an unfamiliar man sitting in the living room with Li Dahe. His aura was steady, and the pressure he brought far exceeded that of an ordinary professional. The man stood and extended a hand. By Jianfeng, Sword Tiger Guild. Su Chun. We shook hands and sat down. Li Dahe couldn't contain himself any longer. Xiaoming, Brother Feng came specifically to invite you to join Sword Tiger Guild. Bai Jianfeng nodded. Vice President Lu Shuwen already invited you outside the secret realm. We know you couldn't answer then because of your father's emergency. So today we are asking you formally again. Are you willing to join Sword Tiger Guild and help us protect Jianqing? His offer was comprehensive. Half-price dungeon tickets, access rights to suitable secret realms, a fixed monthly bonus, and a separate government talent subsidy. Any one of those benefits would be difficult for an ordinary graduate to refuse. But the resources weren't free. Sword Tiger Guild answered to the government. Once a superior issued a mission, members had to obey absolutely. If any one of my secrets, the system, limitless summoning, or my source of experience, was exposed, I might lose my freedom. Every benefit Bai Jianfeng described was real, but he didn't mention the cost of disobeying a mission or how the guild would study someone who broke the accepted laws of classes. My father had just been attacked, and I had just been ambushed by unidentified experts. Entrusting my safety entirely to an organization I didn't understand would not be reliance, but a gamble. I'm sorry. I shook my head. I haven't decided yet. Li Dahe jumped to his feet anxiously. Didn't you take the secret realm exam so you could join a good guild? Sword Tiger Guild came to your home personally. What is there to hesitate about? No matter how he tried to persuade me, I answered only, I haven't decided yet. Bai Jianfeng naturally understood it was a polite rejection. Have you chosen Netherworld Guild or Mad Lion Guild? Neither. Then I understand even less. He stared at me. Without guild membership, you won't even qualify to enter many secret realms. Or are you dissatisfied with the benefits? The terms are excellent. I simply need time. I thanked him again, but my position didn't soften. Bai Jianfeng's tone grew serious. You've attracted too much attention recently. Many factions are watching you. A genius who dies before maturing isn't a genius. His warning wasn't wrong. The 5 people in the alley were proof. Seeing that I still refused, he suddenly mentioned my father. What if Sword Tiger Guild can wake Su Chong? I immediately raised my eyes. How? Divine soul-calling elixir. Li Dahe also straightened abruptly. He clearly knew of the substance. Bai Jianfeng explained that the divine soul-calling elixir could not only awaken someone from a coma or long-term sleep, but also had a chance of increasing spirit. Its value far exceeded ordinary healing medicine. Do you have it? No. Do you know a confirmed seller, the location of a secret realm, or have intelligence on where it drops? I continued pressing. Bai Jianfeng paused. At present, none of those. But Sword Tiger Guild has extensive channels. The moment it appears on the market, we will certainly learn about it before an ordinary person. His words also proved he couldn't guarantee when they would find it or that they would ultimately obtain it. My father's awakening couldn't depend on an open-ended promise. Bai Jianfeng heavily emphasized using every connection, yet never gave a completion date or explained whether I could leave if they failed to find it. The membership and obedience I would surrender were certain. The reward they offered was uncertain. This wasn't an exchange. It was a demand that I hand myself over first. I would not agree. At least, not now. He promised that as long as I joined, Sword Tiger Guild would use every connection to search for it. The hope that had just ignited immediately cooled. This wasn't medicine. It was a promise that might never be fulfilled. Of course I had to save my father. That was precisely why I couldn't surrender myself, and every secret I held for nothing but a name. As long as I knew the divine soul-calling elixir truly existed, I could investigate its source, search for the right dungeon, or even exchange sufficient resources for it. Joining Sword Tiger Guild wasn't the only road to saving him. At the very least, I had learned from Bai Jianfeng that my father could still wake up. The offer is tempting, I said, but I still can't agree. Li Dahe's eyes reddened. Xiaoming, that's your dad. He loved you so much 5 years ago. How can you refuse to save him? The words, divine soul-calling elixir, had taken hold of him, and he could no longer hear any other explanation. Seeing my determination, Bai Jianfeng left his business card, rose, and said goodbye. Just as he reached the door, his phone rang. Bai Jianfeng speaking. He listened for a moment. His expression gradually changed, and he repeatedly looked back at me. Understood. I'm at Su Chen's home right now. I'll speak with him again. After ending the call, he returned, his gaze moving from my face to the storage ring on my hand. Mr. Bai, is there something else? I just received some information. The faint smile disappeared from his face. I heard you killed someone on Baishin Street. They weren't ordinary people, and they tried to rob me first. I looked directly at Bai Jianfeng. Does Sword Tiger Guild police conflicts between professionals too? Hungry Wolf Guild is investigating you now, he said. Sword Tiger Guild has temporarily blocked the information. Whether we continue helping you or let them investigate is your decision. This was no longer an invitation, but pressure. If I agreed, Hungry Wolf Guild's investigation would be permanently suppressed. If I refused, Sword Tiger Guild only needed to remove its obstacle, and my enemies would naturally continue applying pressure on its behalf. They hadn't directly broken the law and didn't need to act themselves. A third-rate guild had become the perfect bargaining chip. You don't need to answer immediately. In 3 days, I hope to hear a satisfactory response. Bai Jianfeng left after speaking. Li Dahe immediately asked what happened, and I briefly described my conflict with Hungry Wolf Guild on Baishin Street. Should I ask the president of Shanghai Guild to mediate? It won't help. Chen Chuanjun held a high position in Hungry Wolf Guild. They wouldn't let the matter go because of a few words. Sword Tiger Guild had seized precisely that point to force me to choose a side with both safety and the divine soul-calling elixir. Then join Sword Tiger. Li Dahe still wouldn't give up. It can save Brother Chong and resolve Hungry Wolf Guild at the same time. 2 problems solved at once. Uncle Hey, I can't join. I took out my bank card and handed it to him. There's 10 million on it. Take my dad out of Jiangxing tonight and find somewhere to hide. Li Dahe didn't accept it. Why do we need to leave? With me guarding Brother Chong, who can touch him? And where did you get 10 million? The enemies are stronger than you think. I gave him the full account of the assassination in the alley, for professionals above level 20 and 1 level 30 warlock, all with the explicit objective of killing me. After hearing it, Li Dahe's expression changed completely. He was only level 28. If those 5 surrounded him, he wouldn't survive either. Could it be the Zhang family? I asked. Zhang Yongxing had a motive. If the Zhang family concluded I was the person who attacked him in the beginner dungeon, they might retaliate. Li Dahe shook his head. It doesn't sound like them. The Zhang family has no definite evidence. At most, they would test you first. They wouldn't immediately send a formation like that to ensure a student's death. Besides, those 5 were thoroughly coordinated and had clearly operated together for a long time. If the Zhang family had hired people for last-minute revenge, it couldn't have just happened to send 2 warriors, 2 mages, and a control specialist warlock, perfectly covering close combat, ranged attacks, and containment. The more detailed his analysis became, the more I suspected he wasn't completely ignorant of their origin. Then who were they? I don't know. His answer came quickly, as if he genuinely didn't know or didn't want to tell me. But at last, he accepted the bank card and agreed to leave with my father. What about you? Those people will definitely come again. Give me some time. I can't join Sword Tiger Guild. They're already using Hungry Wolf Guild to force me. Once I join, they'll only interrogate me about every secret I have. Then I won't even have the right to refuse. As for the divine soul-calling elixir, they don't possess it themselves. The promise to help find it is only bait. I'll obtain it my own way. Li Dahe remained silent for a long time, then finally gripped my shoulder. If you run into something you can't solve, go to Shanghai Guild and find my brothers. They won't stand by and let you die. Don't worry. I still have to wake my father. I won't gamble with my life. That night, Li Dahe packed a few things and left Jiangxing with my unconscious father. He didn't tell me where they would stay, only that he would contact me securely once they were settled. That way, even if someone followed or interrogated me, I couldn't directly expose my father's location. Before leaving, he wrote down Shanghai Guild's contact information and repeatedly confirmed that I carried healing medicine and life-saving items. I stood in the doorway and watched the car's taillights disappear, feeling as though a piece of my heart had suddenly been hollowed out. The assassins in the alley, the incident from 5 years ago, my father's attack, the water of life that had reappeared on the market, and Sword Tiger Guild's pressure. Every danger was closing in. I shut the door and sat alone in the living room. Dungeons were the first path. Secret realms were the second. And I held the bronze key left by the demi-monster in my hand. This was the third path, a hidden dungeon.